As the crowd erupts in jubilant cheers, they eagerly spot the triumphant hero returning home. The victorious hero, Mazel, smiles warmly as he wades through the adoring masses. Nearby, a dark-haired boy named Werner sweats nervously, cautioning himself against stepping forward into the dangerously high-tension crowd. Overwhelmed by the chaotic pressure, Werner silently curses Mazel under his breath. Catching his friend's eye through the dense throng, Mazel shoots Werner a playful wink. The surrounding girls completely misinterpret the gesture, swooning as they believe the hero just winked and smiled directly at them. Annoyed by the deafening shrieks, Werner admits to feeling just a tiny bit jealous of the hero's intense popularity. Despite the stark contrast in their public standing, the two have shared a rich history alongside a vibrant cast of allies. Later, the scene shifts to a bustling tavern where a hooded figure pushes through the doors and receives a warm welcome. The cloaked guest weaves effortlessly past lively patrons and busy servers in the dimly lit establishment. Hearing a floorboard creak, Werner glances up as the newcomer politely asks to join his table. Pulling back his hood, Mazel flashes a bright smile and casually greets his friend. Smirking at the sight, Werner questions if a celebrated hero should really be slumming it in such an ordinary place. Taking a seat beside him, Mazel playfully retorts by calling Werner a viscount and asking if he belongs there either. Delighted by the spread, the hero cheerfully thanks his friend for having already gone ahead and ordered their usual drinks. Acknowledging the heavy weight of recent battles, Werner remarks on just how much has transpired lately. Raising their wooden mugs together, the two friends share a heartfelt toast to Mazel's safe return. Throwing their heads back, they eagerly chug their drinks in unison. Slamming their empty mugs onto the wooden table, they let out satisfied gasps. Catching each other's eyes, a shared moment of amusement causes them to stifle a laugh. Werner reflects on his close friendship with the hero, noting that this humble tavern suits Mazel far better than stiff noble chairs. Smiling softly, Werner acknowledges that every person simply has their own unique strengths and weaknesses. Thinking back to their very first meeting, Werner remembers believing he would never get involved with someone like Mazel. However, he solemnly muses on the unpredictable nature of life. He considers his mere existence in this current world to be the ultimate proof of life's wild unpredictability. Werner reveals he was once an average Japanese office worker who tragically died in a carriage accident, only to reincarnate in a medieval Western country. The memory shows him jolting awake as a child while frantic attendants urge him to take it easy. A worried woman hovers over him, tearfully asking if the young Werner recognizes his own mother. It was at that moment he realized he had been reincarnated into the exact world of a video game he used to play. He recalls the game as a classic RPG where the hero defeats the demon lord, though a major disaster always strikes near the story's latter half. Even after the hero's triumphant coronation, a hidden subordinate of the demon lord inevitably launches a devastating attack that leaves the capital in ruins. Staring in horror, Werner realizes that this unavoidable tragedy is destined to unfold right where he currently lives. Making matters worse, he knows he is merely an ordinary background character from an obscure noble family completely unmentioned in the original game. Gripped by dread, he calculates the painfully high probability that he will perish during the upcoming attack. Refusing to accept such a meaningless fate, the young Werner fiercely resolves that he will not die like a disposable extra. Driven by survival, he immediately begins intensely training his body and practicing combat skills on wooden dummies. Pouring all his energy into mastering martial arts, he vows to at least become strong enough to protect his own life. Years pass in a flash as Werner dedicates himself completely to his preparations within the sprawling capital. Eventually, the grown Werner officially enrolls as a student at the prestigious academy located in the heart of the city. His quiet studies are suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice excitedly calls out to him. A classmate notices Werner engrossed in a book and playfully teases his serious reading habit. Pressing his hands together, the classmate jokingly begs for tutoring in politics and science. He calls Werner an honor student, praising his top academic standing in all classes. Werner internally admits his good grades stem purely from past life knowledge and survival instincts. Brushing off the praise, Werner credits his family name while his friend points out staring girls. Hearing girls squeal, Werner ignores them because he knows true popularity belongs elsewhere. Mazel stands confidently in the crowded room, effortlessly drawing everyone's admiration and gaze. Werner silently observes the charismatic presence of Mazel Harting at the center of attention. Werner notes Mazel's honor student status and realizes he is the game's true main character. Sweating slightly, Werner marvels at the sheer unlikelihood of sharing a class with the hero. Watching Mazel, Werner realizes the hero's enrollment officially marks the game's story beginning. Desiring to preserve the plot, Werner resolves to remain a completely ordinary background character. Staring at a plate of sweets, he reaffirms his strict vow to avoid main story events. Suddenly, a cheerful noblewoman forcefully interrupts, offering Mazel her country's proudest confection. Flashing a charming smile, Mazel graciously accepts the treat and thanks her. Werner narrows his eyes sharply, watching the suspicious interaction unfold from behind his book. Werner recognizes the girl as a duke's daughter from Xanarak currently studying abroad. He recalls the cafeteria is frequently used as a lively tea party for finding lovers. The girl fits the archetype of seeking handsome men, though Werner typically ignores such people. Panic spikes as Werner remembers seeing her secretly consume weird medicine earlier. Watching her push the sweet, Werner deduces she maliciously tampered with the confection. Suppressing anxiety, Werner tries focusing on his book and convinces himself to stay away. Rationalizing his inaction, he assumes the hero will not fall for an obvious pre-game trap. Shockingly, Mazel grips his face in agony while the girl gasps at his pale appearance. Werner freezes in absolute disbelief, horrified that the hero actually ate the poison treat. Frantically, Werner hopes the main character's plot armor or absent escorts will save him. The manipulative girl hovers over collapsing Mazel, innocently asking if he can still see. Staring wide-eyed, Werner questions if this disastrous scene is truly happening right before his eyes. Realizing events might deviate from the game, Werner knows only Mazel can defeat the Demon Lord. Supporting the trembling hero, Werner intervenes because he desperately needs Mazel to become the hero. Checking Mazel's steady vitals, Werner declares he will take him to the medical office. Werner politely bows, formally apologizing to the stunned Duke's daughter for the abrupt interruption. Maintaining a calm facade, he smoothly explains he acted solely out of medical urgency. The Xanarak noblewoman insists on taking responsibility, but Werner swiftly interjects to stop her. Werner argues the confection's guilt is unproven and carriage transport would be highly inconvenient. Flashing a polite smile, he states holding a foreign duke's daughter accountable is highly inappropriate. Boxed in by logic, the furious girl listens as Werner insists on using the medical office. The duke's daughter seethes with undisguised rage, glaring venomously while her entourage watches in confusion. Turning away with Mazel, Werner mentally celebrates his successful extraction from the dangerous situation. Glancing back, Werner overhears the noblewomen and realizes their ultimate goal was abducting the hero. Standing in the quiet hallway, Werner ponders how to handle the escalating situation. 2 escorts finally arrive, but Werner coldly notes their extreme tardiness. He sharply reprimands them, stating their delayed arrival is completely inexcusable. Sweating nervously, the escorts stammer that the perpetrator is a powerful foreign duke's daughter. They pathetically trail off, clearly terrified of sparking a massive diplomatic incident. Werner twitches in annoyance, realizing they cowardly abandoned the hero despite knowing the risks. Taking command, Werner orders one to report to a teacher and the other to monitor the girl. The useless escorts hesitate, looking at each other in fearful uncertainty. Losing his patience completely, Werner furiously barks at them to just go. Startled by his sudden outburst, the escorts frantically salute and scramble away. Left completely alone, Werner pinches the bridge of his nose in utter exhaustion. Leaning against the wall, he reflects on how disastrous the whole ordeal truly was. Intense regret washes over him as he wishes he had intervened before Mazel drank the poison. He questions if the hero is truly ready for war when his worth is currently undervalued. Werner worries that future targeted attacks could severely impact the hero's journey against the Demon Lord. Inside the quiet medical room, a soft groan breaks the heavy silence. Mazel slowly flutters his eyes open, groggily wondering where he is. Peeking over the edge of the bed, Werner casually asks if the hero is finally awake. Werner bluntly explains that Mazel was served poison, though the antidote is taking effect. Still deeply dazed, Mazel repeats the word as Werner hands him water and advises rest. Mazel protests that the girl ate it too, but Werner confirms the confections were definitely poisoned. Werner stares down at him, affirming the grim reality without a single shadow of doubt. Shocked and bewildered, Mazel asks why anyone would commit such a crime at the academy. Werner grimly details her abduction plot, explaining how a forced scandalous rumor would have unfolded. He warns that a commoner caught with a noblewoman would have resulted in forced relocation. Mazel gasps as the terrifying realization of her political trap finally sinks in. Werner coldly advises the hero to stay vigilant because noble families pull absurd stunts. Staring up at his savior, Mizell quietly processes the dark reality of noble politics. Chuckling lightly, Mizell playfully points out that Verna himself is from a noble family. Caught entirely off guard, Verna pauses and asks if the hero actually remembers him. Smiling warmly, Mizell confirms he remembers his classmate and always wanted to chat. Panicking slightly, Verna accidentally mutters about main character perks, deeply confusing the pale hero. Suddenly, the door violently swings open as a loud voice aggressively demands their identity. Arrogant older students storm in, harshly ordering them to vacate the medical room immediately. Verna stands in absolute silence, coldly assessing the aggressive intruders. Stepping forward defensively, Verna politely but firmly addresses the disruptive upperclassmen. He calmly asks them to quiet down since a recovering student is resting. Insulted by the defiance, the arrogant upperclassman instantly flares up in blazing anger. Getting right into Verna's face, the furious bully shouts that he is far too brazen. Sighing internally, Verna realizes this thug will turn absolutely anything into a violent fight. Analyzing the burly intruder's massive physique, Verna quickly realizes the man is definitely not an enrolled academy student. He deduces the heavily built attacker must be either a hired guild adventurer or a fiercely loyal knight sworn to absolute secrecy. Dodging a sudden aggressive advance, Verna suspects the thug plans to chase him off and completely abduct the incapacitated hero. He predicts the foreign abductors will cowardly use their nation's diplomatic immunity as a convenient excuse for the blatant kidnapping. Without warning, the towering brute violently lunges forward to strike down the defending young noble. Reacting with split-second timing, Verna instantly raises his arms to block the devastating incoming physical attack. The sheer kinetic force of the heavy blow pushes Verna backward as he desperately struggles to maintain his defensive footing. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, Verna resolves to fight both to protect Mizell and to expose this deeply suspicious conspiracy. Acknowledging his massive disadvantage in physical size and sheer numbers, Verna knows he must somehow beat his attackers down first. Shifting his stance defensively, he smartly decides his best tactical option is to stall for precious time until reinforcements finally arrive. A brutal strike violently slips through his guard, causing Verna to grunt loudly in sudden, agonizing pain. Just as the muscular thug winds up for a finishing blow, a sudden blur of motion violently disrupts the chaotic brawl. The arrogant attacker physically recoils in absolute shock as an unexpected force forcefully intercepts his deadly strike. Leaping fearlessly into the fray, a newly recovered Mizell unleashes a devastatingly fast counterattack against the stunned kidnappers. The massive brute groans in sheer agony as the hero's powerful, perfectly aimed punch squarely connects. Watching the flawless physical execution from the sidelines, Verna internally marvels at the absolute perfection of the hero's strike. The remaining thugs completely collapse into groaning heaps while Verna silently praises the awe-inspiring combat prowess of true heroes. Dusting off his clothes with a cheerful smile, Mizell casually turns back and asks if Verna sustained any serious injuries. Verna confirms his safety but frantically questions if a recovering poison patient should really be executing such insane physical maneuvers. Flexing his slightly sore hand, Mizell casually laughs off the concern and sincerely thanks Verna for watching over his weakened state. Flooded with immense relief by the sudden heroic rescue, Verna mentally prepares to hand the messy situation over to the academy staff. A frantic teacher abruptly bursts through the medical room doors, loudly demanding to know what caused such massive destruction. Forcing a strained but polite smile, Verna smoothly greets the bewildered instructor and praises his incredibly convenient arrival timing. Brushing past the immediate chaos, Verna politely asks the flustered teacher to let him explain the complicated details later. Gesturing casually to the unconscious thugs littering the floor, Verna smoothly points out they are definitely not academy students. The teacher gasps in sheer disbelief as Verna plainly states they were viciously ambushed by these unknown scoundrels. Pointing out the highly coordinated nature of the violent ambush, Verna notes this strike was clearly premeditated by a hidden faction. Having masterfully deflected personal responsibility, Verna smartly dumps the upcoming intense interrogation duties onto the arriving academy staff. Snapping out of his sudden shock, the teacher immediately commands his nearby subordinates to urgently summon the rest of the faculty. Watching the chaotic bureaucratic aftermath unfold, Verna silently decides to dump the remaining political fallout entirely onto his father's shoulders. Following the disastrous kidnapping attempt, the previously assigned hero escorts formally resign in utter disgrace to take responsibility for their failure. Despite quickly declining the newly vacant escort position, Werner finds himself relentlessly pursued by desperate academy officials for the vital role. Completely ignoring Werner's visible reluctance, a cheerful Mizell excitedly tracks him down through the halls to ask for his personal guidance. Werner is completely blindsided as the hero eagerly attaches himself to him, desperately begging to learn proper ceremonial etiquette. Fearing another assassination plot and unwilling to reject the reliant hero, Werner reluctantly embraces the growing bond to protect the game's timeline. Spending countless academy days together, the two slowly forge an unbreakable bond as the absolute best of friends and worst of companions. Their peaceful school days abruptly shatter when terrifying hordes of rampaging demons officially usher in the bloody start of the game's main storyline. Standing side by side at the brutal climax of endless battles, a battle-hardened Werner urgently commands the hero to listen closely. Gazing fiercely into the grim distance, Werner angrily rejects any dark destiny that demands the hero become a tragic sacrifice. Werner powerfully vows to change the fate of the entire world, determined to forge a legendary heroic saga that will be celebrated for centuries. A child's body inside a familiar game world shocks the once ordinary salaryman who suddenly awakened. Gazing upon the sprawling fantasy kingdom, he slowly realizes the heavy gravity of his new reality. He instantly recognizes the setting as a royal RPG where a chosen hero inevitably defeats the demon lord. Terrified of perishing as a doomed background character, he fiercely vows to survive the impending mid-game massacre. Reincarnated long before the game's start, he aggressively trains his combat skills daily to rewrite his doomed destiny. Despite his best efforts to remain utterly unnoticed, the main character inexplicably takes a strong liking to him. Initially avoiding plot interference, Werner inevitably forms a close, genuine friendship with the hero as time passes. Frustrated by the naive protagonist constantly stumbling into honeypots and kidnapping plots, Werner constantly worries about his safety. Shifting his survival strategy, Werner commits fully to supporting the hero's perilous journey until the demon lord falls. Werner's train of thought snaps as he overhears the chilling mention of a massive monster stampede. A teacher announces the Academy's support role in the rare, devastating monster stampede occurring every 2 decades. Sweating nervously, Werner realizes the game's first major catastrophic event is finally beginning right before his eyes. Trembling slightly, he openly admits his intense nervousness as the long-dreaded stampede officially kicks off. Normally, early intervention prevents the swarming monsters from threatening and grouping up against vulnerable cities. However, Werner knows full well that this is no ordinary stampede meant to be easily contained. Empowered by the Demon Lord's revival, the monster horde possesses terrifying numbers and strength far exceeding previous waves. He grimly recalls that this brutal canonical event completely wipes out all royal knights within the capital city. The instructor orders noble students to quickly return home and await their specific battlefield deployment instructions. Meanwhile, commoner students are rapidly assigned to separate support teams for citizen evacuation and emergency medical treatment. Werner clutches his desk, stressing heavily over the impending inevitable doom of the capital's royal knights. Knowing his noble status forces him onto the lethal battlefield, Werner desperately plots to alter their doomed tactics. His anxious plotting breaks abruptly when Mizell loudly calls his name across the bustling classroom. Mizell asks what is wrong, noting concernedly that Werner hasn't moved a single muscle since break time started. Snapping out of his intense thoughts, Werner quickly apologizes and announces he must immediately head home. A disappointed Mizell complains, reminding Werner of their prior promise to check out cool swords at the weapon shop. Werner urgently explains he must recruit people and prepare for war, completely brushing off Mizell's relaxed attitude. Confused by Werner's unusual seriousness, Mizell stubbornly insists on playfully following him around as usual. Werner bluntly rejects the hero, stating firmly that they will not be stationed anywhere near each other during battle. He reminds Mizell that his noble status means he will absolutely receive completely different military orders. Realizing the harsh reality of their impending battlefield separation, Mizell slumps in visible disappointment. Patting Mizell's shoulder, Werner encourages him to fight normally but warns him never to let his guard down. Werner silently remembers that Mizell's canonical victory here ultimately earned him the legendary title of world-saving hero. Pausing mid-step, Werner quickly turns back to offer his friend one final piece of crucial survival advice. Ignoring Mizell's humble protests, Werner firmly orders him to dress properly and pack excessive amounts of healing medicine. Another classmate interrupts the tense moment, nervously asking Werner for his own personal survival advice. Werner calmly instructs Grenache to rely strictly on his archery skills and perfectly follow the teacher's orders. He reassures Grenache that his securely assigned role will likely involve safely escorting citizens from the rear. A girl named Julina shyly asks Mazel for advice, and he perfectly assigns her a safe medical healing role. Taking charge naturally, Mazel loudly advises the gathering students to thoroughly prepare their armor just in case. Watching Mazel flawlessly guide even students from other classes, Werner marvels at the hero's terrifyingly perfect memory. Werner reflects that this world operates on a skill system identical to the game he once played. Through relentless hard work and dedication, Werner successfully acquired the specialized spearmanship skill. Naturally, Mazel possesses the ultimate overpowered unique skill simply titled as the hero. While Werner grinds tirelessly, Mazel effortlessly learns any combat skill just by briefly observing it. Remembering his literal tears of frustration, Werner admits Mazel's copying ability is completely unfair. Planning ahead, Werner resolves to force Mazel to spam this broken skill to farm battlefield experience. Meanwhile, Werner sets his own desperate primary goal to simply survive the impending deadly battle. Calling out urgently, Werner firmly reminds Mazel to pack all the necessary healing medicines. Waving casually, Mazel confidently assures his worried friend that he has everything covered. Clenching his fist, Werner silently reaffirms his absolute willingness to do whatever survival requires. Turning to his butler Norbert, Werner questions why his father is not participating in the war. Norbert formally explains that the Count must remain strictly by the king's side instead. Realizing his minister father avoids the front lines, Werner panics as his own life grows increasingly endangered. Adding to the absurdity, Werner learns he was nominally appointed as the Count troops commander. Norbert quickly reassures him that the experienced Max Lyman currently serves as the actual acting commander. Assuming this is a minor stampede, Norbert claims the family is merely participating for public appearances. Dismissing the butler's naive optimism, Werner firmly orders Norbert to summon Max immediately. Stunned by the sudden workload, Norbert nervously accepts Werner's massive list of shopping and troop applications. Knowing this is a fatal main story event, Werner refuses to underestimate the deadly limits ahead. Stepping firmly forward, he fiercely vows to prepare excessively to ensure he walks out alive. Max Lyman raises his arm and boldly commands the massive gathered army to finally depart. Surveying the forces, Max counts thousands of infantrymen alongside mercenaries and student support teams. Max confidently considers this an overwhelming force, completely unaware they are marching into a doomed battle. Max casually remarks to Werner that they brought way too many people for such a small battle. Werner sighs internally, knowing the ignorant knights treat this deadly event like a casual Sunday picnic. Max openly complains about Werner excessively hiring 100 civilians instead of the usual 5. Ignoring the complaints, Werner accepts his reputation as overcautious as long as they obey his commands. Platoon leader Organ casually notes that this battle seems rather plain for the Crown Prince's debut. Max immediately agrees, completely underestimating the apocalyptic danger lurking just ahead. Werner coldly acknowledges that the Crown Prince and his son serve as the supreme battlefield leaders. According to the brutal game script, both royal heirs are tragically fated to die here. Their shocking deaths and the army's total annihilation officially trigger the hero's epic adventure. Refusing to let the kingdom fall into absolute chaos, Werner resolves to keep both heirs alive. Leaning in closely, Max softly interrupts Werner's intense strategic scheming. Gesturing to a nearby carriage, Max strongly suggests it is time to formally greet Count Fürst. Groaning internally, Werner nervously dreads the upcoming exhausting political interaction. Werner recalls the complex geopolitical relationship between their civilian-focused territory and the military-focused Fürst family. Despite holding a mutually beneficial alliance, Werner still feels immense pressure confronting the allied military family. Giving in, Werner orders Organ to lead the squads while commanding Max to accompany him. Staring at the imposing carriage, Werner marches forward to swiftly get the stressful greetings over with. Count Fürst welcomes Werner, referring to him merely as the son of the minister. Bowing politely, Werner formally introduces himself by his actual name. The Count acknowledges him briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. Count Fürst patronizingly instructs Commander Max to carefully watch over the minister's son. Werner silently notes that the arrogant commander completely ignored his presence. He rationalizes that military heads naturally look down on civil officials. Addressing the actual battlefield commander directly is simply more tactically beneficial. The eldest son Tyrone aggressively suggests Werner's squad work under their command. Max immediately rejects the condescending proposal with a strained smile. Visualizing the rigid class system, Werner realizes they arrogantly consider this advice a favor. Count Fust firmly reminds Tyrone that a full tactical merger is completely impossible. Werner quickly recognizes the Count's second daughter Hermine stepping into the conversation. Hermine gently interjects, reminding everyone that Werner is still just an academy student. She politely suggests his squad should simply provide safe rear support from behind. Smiling politely, Werner formally thanks her for the condescending but well-meaning consideration. Count Fust advises Werner to retreat entirely if he senses any battlefield danger. Werner internally notes that the military squad never planned to rely on them. Thanking them again, Werner politely excuses himself to finally return to his troops. Walking away, Werner physically distances himself from the oppressive command tent. Werner sighs deeply, admitting how utterly exhausted he is from the political maneuvering. Hermine lightly scolds Tyrone for his completely unnecessary and harsh phrasing earlier. Count Fust admits Werner possesses an exceptional academy reputation despite his civil background. Tyrone sneers and mocks Werner's shameful choice of spearmanship over noble swordsmanship. He arrogantly declares that true knights only wield swords in glorious combat. Tyrone sadistically wonders who will inherit the Tsifet family if Werner dies. Hermine stares at her arrogant brother in absolute disbelief over his cruel remarks. Returning to his own camp, Werner prepares to brief the Count family squad. The assembled troops stand ready and heavily armed for the impending monster battle. Werner calls his men to attention for one final battle plan review. The men passionately vow extraordinary battlefield performance, forcing Werner to quickly calm them down. Platoon leader Barcy praises Werner's incredible command over troops gathered just yesterday. Werner humbly acknowledges their inherent skill before detailing the strict command structure. He internally reviews the highly organized command system deployed for this specific battle. He explains the ironclad rule grouping 5 men under one strictly obeyed leader. Werner details the hunter team structure designed for rapid tactical command transmission. He sternly orders the men to stick together and kill monsters uniformly. Werner pauses to let the heavy weight of his strict survival orders sink in. Anticipating their doubts, Werner admits they probably think this is an ordinary stampede. Closing his eyes, Werner shifts his tone to a deeply serious register. Staring intently at his squad, Werner passionately declares he refuses any unnecessary losses. Addressing his gathered troops, Werner firmly declares that their absolute primary goal for this impending battle is for everyone to safely make it out alive. He grimly acknowledges this is easier said than done since they must desperately hold off the monster army until Mizell defeats the final boss. Werner internally resolves that an ordinary person must prioritize sheer survival above all else, while elsewhere, a classmate points out Mizell's massive potion stash. Classmates playfully tease the incredibly strong Mizell for his extreme caution until an angry instructor suddenly commands the chatting students to assemble immediately. Staring down at his heavily packed equipment, Mizell quietly notes to himself that he gathered as many supplies as he physically could. A brief flashback reveals Werner's intensely serious expression as he strictly ordered the hero to hoard as many healing potions as possible. Trusting his friend implicitly, Mizell suspects that Werner's grave warnings usually mean there is some hidden danger he is entirely unaware of. Looking out over the bustling crowd, Mizell silently wonders what his highly cautious friend is currently doing to prepare for the massive war. Werner explains his strategy to minimize damage by having 5 men gang up on a single monster before assisting others. Platoon leader Organ and Captain Max listen, though Max admits he struggles to understand Werner's unconventional orders. Max expresses his confusion directly, stating he just cannot wrap his head around this specific tactical command. Max argues that enemies won't accept one-on-one duels anyway, rendering such hyper-focused teamwork seemingly inefficient in a chaotic brawl. Werner stands silently in the command tent, processing their completely understandable military doubts. Werner internally acknowledges their confusion, knowing that this world heavily prioritizes raw individual power over coordinated small group tactics. He realizes a plan relying on outnumbering enemies might make his proud soldiers feel like their individual strength is insulted. Werner smartly deflects by reminding them this is the Crown Prince's first battle, explicitly stating they must not overshadow him. The platoon leaders reluctantly agree with the political logic, acknowledging they shouldn't steal the royal spotlight despite their frustrations. Max crosses his arms with a sharp huff, seemingly accepting Werner's perfectly crafted political excuse. Werner then warns that monsters will likely spawn relentlessly everywhere, making prolonged fighting absolutely impossible without proper pacing. He cautions that the monster stampede might last an entire day, requiring them to conserve precious stamina during intervals. The leaders finally understand, realizing that facing a relentless enemy swarm while completely fatigued would inevitably lead to massive casualties. Werner smiles confidently, glad his commanders grasped the absolute necessity of stamina conservation in a drawn-out war of attrition. He firmly declares this formation is the only viable plan to gradually crawl toward victory while strictly minimizing losses. Werner concludes by ordering them to maintain enough stamina to actively reinforce the other noble families when the time comes. Max laughs loudly, joking that their squad will eagerly assist the first family solely because he wants to see women. Werner swiftly shoots down the inappropriate joke, jokingly reassigning the critical reinforcement duty to Barcy instead. Werner sighs internally, accepting that his battle-hardened men naturally treat the grim reinforcement orders as a light-hearted joke. Feeling a sudden chilling shift in the atmosphere, Werner solemnly announces that it is officially time to prepare for combat. The platoon leaders instantly drop their jokes, fiercely ordering all troops to return to their combat positions immediately. Just a few tense hours after their tactical meeting, the massive monster battle finally erupts across the chaotic battlefield. An aerial view showcases the sheer scale of the horrifying clash as the human army fiercely engages the overwhelming horde. Exactly as the original game script predicted, the frontline knights struggle massively against the immensely powerful demonic beasts. Despair rapidly spreads through the ranks as more troops are violently routed and the terrifying death toll severely increases. Terrified soldiers completely lose their nerve, desperately fleeing the bloody battlefield in absolute panic. However, Werner's tightly controlled squad maintains perfect discipline, urgently cooperating to safely evacuate their injured to the rear. Sticking flawlessly to the plan, the squad aggressively advances as a unified wall to crush the monstrous threat together. Max bellows fierce commands, keeping the front line steady while perfectly restoring their structured teams mid-battle. Thrusting his spear viciously into a monster, Werner realizes his body is surprisingly adapting to the extreme combat stress. With monsters spawning almost instantly, Werner finds absolutely no luxury to think or even wipe the fresh blood away. Slicing through another beast, Werner feels profound relief that his relentless daily training allows his body to move instinctively. Werner shouts urgent commands to his men, strictly ordering them to maintain spatial awareness and never break formation. The coordinated Seafit troops aggressively push forward, violently driving the monstrous horde back with perfectly synchronized strikes. Wiping sweat from his brow, Werner feels immense gratitude that his soldiers are flawlessly executing their pre-battle survival plan. He grimly reminds himself they just need to maintain this ironclad defense until Mizell finally defeats the final boss. Suddenly, a horrifying scream completely shatters Werner's focus as the surrounding battlefield descends into total agonizing chaos. A heavily wounded soldier desperately begs for help while the front line completely collapses under the overwhelming monster onslaught. Gripped by sudden panic, Werner stares in horror at the massive wave of terrified soldiers completely abandoning their posts. Freezing amidst the chaotic rout, Werner grimly realizes his tiny squad's perfect tactics cannot possibly affect the disastrous outcome. Werner notes his squad is flanked by elite knights on the right and the military-focused first squad on the left. He realizes that if either of those flanking squads collapses, his own team's survival will be in serious jeopardy. Recognizing the first family's immense military pride, Werner cautiously contemplates whether sending backup would actually be wise. He worries that sending reinforcements at the wrong time might insult them, causing them to reject the help entirely. Shouting over the absolute chaos, Werner urgently orders Max to use the massive piles of dead monsters as defensive cover. Max reports that the other noble squads are being pushed back, drawing the monster horde dangerously closer to their position. Acknowledging the grim report, Werner immediately orders the scattered allied squads to unify and rapidly reform their defensive lines. Monstrous beasts relentlessly swarm the chaotic battlefield, violently clashing against the terrified and overwhelmed human defenders. The brutal melee rages on as the massive monster forces fiercely press their relentless, bloodthirsty attack. Slashing through the beasts, Seafit soldiers urgently shout warnings as monsters suddenly ambush them from behind. A heavily battered soldier stumbles into their ranks, breathlessly thanking Werner's troops for the last-second rescue. Noting the soldier's distinct armor, Werner quickly asks if the exhausted man belongs to the proud First Family squad. The trembling survivor confirms his identity but tearfully admits he has no idea what happened to his routed comrades. Pausing his tactical analysis, Werner compassionately orders his medics to immediately treat the traumatized survivor's severe injuries. Werner notes with deep alarm that even a heavily equipped military soldier suffered such devastating and brutal injuries. Debating his tactical options, Werner desperately wonders if he should deploy his reinforcements now or wait slightly longer. Refusing to let their survival efforts be wasted by a mistake, Werner urgently shouts out to platoon leader Barcy. He commands Barcy to rush back up to the first squad while the remaining troops focus on restoring their power. Meanwhile, on the right wing, Count Fist fiercely strikes down a monstrous beast with his massive heavy weapon. Bellowing over the carnage, Count Fist commands his men not to falter against what he arrogantly calls mere weaklings. The Count bitterly complains that while his soldiers hold well, the conscripted slaves are cowering in completely useless fear. Slashing through the chaotic horde, another commander complains about being completely overwhelmed trying to stop fleeing deserters. The commander furiously questions where Tyrone and Hermine are since they never returned from reinforcing the frontward lines. Deep within the chaotic melee, monstrous beasts relentlessly swarm the completely isolated frontline fighters. A desperate shout rings out, ordering all soldiers to avoid enemy contact and frantically gather in the field center. Hearing the distant command over the battle's deafening roar, Hermine instantly recognizes her father's booming voice. She strains to listen, admitting to herself that the chaotic noise completely muffled the exact details of his command. Her brother Tyrone viciously slashes a monster in half, desperately struggling to maintain their rapidly crumbling defensive position. Surveying the overwhelming swarm, Tyrone realizes they have been pushed far too deep and away from their main troops. Acknowledging the extreme danger, Tyrone suggests they immediately fall back, just before a monster violently ambushes him. Hermine screams her brother's name in sheer panic as he takes a brutal, blood-spattering hit from the massive beast. Tyrone grunts in extreme pain, apologizing to his sister while urgently admitting their increasingly dire situation. He orders Hermine to retreat to their father and discuss the crumbling state of the battlefield before they break completely. Hermine realizes that even their exceptionally equipped and talented soldiers are barely managing to avoid fatal wounds. She watches in absolute horror as the less skilled soldiers are brutally slaughtered by the relentless, bloodthirsty monsters. Gripped by overwhelming despair, she trembles slightly while witnessing the horrific massacre of her routed comrades. A massive beast roars triumphantly over the bloody carnage, completely dominating the violently broken human lines. Snapping out of her shock, Hermine fiercely commands everyone still capable of moving to follow her lead immediately. She bravely vows to retrieve the injured and fall back to her father's central command at once. However, as she turns, a towering monster suddenly blocks their only escape path, leaving her completely paralyzed in terror. Surrounded by the chaos of battle, a desperate commander frantically surveys the blood-soaked field. Hermine fiercely screams at her battered troops, ordering them to clump together and hold the defensive line. Despite her brave facade, she internally questions exactly how they are supposed to survive this waking nightmare. Knowing that halting means certain death, she resolves to thin the enemy herd while falling back to her father. Gripped by mounting dread, she desperately repeats her fallback strategy out loud like a panicked mantra. Her intense focus completely narrows as the terrifying reality of their doomed retreat heavily sets in. A massive, bloodthirsty beast violently lunges forward to blindly strike down the exhausted commander. Suddenly, a flurry of razor-sharp spears violently pierces the monstrous beast from out of nowhere. Highly disciplined soldiers systematically dispatch the remaining monsters while calmly advising each other not to push forcefully. Hermine stares in utter shock, wondering who these mysterious and highly coordinated saviors truly are. The squad leader smoothly steps forward, warmly expressing his sheer relief that Hermine is entirely unhurt. Blinking away her confusion, Hermine formally thanks her sudden saviors and politely asks for their identity. Barcy bows respectfully, introducing himself as a member of the Tsifet squad sent directly by Werner. Hermine gasps in complete disbelief, completely stunned that the civilian Tsifet family orchestrated this flawless rescue. Staring at the slaughtered monsters, she marvels at the sheer, devastating effectiveness of their coordinated strike. She bitterly realizes the civilian squad easily turned the tide where her elite military family completely failed. Hearing that Werner masterminded everything, she questions if a mere boy truly possesses such terrifying tactical genius. Lowering her weapon, Hermine quietly processes the shocking revelation with a newfound sense of quiet awe. Barcy proudly reveals that his squad is already nursing other battered noble teams back to fighting strength. He respectfully suggests that the heavily exhausted Fist forces fall back temporarily to safely recover. Hermine hesitates, knowing her fiercely proud father and brother would find relying on civilians deeply humiliating. Throwing her useless pride aside, she accepts the vital lifeline and promises to personally handle her father's objections. Meanwhile, on the left wing, Werner confidently assumes the Fürst family has already integrated into his defensive lines. Leaning heavily on his spear, Werner lets out a massive sigh of relief that they somehow survived the initial clash. He grimly deduces that the survival of the Royal Knights proves the canonical massacre hasn't truly triggered yet. Staring across the battlefield, he desperately hopes Mazel slays the mastermind before the real catastrophe begins. Werner silently curses his frustrating lack of intricate game knowledge regarding the doomed Royal Knights. Suddenly, a massive, triumphant cheer erupts across the bloody battlefield as soldiers loudly declare absolute victory. Exhausted fighters excitedly scream that their efforts were not in vain because the enemy horde is actively retreating. Werner stares in utter disbelief, wondering if Mazel somehow defeated the final boss this incredibly early. His cold logic instantly rejects the easy victory, knowing the knight's destined annihilation cannot be avoided so simply. Gripping his weapon tightly, Werner senses a terrifying hidden trap lurking just beneath the surface of this false victory. Snapping into frantic action, Werner urgently orders Max to distribute all hidden baggage potions to the injured immediately. Ignoring Max's naive protests about the retreating enemy, Werner fiercely barks the command as a dark premonition washes over him. Soldiers celebrate their supposed victory, praising the elite knights for seemingly winning the tough battle. Platoon leaders thank Werner for his brilliant plan that minimized damages and eagerly await his next orders. Sweating heavily, Werner stares blankly ahead as he realizes this early victory completely contradicts the game's storyline. Snapping out of his daze, Werner urgently asks his confused commanders if the enemies are actually retreating. He intensely questions Max, desperately needing to confirm if the monsters fled together rather than scattering individually. Max confirms with absolute certainty that the entire monstrous horde headed directly toward the nearby forest. Werner fiercely barks orders, demanding Max instantly gather all troops and distribute potions to the injured. Cutting off Max's protests about the retreating monsters, Werner grimly declares that this is highly likely a trap. Without waiting for a response, Werner urgently announces he is heading straight toward the central stronghold. Stunned by his commander's sudden urgency, Max obediently accepts the bold order without any further hesitation. Sprinting across the battlefield, Werner gags at the overwhelming stench of blood and scattered insect fluids. Weaving through the muddy ground littered with corpses, he admits feeling utterly exhausted just by standing. Pushing his aching body past its limits, Werner furiously questions why he is sprinting so desperately. He grimly answers his own question, acknowledging that he simply cannot avoid what happens next. Sprinting toward the command tent, he accepts that he is the only one who knows the impending doom. Heavily armed royal guards cross their halberds, forcefully ordering the rushing young noble to halt immediately. Werner desperately demands to be let through, insisting he has urgent information for the crown prince. The strict guards deny him entry, commanding him to report to the left-wing commander first. Gritting his teeth, Werner knows that chain-of-command bureaucracy renders his crucial warning completely meaningless. Nearby commanders cheerfully celebrate, praising the Second Knight's order for supposedly defeating the enemy ringleader. The oblivious nobles express immense relief, falsely believing they only need to mop up remaining weak mobs. Listening to their foolish celebration, a panicked Werner desperately wonders how to shatter their false sense of victory. Spotting his father nearby, Werner loudly demands orders regarding the pursuit of the fleeing enemy forces. Realizing this is his only chance, Werner boldly shifts his attention directly toward the Royal Command Center. Shouting over the surrounding crowd, Werner fearlessly declares he has something urgent to tell the Crown Prince. The command tent falls completely silent as the bewildered nobles stare at the brazen young student. An angry noble furiously scolds Werner, demanding to know why he is speaking out of turn. A guard dismisses Werner as a mere left-wing aristocrat, volunteering to forcibly remove the disruptive youth immediately. Raising his hand calmly, the Crown Prince overrules the furious guards and orders them to let Werner speak. The prince assumes the heavily damaged left wing must have an incredibly important report to deliver. Reluctantly following royal orders, the irritated guard gestures for Werner to approach the command throne. Werner walks forward with heavy steps, feeling the intense, judgmental gaze of every high-ranking noble present. The Crown Prince stares down at the young soldier, calmly asking the boy to identify himself. Kneeling respectfully, Werner formally introduces himself as the son of the minister from Count Seifert's family. The prince praises Werner as an excellent knight before demanding to hear his urgent battlefield report. Taking a deep breath, Werner prepares to shatter the entire command center's fragile illusion of victory. Bowing his head deeply, Werner apologizes for his rudeness before shockingly begging the prince to order a retreat. The entire command tent erupts in stunned silence as the nobles process the outrageously cowardly request. Werner coldly analyzes their shocked reactions, realizing they completely misunderstand his desperate attempt to save them. Despite knowing the game's tragic storyline, Werner grimly wonders if he can actually force these arrogant nobles to retreat. The Crown Prince raises his hand, commanding the guards to halt as Werner speaks. A noble questions Lord Werner, demanding to know why he boldly suggests a retreat. Werner looks up intently, silently analyzing the bizarre and unnatural battlefield situation. He points out that the enemy's movement is completely strange despite the knights supposedly defeating their ringleader. When a noble suggests they are simply retreating, Werner corrects him by stating the monsters are receding uniformly. Werner explains that even mindless insect-type monsters are pulling back simultaneously, proving extreme coordination. He boldly declares that this tactical retreat is an obvious trap designed to lure the knights deep into the forest. He explains that beasts and insects naturally possess massive mobility advantages within dense forest terrain. Conversely, their heavily armored army would suffer an overwhelming tactical disadvantage if they stupidly pursued the enemy. Realizing the grave danger, the Crown Prince urgently orders his men to ring the bell and recall the knights immediately. The stunned nobles frantically scramble to execute the prince's sudden orders to avoid catastrophe. The Crown Prince asks Werner for more advice, and Werner apologizes for his impudence before speaking. Werner respectfully requests that the king's grandson be entrusted with protecting the royal capital's castle gates. The Crown Prince pauses, silently processing the profound political weight of Werner's strategic suggestion. Understanding the logic, the prince orders his son to lead the supply unit and wounded soldiers safely to the north gate. The prince internally praises Werner's strategy, knowing his young son can now retreat with dignity without wasting extra combat troops. Leaning forward on his throne, the Crown Prince sharply asks Werner if that concludes his tactical report. Addressing Werner directly, the prince orders him to return to his camp and merge his army with the central main unit. He smirks slightly, telling the stunned Werner that he expects him to work a little harder on the front lines. Werner bows deeply, nervously accepting the massive responsibility of the direct royal command. Sprinting back to his camp, Werner is loudly greeted by an incredibly eager Maximum. Werner rapidly explains the enemy's forest trap and explicitly orders his men to abandon any deep pursuit. He adds that the Crown Prince directly ordered their unit to merge with the central forces for an impending all-out war. Max erupts in absolute joy, cheering that receiving a direct royal order is an incredible honor for their squad. Werner sighs heavily, desperately trying to calm his ecstatic commander while reminding him the brutal battle is far from over. A soldier suddenly interrupts, urgently reporting that the daughter of the Fust family has formally arrived at their camp. Werner gasps in shock, completely bewildered as to why Hermine would deliberately seek him out right now. Hermine bows respectfully, politely excusing her sudden intrusion because she urgently needs to discuss something with Werner. Werner quickly briefs her on the enemy's forest trap and their new royal orders to relocate to the center. Hermine briefly doubts the trap theory but quickly accepts Werner's flawless tactical judgment without question. Stepping closer, she sincerely states that his brilliant foresight makes her current visit even more meaningful. Bowing deeply, she formally apologizes for her past rudeness while expressing profound gratitude for his life-saving assistance. She openly admits that she would have certainly died on the battlefield without his squad's highly coordinated intervention. Max stands frozen in the background, absolutely stunned by the proud noblewoman's shockingly humble display of gratitude. Werner scratches his cheek nervously, clearly embarrassed by her intense and surprisingly genuine appreciation. She looks up at him with a soft, lingering gaze, her previous military arrogance completely washed away. Hermine seriously requests Werner's tactical advice for the left-wing aristocrat unit as the brutal battle rapidly escalates. She leans in closer, her intense expression silently demanding his continued strategic partnership to survive. Feeling the undeniable gravity of her request, a slightly overwhelmed Werner reluctantly agrees to help her lead. Meanwhile, a massive army steadily gathers in front of the central stronghold, firmly bracing for the impending monstrous onslaught. Exhausted soldiers rest while Werner admits he feels completely drained just from moving. Platoon leaders enthusiastically praise Werner, amazed by how many sought his tactical advice. Max beams with pride, though Werner internally notes Hermine was individually seeking guidance. Max praises his humble commander, absolutely amazed by Werner's flawless tactical wisdom. Werner internally dismisses the praise, knowing he merely relies on knowledge from his past life. A royal messenger suddenly arrives, loudly announcing direct tactical orders from His Highness. The Crown Prince officially grants Werner authority to command multiple aristocrat units on the right wing. Shocked to be appointed commander, Werner humbly accepts the massive military responsibility. Max and the soldiers erupt in joyous congratulations over Werner's incredible battlefield promotion. Werner sweats nervously, wondering why the Crown Prince would elevate an inexperienced student. Noticing his deep anxiety, Max gently reassures Werner that it is perfectly fine to be nervous. Max reminds him of the terrifying moment when everyone falsely believed the monsters were retreating. Werner was the absolute only one who calmly observed the chaotic situation and responded correctly. The men completely agree, encouraging Werner to simply keep executing his brilliant strategies. The entire Seafort unit passionately vows to flawlessly support and execute Werner's brilliant orders. Werner stares at his fiercely loyal men, completely overwhelmed by their unwavering trust. He internally groans, realizing his troops and Hermine think far too highly of his abilities. He knows his book-learned tactics only worked because he reverse-engineered the game's canonical ending. Staring at the ground, Werner quietly admits the massive leadership burden feels incredibly heavy. A tense silence settles as Werner deeply contemplates the terrifying gravity of his daunting new role. Pushing his doubts aside, Werner firmly thanks his dedicated men for their unwavering support. Ignoring his extreme exhaustion, Werner vows to survive and wait for Mizell to defeat the demons. Desperately hoping the battle ends soon, Werner urgently begins organizing his newly formed unit. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, the hero Mizell ruthlessly slices through the monster horde. A seasoned knight named Rugence highly praises the young student's shockingly impressive combat skills. Rugence admits their massive stash of potions was incredibly reassuring during the brutal fight. Smiling warmly, Mizell credits his brilliant friend Werner for aggressively insisting on the extra supplies. Mizell proudly explains that Werner is incredibly smart and always helps him whenever needed. Recalling Werner's encouraging words, Mizell admits his initial expedition nervousness completely vanished. Rugence curiously asks if this remarkable friend is also participating in the dangerous stampede battle. Mizell happily confirms his friendly aristocratic classmate is currently stationed with the left wing. Looking deeply concerned, Rugence notes that the main unit is currently struggling heavily out there. Flashing a confident smile, Mizell firmly declares that Werner is definitely surviving just fine. He highly praises Werner's amazing spearmanship and perfectly calm, forward-thinking tactical mind. Eager to help his friend, Mizell fiercely vows to quickly find and crush the enemy general. Suddenly, Rugence violently shoves Mizell down, screaming for the young hero to take cover. A massive magical explosion violently obliterates the dense forest around the scattered knights. Staring into the settling smoke, Rugence grimly notes that they just hit the terrifying jackpot. A terrifying demonic figure slowly emerges from the absolute destruction of the magical blast. The towering demon glares down at the surviving knights, coldly greeting the human intruders. Werner reflects on the early game scenario where the Crown Prince inevitably dies following the knight's destruction. He realizes the enemy's sudden retreat falsely set a victorious mood just to lure and wipe out the knights. Standing amongst recovering troops, Werner feels immense relief that the Crown Prince actually listened and avoided the deadly trap. Gazing toward the battlefield, Werner anticipates the upcoming all-out war will become the absolute critical turning point. Max reports that Werner's proposed tactics are accepted and his newly commanded units are advancing under royal orders. Max adds that injured knights and struggling troops have safely retreated toward the royal capital alongside Sir Lewin. Processing the information, Werner internally realizes that Lewin is actually the name of the king's grandson. Max concludes they are actively reorganizing combat-ready forces while simultaneously aiding His Highness's close aides. Werner quietly acknowledges avoiding total defeat but intensely realizes the real strategic nightmare is just beginning. Moving toward the right wing, Werner observes the Crown Prince successfully and smoothly reorganizing the central stronghold. Realizing their initial trap failed, Werner firmly deduces the monsters will soon launch a massive frontal assault. Despite the main unit rapidly preparing for a tactical withdrawal, Werner notices a glaring issue at Central Command. Staring at the fortified stronghold, Werner realizes the Crown Prince stubbornly refuses to withdraw from the front line. Werner internally praises the commander's noble refusal to abandon subordinates just as a soldier suddenly calls his name. A soldier formally reports that Lord de Genkolb, Sir Goetzk, and Lord Reinisch have completely finished their unit deployments. Werner stares blankly, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of these highly prominent veteran military commanders. Werner silently identifies the three imposing men standing confidently before him as Oliver Goetzk, de Genkolb, and Reinisch. Sweating nervously, Werner questions the Crown Prince's sanity in assigning such important veterans to an inexperienced student. The commanders formally address Werner, officially acknowledging his shocking royal appointment as their supreme unit commander. Werner mentally notes that while two are aristocrats, neither Rhinish nor Degenkolb possess official noble titles. Rationalizing the hierarchy, Werner reassures himself that his titled family status makes it perfectly acceptable for them to call him Lord. Despite the stark status difference, an older commander politely notes he heard about Werner's impressive frontline actions. The veteran highly praises Werner for bravely engaging first and calmly analyzing the enemy's deceptive tactical movements. Werner humbly deflects the intense praise, claiming extreme caution simply worked perfectly during his very first battle. The older man smiles warmly, expressing deep admiration for the young student's remarkably humble and composed attitude. Werner secretly suspects these seasoned veterans might emotionally resent taking orders from a mere academy student. Hiding his lingering doubts, Werner accepts that they must strictly obey the Crown Prince's absolute orders regardless. Hoping he is simply overthinking, Werner deeply dreads any exhausting political outsmarting attempts on the active battlefield. Degenkolb enthusiastically declares they all felt profound admiration after hearing stories from those Werner tactically advised. Smiling brightly, Degenkolb expresses immense delight at fighting under Werner's command while looking to Goetzke for agreement. Goetzke firmly agrees, respectfully complimenting the young lord's exceptionally excellent judgment on the bloody front lines. Rhinish eagerly pledges absolute support while Goetzke proudly vows to perfectly execute any ordered mercenary duties. Relieved by their genuine enthusiasm, Werner mentally categorizes the confusing title conventions for addressing the non-aristocratic Goetzke. Setting aside his aristocratic doubts, Werner warmly thanks the men and humbly accepts their magnificent tactical bargain. Standing tall, Werner powerfully vows to do his absolute best to never betray His Highness's massive expectations. Shifting immediately into commander mode, Werner officially announces he will now thoroughly check their tactics and battle situation. Meanwhile, on the left wing, First Family soldiers aggressively scramble to collect scattered defensive shields. Commanders urgently bark orders, strictly organizing the recovered round and small shields into designated defensive piles. Observing his assembled units, Werner declares it is finally time to analyze their overall tactical movement as a unified force. Standing before a map, Werner begins detailing the next critical strategy based directly on the Crown Prince's urgent message. Werner analyzes the multiplying enemy forces, noting they abandoned the forest trap and regained control. He observes that the emotional goblins entering the forest possess a bizarre, unnatural form. Despite their slightly increased strength, Werner acknowledges they now have more tactical countermeasures available. He notices the monstrous horde visibly cowers, frightened by the devastating magical attacks. Facing overwhelming numbers, Werner devises overall tactics specifically designed to crush the enemy's morale. A tactical map reveals the 1st and 2nd Knight orders currently holding the intense front line. The map illustrates the knights gradually splitting toward the left and right flanks during combat. The strategy dictates disrupting enemy movements by retreating while the main unit prepares a counterattack. Werner grimly concludes his tactical briefing, solidifying this complex maneuver as their primary battle scenario. A commander nervously questions if the retreating monsters might actually follow them to the capital. Werner admits the situation is abnormal but insists a war of attrition would solely expose poor preparation. He explains they must buy time to prepare capabilities while breaking the monsters' fighting spirit. Tyrone bitterly complains about relying heavily on unconventional tactics devised by a mere young man. Hermine scolds her stubborn brother as he complains the cowardly strategy is deeply uncharacteristic. Count Fürst firmly silences Tyrone, stating he already secured Marquis Norpather's absolute approval. The Count praises Werner's highly innovative tactics, trusting the detailed battlefield reports directly from Hermine. Acknowledging her crucial insight, the Count strictly orders Hermine to assist Marquis Norpather directly. Hermine nods confidently, believing the Marquis will fully agree once he hears the strategic specifics. Count Fürst tells Tyrone that Werner's incredibly rational tactics easily surpass those of normal knights. He reminds his son that true nobles must actively prevent the senseless loss of personnel. Tyrone grips his sword tightly, visibly struggling to swallow his bruised military pride. The Count shifts his gaze, ominously pointing out a lingering threat on the bloody battlefield. He warns that defeating the supposed demon leader does not guarantee an end to the mobs. The seasoned Count grimly suspects a hidden mastermind is still secretly pulling strings from the shadows. He doubts the under-equipped expedition team can handle this escalating and heavily abnormal monstrous threat. Tyrone finally understands, realizing their elite squad will strike fiercely if a hidden boss appears. The Count stares silently across the ruined field, hoping they avoid such a disastrous scenario. Standing atop the stronghold, Werner intensely surveys the sprawling, blood-soaked battlefield below. Seeing the armored formations shift, Werner realizes the elite knights have finally begun advancing. Gripping his spear tightly, Werner firmly declares it is finally time for his forces to move. Raising his weapon high, Werner bellows a fierce command for his united forces to attack. Watching his soldiers flawlessly execute the formation, Werner nods in deep tactical satisfaction. He notes the combat methods remain unchanged while smartly assigning a new captain to the knights. Werner actively supervises the chaotic frontline, ensuring absolute discipline remains completely intact across all units. Sweating slightly, he marvels at commanding 200 subordinates, a scale unimaginable in his previous life. By delegating strict instructions to squadron captains, Werner confidently manages the massively increased troop numbers. Sensing an imminent clash, Werner loudly orders his frontline troops to execute a tactical fallback. As the monsters mindlessly charge forward, Werner ruthlessly screams for the magic units to fire. Devastating magical blasts obliterate the enemy vanguard, proving Werner's brilliant trap works exceptionally well. Staring at the vanishing magical flames, Werner quietly reflects on how incredibly strange magic truly is. Digenkolb praises the enemy's dismay as a result of Werner's brilliant command, but Werner humbly credits the Crown Prince's instructions. Werner internally admits he wouldn't act so humble if he didn't already possess secret knowledge of the game's scenario. Despite his hidden advantage, he genuinely admires His Highness for handling the massive chaos so efficiently. A heavily armored knight approaches Werner amidst the violent destruction of the battlefield. The man introduces himself as Wachtel of the Second Knight Order, prompting Werner to formally state his own name. Noticing the seasoned knight's sudden hesitation, Werner cautiously asks if something is wrong. Wachtel requests a tactical consultation regarding the right wing's upcoming battlefield movements. Discussing main unit instructions, they realize they must flawlessly cooperate with the right wing to drive the enemy back. Werner stares silently, rapidly processing the tactical map and the knight's urgent request. Wachtel proudly confirms his order can handle their minor damages like true professionals, prompting Werner to acknowledge their skill. The knight admits he wants the main force to return and protect the dangerously understaffed headquarters surrounding the Crown Prince. Visualizing the battlefield, Werner notes how the previous operation dangerously split the two knight orders to opposite edges. Formulating a rapid response, Werner directly orders Wachtel to move to the right wing and defend the main unit's flank. Werner boldly declares that he will personally lead his forces to the center to support the Crown Prince. Wachtel stares in absolute shock at the young noble's fearless and highly dangerous declaration. Breaking the heavy silence, Wachtel hesitatingly asks a question regarding the Count family's current status. He questions if Werner's squad is truly okay with pushing through their accumulating battle fatigue. Werner panics internally as Wachtel makes a terrifyingly stern face, wondering if he somehow angered the seasoned knight. Scrambling to guess Wachtel's thoughts, Werner fears the knight is silently judging him for his battlefield priorities. Werner nervously admits he doesn't fully understand the left wing's situation, offering them a chance to step back if they are struggling. He pragmatically explains that his right side unit can maneuver most smoothly without causing any further battlefield confusion. Werner bluntly states that while he hates dangerous risks, the entire army will perish if the Crown Prince dies. He coldly notes that no other unit currently has the stamina or luxury to reinforce the center. Staring resolutely ahead, Werner fiercely declares that those capable of acting simply must step up. Wachtel remains completely silent, keeping his intense gaze locked on the young commander. Assuming his logic failed, Werner internally prepares to forcefully carry out the dangerous maneuver regardless of objections. Suddenly, Wachtel loudly thanks Lord Seifert, bowing deeply to express his immense gratitude for the bold decision. Werner blinks in pure confusion as the heavily armored knight humbly pledges his complete cooperation. Realizing Wachtel wasn't angry, Werner listens as the knight fiercely vows to maintain the right wing. Werner awkwardly accepts the pledge, internally wondering why the seasoned knight felt the need to bow so deeply. Wachtel passionately praises the young lord's splendid character, claiming Werner's resolve deeply moved him and firmed his own knightly duty. Suddenly, Max urgently shouts Werner's name across the chaotic and bloody battlefield. Werner watches his adjutant sprinting toward him in a frantic rush and wonders if another disaster has struck. He internally shivers, noting that the rapidly approaching Max looks terrifyingly covered in fresh blood. Max apologizes for the interruption, but Werner quickly reassures his adjutant that he arrived at the perfect time. Wasting no time, Werner loudly announces that the Seifert unit will immediately head to support the main unit center. Max's eyes widen in sheer awe as he realizes Werner intends to act as the Crown Prince's personal shield. Max trembles with profound admiration, absolutely stunned by Werner's immense loyalty and martial prowess at such a young age. Werner stares blankly at Max's starry-eyed expression, connecting the dots between his adjutant's and the knight's identical reactions. Having a sudden epiphany, Werner finally realizes everyone is completely misinterpreting his desperate survival tactics as glorious, selfless heroism. Werner realizes his men falsely believe he plans to heroically sacrifice himself as a shield. He reflects that this massive misunderstanding explains the weird, mismatched tension from earlier. A tearful Max completely ignores reality, proudly praising how much Werner has grown since his garden training days. Swallowing his urge to clarify the embarrassing misunderstanding, Werner awkwardly agrees to do his best. Shaking off the awkwardness, Werner firmly decides now is not the time to overthink things. Werner loudly orders Max to violently push forward and decisively break through the enemy front line. He fiercely commands them to charge out and directly support the Crown Prince's main unit. Werner's forces clash violently with the monstrous horde on the bloody battlefield. The narrative shifts focus directly to Mazel and his affiliated expedition team deep in the forest. The battered knights panic as the towering demon instantly recovers from their relentless attacks. A concerned knight checks on Mazel, but the young hero confidently insists he is perfectly fine. A knight groans in frustration, noting that even coordinated strikes on the main body regenerate instantly. The arrogant demon mocks the exhausted humans, casually suggesting they go home since it can easily win alone. A knight angrily retorts, boasting that Werner's massive stash of recovery medicine keeps them in the fight. The towering demon unleashes a devastating, explosive magical strike against the scattered knights. The agile knights desperately dive out of the way to survive the explosive blast. Mazel notices everyone is growing dangerously tired despite the healing potions extending their stamina. Gripping his sword tightly, Mazel resolves that he absolutely must break through this desperate situation. He internally admits he lacks Werner's brilliant tactical intellect to easily solve this crisis. Mazel swiftly ducks under a massive, sweeping attack from the regenerating demon. He ruthlessly slashes the beast, furiously searching for a hidden weakness. Recalling Werner's advice, Mazel reminds himself not to panic and to just act naturally. A flashback reveals Werner humbly claiming he only survives by desperately observing and thinking. The memory of Werner praises Mazel's perfect memory, encouraging the hero to utilize his natural talents. Snapping back to reality, Mazel fiercely focuses his eyes to analyze the enemy's movements. Dodging another brutal strike, he forces his mind to think harder about the monster's regeneration pattern. A sudden spark of profound realization flashes brightly across Mazel's intense eyes. Mazel excitedly shouts out to Rugence and the rest of the battered expedition team. Smiling with absolute confidence, the young hero loudly declares that he finally has a winning idea. Soldiers gasp in absolute shock hearing that Lord Werner intends to directly aid His Highness on the front lines. An officer confirms Werner personally requested to crush the enemy vanguard before moving to the main unit. A concerned subordinate gently calls out to Commander Dijenkolb as she stands entirely frozen in stunned silence. Snapping out of her daze, Dijenkolb apologizes and firmly states she completely understands the massive situation. She reflects that brilliant Lord Werner is undeniably destined to become a vital key figure for the entire country. Gazing toward the battlefield, she whispers a heartfelt prayer that their nation will prosper under such visionary leadership. Commander Barcy nods solemnly, fully grasping the immense strategic weight of Werner's terrifying potential. The veterans deeply marvel at the young lord who bravely offered his own fragile life as a shield. Analyzing the front line, they logically agree it would be disastrous for the distant Second Knight Order to move now. A veteran commander smiles warmly, admitting it feels embarrassing to compare her foolish student days to Werner's competence. Filled with sudden resolve, heavily armored mercenary commanders grip their deadly weapons tightly and eagerly prepare to march. A worried frontline soldier urgently questions why Lord Rhinish deliberately throws himself into the most dangerous positions. Rhinish proudly rejects the fear, passionately declaring there is absolutely no greater honor than personally protecting His Highness. Drawing his massive heavy blade, the seasoned mercenary masterfully prepares his hardened body to face the swarming demonic hordes. Surrounding frontline troops are deeply moved by the veterans' fierce loyalty, bowing their heads in profound gratitude. Another scarred mercenary firmly grips his broadsword, eagerly embracing the rare opportunity to wield his weapon beneath the royal banner. Gazing toward the chaotic battle, he fiercely vows eternal gratitude to Lord Werner for orchestrating this glorious opportunity. Without warning, a massive wave of bloodthirsty monsters violently charges across the ruined landscape to crush the human defenders. Staring down the apocalyptic swarm, Werner sweats heavily and internally curses the suffocating number of rushing enemies. He grimly realizes these mindless beasts will continuously spawn from the shadows without a single moment of rest. Max suddenly snaps Werner out of his dark thoughts, loudly reporting that tactical commands successfully reached all units. Fierce commanders furiously bark, echoing orders for the heavily armored frontline to aggressively advance 3 coordinated steps forward. The highly disciplined soldiers roar in perfect unison, violently slamming massive shields forward to crush the surging vanguard. Razor-sharp spears flawlessly thrust through tight defensive gaps, effortlessly slaughtering terrified beasts caught inside the crushing human wall. Securing their tactical opening, Werner immediately orders his battered squad to fall back and contact the central main unit. Moving with terrifying precision, Seifert's soldiers perfectly execute the rapid withdrawal while fiercely maintaining their unbreakable defensive formation. Werner violently coughs into his blood-stained hand as endless screaming of battlefield commands heavily shreds his vocal cords. He calculates the arriving Second Night Order will stabilize the right wing while his squad shields the Crown Prince. Marching toward the lethal center, Werner sends a silent prayer that the First Family keeps the left wing intact. On the bloody left flank, heavily armored knights ruthlessly carve a path of sheer destruction through screeching beasts. Sweating profusely, left-wing commanders passionately scream for their exhausted troops to keep pushing forward without hesitation. A deafening roar echoes as fearless soldiers violently shatter monstrous enemy lines with an overwhelming synchronized charge. Observing the flawless tactical execution, Marquis Norpeth highly praises the First Family for deploying such a splendid military maneuver. The seasoned commander initially assumes only a famously high-honored military lineage could successfully devise such a brilliantly simple formation. A nearby subordinate corrects the Marquis, revealing this genius strategy was a direct suggestion from young Lord Werner. The Marquis gasps in absolute disbelief, fiercely questioning if there has been some ridiculous communication error regarding Werner. The loyal subordinate firmly shakes their head, explaining they personally consulted the young lord right before his sudden transfer. They vividly detail how Lord Werner explicitly outlined this entire flawless defensive maneuver during their highly tense tactical meeting. They explain Werner's brilliant concept of building an unbreakable shield wall held entirely by exceptionally brave men. Shivering at the sheer efficiency, the subordinate reveals Werner's chilling instruction to use slaughtered enemy corpses as bloody barricades. Observing the bloody battlefield below, Marquis Norpeth strokes his chin in silent contemplation. The Marquis admits Lord Werner is exceptionally excellent and far better than he initially anticipated. Norpeth hums thoughtfully, deeply impressed by the young civilian noble's brilliant tactical mind. Turning away, he decides to immediately report Werner's incredible battlefield exploits directly to His Highness. At the central main unit, Imperial Guards fiercely push enemies back to create vital breathing room. Heavily armored guards slash through the monstrous swarm, desperately maintaining their crumbling defensive line. A massive beast roars in agony as a royal guard violently impales it with his spear. The relentless demonic horde presses inward, violently clashing against the exhausted royal defenders. A desperate guard shouts in sheer relief as the Count Seifert family unit finally arrives. Werner's highly disciplined troops erupt in a deafening battle cry, charging aggressively into the bloody fray. Spotting the reinforcements, the battered Imperial Guards immediately execute a rapid tactical retreat. Werner's forces seamlessly slide into the vacant front line, instantly raising an impenetrable wall of shields. Max violently thrusts his weapon forward, bellowing for the fresh vanguard to advance aggressively. The Seifert soldiers ruthlessly push back the monstrous wave, brutally slaughtering everything in their path. Watching from behind the front line, Werner feels immense relief that the deadly maneuver succeeded flawlessly. Werner commands his men to catch their breath before firmly reinforcing the Crown Prince's direct surroundings. Nearby Imperial Guards catch their breath, silently observing their highly competent civilian saviors. The seasoned royal defenders whisper among themselves, curious about the brilliant commander leading the vanguard. One guard points toward the unexpectedly thin spearman, correctly guessing his identity as Lord Werner. Werner leans heavily on his spear, desperately trying to hide his extreme physical exhaustion. The guards stare in sheer awe at the young boy orchestrating the massive battlefield maneuvers. A knight mutters in absolute disbelief, having heard that this brilliant tactician is still merely a student. They marvel at the civilian student, joking that His Highness will definitely overwork him in the future. An older guard firmly agrees, knowing Werner's incredible talents have completely sealed his grueling royal fate. Meanwhile, Max swings his heavy blade with ferocious spirit, completely dominating the chaotic frontline combat. He violently cleaves through another beast, easily maintaining the Tsifet squad's impenetrable defensive wall. An adjutant urgently reports that every unit has finished moving and the battle is fully raging. Werner calls out to Max, announcing his immediate tactical withdrawal to focus entirely on battlefield instructions. Falling behind the shield wall, Werner formally entrusts the bloody frontlines to his capable commander. Max flashes a confident, blood-spattered grin, fiercely vowing to hold the deadly line without fail. Max roars aggressively to clear the path, prompting Werner to admire his commander's endless fighting spirit. However, Werner grimly notes that Max is the only soldier seemingly untouched by extreme battlefield fatigue. Werner admits that without their massive potion supply, his entire battered squad would have collapsed instantly. Utterly exhausted from swinging his spear, Werner decides to strictly focus on reorganizing the chain of command. He realizes that constantly barking tactical instructions mid-battle is far harder than his theoretical studies suggested. Werner glances nervously over his shoulder, acutely aware of the Imperial Guard unit stationed right behind him. With the Royal VIPs directly behind his squad, Werner realizes he absolutely cannot retreat or fall. He bitterly confesses that he would completely abandon the terrifying frontline if he weren't shielding Royals. Despite the overwhelming horror, Werner watches his loyal soldiers bravely hold the line against the monsters. Filling with deep pride, Werner silently praises his fiercely determined men for fighting so incredibly well. A commander confirms the defensive battle line is successfully stabilized before entrusting an urgent message to a subordinate. Observing the battlefield, a soldier quickly notes that the newly issued flare is a direct signal for the sling unit. Surveying the chaotic area, a character points out a specific location and confirms their target is somewhere nearby. Acknowledging the escalating danger, they grimly conclude that they have absolutely no choice left but to finally use that. Following the strategic meeting with the Second Night Orders, the Tsifet family unit finally arrives to take position directly in front of the Crown Prince. Werner's forces aggressively charge the front lines, successfully stabilizing the crumbling battle line through sheer force. Surveying the temporarily secured field, Werner grimly decides that it is finally time to use their secret weapon. A brilliant signal flare shoots into the sky, instantly relaying tactical orders from the sling unit to the heavily armed hunter unit. Werner barks advance instructions for the vanguard units to violently push the monsters back before rapidly retreating to prepare for pursuit. The sling unit fiercely draws back their loaded weapons, standing completely ready to execute the incendiary strike. With a deafening roar, the commanders ruthlessly order the slingers to fire their deadly payloads. Dozens of heavy projectiles launch high into the air, raining down in a massive, coordinated arc over the monstrous horde. The projectiles violently shatter upon impact, engulfing the battlefield in terrifying, explosive bursts of raging fire. Werner observes the highly effective devastation, noting the weapons act exactly like Molotov cocktails utilizing flame pots filled with perfumed oil. He coldly analyzes the tactical advantage of physical fire over magical attacks, which normally dissipate immediately after causing damage. Unlike fleeting spells, the highly flammable oil continuously burns with intense, searing heat long after the initial ignition. Horrified monsters violently thrash and roll across the dirt, desperately trying to extinguish the unyielding flames consuming their bodies. Panic ripples through the enemy ranks as the rampaging, burning beasts blindly rush into their own advancing comrades. The blazing monsters effectively become a massive, agonizing obstacle that completely paralyzes the enemy's forward momentum. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Max fiercely commands the Tsifet vanguard to aggressively push the chaotic enemy line. Heavily armored soldiers ruthlessly slaughter the burning, disoriented beasts violently caught in the blazing inferno. Werner notes that the spreading flames successfully severed the enemy's vanguard from their secondary battle formation, creating a massive tactical gap. He realizes this perfect isolation allows them to easily crush the trapped frontline enemies without facing immediate reinforcements. Having shattered the vanguard, Werner loudly orders his exhausted troops to quickly fall back. This brilliant hit-and-run tactic successfully buys them precious time to safely retreat and regroup before the next monster wave hits. Werner breathes a heavy sigh of relief as his troops prepare their next attack, incredibly grateful the experimental strategy worked perfectly. He silently laments that they cannot sustain this fiery momentum simply because they lack enough incendiary pots. Werner internally curses the extreme cost of the weapon, noting that perfumed oil is sold at an outrageously high market price. He explains he hastily gathered the rare essential oils near the royal capital, surprised by their low distribution quantity. While ordering a second volley, Werner casually accepts he will definitely get scolded for abusing his father's diplomatic name to purchase the life-saving oils. Gripping his spear tightly, the exhausted young lord desperately wonders just how much longer his battered body can stand the intense combat. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Rugence urgently asks Mazel if the young hero has formulated a plan to defeat the regenerating demon. Staring intently at the towering monsters, Mazel confidently points out the specific demon lurking on the far left. Mazel explains his observation that whenever the monstrous group takes damage, that specific left part always recovers first. He notes that the regeneration speed for the rest of the demonic entity is noticeably slower in comparison. Rugence listens closely as Mazel clarifies the timing difference is small but presents a crucial tactical opening. Initially assuming the left creature was merely a bodyguard for the central humanoid demon, Mazel reveals a deeper strategy. He admits he doesn't know which creature is the true main body, meaning the left one could easily recover if ignored. Mazel deduces that feigning an attack on the center will bait both sides into striking him, making the left target their absolute priority. He urgently instructs Rugence and Anna to ready their combat stances for a heavily coordinated counterattack. Mazel fiercely commands his allies to hit the left demon with absolutely everything they possess. Rugence agrees to match the intense speed but worriedly questions what dangerous maneuver Mazel intends to pull off simultaneously. Mazel bravely declares he will bypass the chaos to instantly strike down the central enemy, assuming the left side assault will shatter their defense. Brushing off their concerns, Mazel flashes a confident smile and casually asks Rick to throw him a backup potion just in case. Mazel confirms the battle plan with a confident nod. He solemnly reminds his friends to prioritize safety if the fight becomes too dangerous. He firmly orders them to strictly focus on protecting themselves above all else. The seasoned knight Rugence shouts his total understanding of the defensive plan. Calling out to Anna, they vow to strike the demon with all their combined might. Anna confidently shouts her absolute readiness to support Mazel. The entire expedition team roars in perfect unison as they violently charge forward. The arrogant demon yawns, recalling their previous attacks with utter disdain. The demon suddenly gasps in shock as Mazel violently disrupts its expectations. Moving with blinding speed, Mazel launches a devastating surprise attack. Furious at the sudden strike, the towering demon screams at their sheer insolence. Mazel lands a massive blow, loudly celebrating the highly successful hit. The defeated demon dissolves, leaving behind an incredibly awesome treasure chest. An excited party member wonders what treasure lies inside while the dying demon chuckles darkly. The demon claims it just wants to see their despairing faces. It maliciously reveals that its monstrous children are currently destroying the royal knights. The demon promises they will return to find nothing but an absolute sea of corpses. Mazel freezes in absolute horror, fiercely demanding the demon to repeat itself. The fading demon gloats that the massacre will perfectly awaken its dark master. With a final twisted smile, the demonic creature completely vanishes into the shadows. Oblivious to the threat, a party member happily points out the massive treasure chest. The ominous laughter of the fading demon echoes hauntingly in Mazel's mind. While his allies check the loot, Mazel frantically obsesses over the knight's doomed fate. Gripped by sheer panic, Mazel suddenly turns and sprints toward the forest exit. He urgently shouts for his entire team to fall back immediately. Meanwhile on the bloody battlefield, Werner's squad fiercely holds the central defensive line. A panicked soldier desperately screams Werner's name over the chaotic noise. The soldier urgently reports they are completely out of flame pots. Werner calmly orders the luggage carriers and hunter unit to withdraw using the horses. He grimly notes that the monster swarm's crushing pressure absolutely refuses to decrease. Withdrawing safely seems utterly impossible with monsters endlessly spawning from unknown directions. He bitterly curses the fact that the vulnerable royal knights stand directly behind him. Without VIPs to protect, he would have just thrown a massive flame pot and fled. Werner sighs deeply, wishing he could just run a simple foot race away from the monsters. Suddenly, a bizarre tactical shift causes utter confusion across the entire battlefield. The once relentless monster horde surprisingly begins to falter under the fierce human pressure. Seeing the crucial opening, Max fiercely screams for the vanguard to aggressively push back. The monsters shriek in utter shock as the human wall aggressively surges forward. A soldier hesitates briefly, nervously looking back toward Lord Werner for confirmation. Max silences the doubts, roaring that brilliant Werner definitely has a master plan. A subordinate urgently acknowledges a tactical order on the chaotic battlefield. The commander hums thoughtfully while carefully assessing the shifting tides of the brutal conflict. He reveals that reinforcements finally arrived thanks to the king's grandson reaching the capital. The commander reassures everyone that the terrifying enemy rampage should be completely exhausted by now. Acknowledging the relief, He strictly orders his subordinates to inform him instantly if anything changes. Turning toward a mysterious figure, a knight curiously asks where they are heading. The hooded figure smirks, casually claiming they are simply seeking a little battlefield diversion. Glancing over their shoulder, the figure playfully invites the stunned knight to join the deadly fun. Massive magical explosions violently rock the battlefield as the human forces aggressively push forward. The combined might of the knights relentlessly crushes the remaining demonic vanguard into dust. Monstrous beasts violently shriek in agony as highly coordinated strikes completely shatter their formations. Elite soldiers ruthlessly carve through the chaotic horde, securing absolute dominance over the bloody field. The terrifying monster army finally collapses under the overwhelming pressure of the relentless human counterattack. The battlefield slowly falls silent as the last few monstrous stragglers are swiftly executed. Exhausted soldiers pause to observe the absolute destruction surrounding their heavily fortified front line. Joyous cheers erupt across the blood-soaked field as soldiers excitedly celebrate their massive victory. Werner leans heavily on his weapon, trembling slightly as the terrifying adrenaline finally wears off. Blinking in confusion, he looks around as a bizarre, unsettling sensation washes over him. Max calls out to Werner, excitedly confirming their absolute victory over the demonic horde. Smiling brightly, Max loudly congratulates his brilliant commander on leading them to survive the slaughter. Werner internally panics, realizing his extreme physical exhaustion is rapidly catching up to his battered body. Listening to Max praise his father, Werner guiltily suspects his intense adrenaline caused a massive miscalculation. Werner's vision violently blurs before his exhausted body completely collapses onto the bloody dirt. Max screams in sheer horror, desperately rushing toward his violently fallen commander. Max fiercely orders the medics to bring healing potions quickly to save the young lord. Slowly fading out, Werner weakly comforts himself with the quiet realization that he actually survived. Referencing the events from Gossiping Nobles casually discuss a civilian who supposedly died bravely protecting his younger brother. The whispers turn mocking, suggesting the deceased lacked training while callously noting the surviving younger brother easily secures the succession. Another cold voice from the crowd immediately agrees with the harsh and unsympathetic assessment. The gloomy atmosphere of the gathering thickens as the tragic gossip continues to swirl among the attendees. The murmurs shift to the deceased's engagement to the eldest daughter of the Fist family, noting the eldest son remains unmarried. Someone in the crowd abruptly points out a young figure quickly leaving the gathering. Guided away by a servant, the young master silently seethes over the nobles gossiping so casually about a child's sudden death. The relentless whispers follow him into the corridor, identifying him as the successor and questioning his actual abilities. The judgmental onlookers dismissively assume his skills are entirely ordinary and thoroughly unremarkable. Clenching his fists in the shadows, the young master mutters his absolute disgust at their shallow behavior. A sudden, chilling laugh echoes from a nearby conversation, catching his immediate attention. A young woman cruelly gloats that she no longer has to marry into a civilian family, revealing herself as the deceased brother's ex-fiancée. The young master glares at her from afar, fully taking in the harsh reality of her twisted relief. Processing the sheer cruelty, he bitterly wonders if such a profound lack of empathy is considered normal in this world. He resentfully concludes that the aristocratic people surrounding him lack basic humanity. Instead of humans, he views them merely as a bunch of heartless monsters. A sudden, violent shock violently jolts his senses and shatters the memory. A commanding voice roars through the chaotic battlefield, ordering the troops to push forward without a single moment of hesitation. The boy gasps frantically for air as he abruptly wakes up from the intense nightmare. Trembling slightly in his bed, he realizes the entire horrific sequence was just a terrible dream. He notes that it has been a very long time since he last dreamt of his older brother's somber funeral. Feeling physically sick, he wonders if his recent conversation with the First family triggered the false memory of the ex-fiancée being present. Trying to center his racing mind, he pieces together his fragmented memories since the intense stampede battle. He vividly remembers taking part in the brutal clash right before his vision faded to black. A joyous voice suddenly rings through the room, happily announcing that Mr. Werner has finally awakened. Wincing from severe muscle pain, Werner is gently scolded for pushing his body way beyond its physical limits. The worried attendant explains she had finished the treatments but panicked immensely when he remained unconscious for a full day. Still groggy from his ordeal, Werner struggles immensely to form his words. He croaks out a hoarse apology, prompting the attendant to immediately prioritize treating his badly damaged throat. She urgently calls for Norbert to bring a potion, emphasizing that Werner desperately needs his voice to issue military commands. Norbert quickly arrives at the bedside and carefully hands over the required medicine. Werner quietly observes their frantic dedication from his resting place. He guiltily realizes just how much unnecessary worry he caused his loyal retainers by overexerting himself. The disorienting situation briefly makes him paranoid about being reincarnated again, though he quickly snaps back to ask about the war's outcome. His mother firmly informs him they achieved victory, though her intensely severe expression frightens him slightly. Recognizing his mother's trademark intimidating scowl, Werner finds strange comfort in knowing he definitely wasn't hallucinating. She strictly orders him to report everything directly to his father the very moment his voice fully recovers. Exhausted but compliant, Werner hums a quiet sound of understanding. His mother hesitates slightly at his bedside, visibly holding back a flood of complicated emotions. She gently admits she cannot truly reprimand him for reckless actions that ultimately earned the royal family's highest praise. Sitting at his desk, Werner recoils in absolute shock when his father casually announces that a royal messenger visited him personally. Handing over a detailed list, his father adds that even the prestigious Fürst and Rhinish families came by to pay their respects. The young nobleman sits utterly speechless as he learns he will receive a grand award in front of the emperor in just 5 days. Glaring down with intense authority, his father strictly orders him to remember the upcoming monumental event. Bowing his head in deep submission, Werner sincerely apologizes for all the chaotic trouble he recently caused. His father's stern expression softens slightly as he acknowledges that Werner's quick wit saved countless lives, noting that Max and the others haven't stopped praising him. Turning away, the older man offers a rare, simple compliment praising a job well done. Shifting the conversation to his son's health, his father asks if he is feeling better, which Werner quickly confirms. Instructing him to submit the perfumed oil documents separately, the patriarch assures Werner there is absolutely no need to rush the paperwork. He mercifully grants Werner time off from the academy until the ceremony, ordering him to get plenty of rest while he still can. Concluding the sudden meeting, his father turns his back and dismisses him from the room. Norbert the butler happily notes that the master seems pleased, though a skeptical Werner quietly hopes that is actually true. Suddenly remembering an important task, Werner turns to his loyal butler and mentions a specific document he needs sent out immediately. He grimly recounts the war's heavy toll, noting Baron Donani's serious injuries alongside the tragic deaths of Viscounts Crank and Mittag. Acknowledging the massive casualties among the knight students, Werner highlights the crushing financial burden that medical treatments and funerals place on non-nobles. Staring blankly ahead, he somberly tells Norbert that several of his classmates perished in the brutal conflict. Determined to show proper respect, Werner plans to write personal condolence letters and orders his butler to send a representative to every single funeral. Framing it as a formal proposal to his father, he declares his intention to financially support the fallen students' surviving siblings when they enter the academy next year. Bowing with utmost respect, Norbert completely understands the assignment and promises to prepare suitable arrangements for the grieving families. Left entirely alone in his quiet room, Werner stares silently at the floor as dark thoughts begin to cloud his mind. Questioning his own humanity, he wonders why he feels so disgustingly calm despite knowing his classmates were brutally slaughtered. He rationalizes that treating this chaotic world like a video game numbs his emotions, though he admits he would absolutely break down if Max or his close friends died. Shaking off the morbid introspection, Werner violently redirects his focus toward the looming future. He begins pacing the room, deeply pondering how his recent actions might permanently alter the game's original scenarios. A heavy wave of anxiety hits him as he wonders if his interference will negatively impact the hero's destined departure. Thinking back to the brutal stampede battle, Werner decides he can completely trust the Crown Prince's strategic judgment moving forward. Having the powerful ruler and skilled knights backing him up provides immense reassurance as he prepares to defend the royal capital against future attacks. He still doubts if the story will unfold exactly according to the game, noting that the hero's next major event should take place at the Valisa fortress. Deciding he must patiently wait for the main scenario to trigger, Werner resolves to aggressively strengthen the capital's defenses through better equipment and tactics. He breathes a massive sigh of relief that they survived the recent stampede, noting they only won because the mindless monsters charged predictably in a straight line. His eyes narrow dangerously as he realizes collective warfare training is absolutely mandatory to defeat future enemies possessing actual intellect and tactical intensity. Frustration bubbles up as Werner curses his lack of a personal title and his civilian background, knowing this muscle-brained world severely undervalues civil officers. He silently wishes he could order Max and the elite knights to teach proper group combat, especially since rumors of the Demon King's resurrection remain completely unknown. Leaning heavily against the wall, Werner sighs that their recent overwhelming victory makes it practically impossible to instill a proper sense of emergency in the public. He knows countless proud warriors will fiercely oppose structured group tactics in a medieval society that universally worships individual bravery. Steeling his resolve, Werner determines he must forcefully make the military recognize the dire situation and accept group tactics before it is too late. He theorizes that mathematically converting the monster threat data into undeniable proof might finally trigger the necessary panic about the Demon King's resurrection. A sudden, polite voice calls out his name, instantly snapping Werner out of his deep tactical plotting. A sharp-looking man formally introduces himself as Frentzen, proudly stating he has been assigned to represent the young noble on this crucial occasion. Handing over a heavy pouch of coins, Werner strictly orders Frentzen to cover the struggling family's expenses, boldly telling him to invoice any remaining balance later. Looking ahead, Werner decides to plan his next strategic move once the chaotic monster stampede is fully resolved. He acknowledges it will take significant time to properly assess the damage and organize medical treatments and funerals. Resting quietly, he expresses immense relief that he does not have to attend academy classes right now. A few uneventful days pass in total silence as the dust finally begins to settle across the recovering capital. The calm shatters abruptly as intense martial combat erupts in the sunlit training grounds. A lightning-fast strike slashes through the air, forcing a desperate defensive maneuver to avoid a brutal hit. Heavy wooden weapons clash violently together, echoing loudly across the courtyard as the fighters push their absolute limits. Caught completely off guard by the sheer force of the blow, one combatant stumbles back with a loud shout. Dust kicks up wildly as the overwhelmed fighter slides backward across the dirt, desperately trying to regain footing. Panting heavily, the exhausted sparring partner loudly protests that Werner remains merciless despite explicitly requesting a casual competition. The beaten combatant gasps frantically for air, feeling the severe physical toll of the relentless assault. Begging his friend to stop, he confesses it is completely impossible to hold back against the celebrated stampede hero. Werner stands triumphantly over his thoroughly battered friend, clearly having dominated the grueling sparring session. Catching his breath, the defeated friend shifts his tone to seriously acknowledge Werner's incredible battlefield accomplishments. He excitedly reveals that glowing rumors of Werner's amazing combat performance are currently circulating wildly throughout the school. He passionately praises how brilliantly Werner saw through enemy traps and immediately launched a devastating counterattack. He mentions a Mr. Hubertus highly praised Werner's wonderful strategic insight, leaving the young noble momentarily confused. Realizing his slip-up, the friend sheepishly clarifies he meant His Highness, drawing a stunned and weary sigh from Werner. Ruffling his hair in mild frustration, Werner humbly grumbles that the nobles are giving him way too much unearned credit. The friend adds the prince was incredibly impressed by Werner's shockingly effective and unconventional hedgehog-style fighting method. Internally realizing they mean the phalanx formation, Werner deduces the military-minded Fürst family provided a perfectly reasonable explanation. He quietly rationalizes that such keen tactical analysis is completely expected from seasoned and experienced military officers. Unable to stop feeling sarcastic about the praise, Werner is interrupted when his friend enthusiastically presents something new. A crisp, properly sealed envelope is thrust directly into his hands, instantly demanding his complete and undivided attention. Assuming it is another standard tea party invitation, Werner is shocked to learn it comes directly from Kollwitz's younger sister. Sorting through the letters, his friend points out correspondence from Willem and Boltz's father. He shares how deeply impressed the aristocrats were, asking him to relay their profound gratitude. Acknowledging the unpredictable chaos, they note that unregistered civilian students should have stayed safely on standby. Werner quietly agrees with his friend's heavy and sober assessment. His friend sincerely credits Werner for helping everyone protect the people most precious to them. He adds that Werner's actions allowed the survivors to peacefully mourn their fallen comrades. Speaking from the heart, the friend admits that having someone like Werner around brings immense reassurance. Werner stares back in stunned silence at the overwhelming display of raw gratitude. Brushing off the humility, Werner reminds his companion that he is the actual hero who defeated the demon boss. He points out that shattering the controlling crystal prevented an unimaginable catastrophe. Changing the subject, Werner asks if his friend learned anything about that mysterious black gem. The hero shakes his head, revealing that experts classified the strange material as completely unknown. Werner falls into deep thought, wondering if this mysterious gem ever actually appeared in the original game. The hero complains about how utterly exhausting school life has become since his victory. He explains that delivering these letters was his only excuse to escape the overwhelming crowds. Raised as a commoner, the hero confesses he has no idea how to properly reject aristocratic invitations. Panic sets in as he realizes he lacks the proper attire and etiquette for tomorrow's victory ceremony. Feeling a surge of confidence, Werner decides he absolutely cannot refuse helping his struggling friend navigate noble society. Hearing Werner agree to help him out at school brings the hero a massive wave of relief. Werner advises wearing the ceremonial school uniform and simply using student status as a polite excuse to decline offers. With the social crisis averted, Werner assumes the upcoming victory ceremony will naturally run smoothly. The scene cuts to the grand ceremony where Werner is formally called forward before the assembly. Utterly bewildered, Werner reels in pure shock as he is suddenly bestowed the high title of Viscount. A few days pass in the capital following the brutal stampede battle. Grand banners flutter as the nobles gather for the highly anticipated victory ceremony. Werner initially assumes the royal victory ceremony is running smoothly as the most distinguished war hero steps forward. Crown Prince Hubertus is formally commended, humbly attributing his overwhelming success to His Majesty's grand glory. The royal announcer calls forward Ingo Fotitsifit as the second highest contributor to the decisive victory. Bowing respectfully, Ingo accepts royal praise and heavy rewards for his unit's crucial role in the fierce battle. The grand announcer suddenly declares an additional reward for the heir, calling Werner van Tsifit to the center stage. The emperor officially bestows the prestigious title of Viscount upon the utterly stunned young nobleman. Internally panicking over the unexpected promotion, Werner loudly declares that mere words cannot express his profound gratitude. He bows deeply and sincerely thanks the imposing emperor for this overwhelming display of royal kindness. Maintaining perfect etiquette, the newly minted Viscount carefully steps back from the grand royal throne. He slowly rises from his deep bow while keeping his expression perfectly neutral before the massive crowd. Sweating nervously, Werner feels the intense and jealous stares of countless aristocrats burning right through his skin. He stiffly marches back to his designated spot in line while desperately ignoring the overwhelming attention. The grand hall remains perfectly quiet as the lengthy ceremony transitions to the next honored recipient. Standing securely in formation, Werner lets his wandering mind carefully analyze his strange and lavish surroundings. He notes a bizarre contrast between the medieval agricultural sectors and the surprisingly modern imperial court fashion. The announcer calls the next name as Werner suspects this weird cultural blending stems from video game logic. Shrugging off the architectural inconsistencies, he decides the confusing world-building hardly matters right now. The royal announcer's booming voice echoes through the massive hall to introduce the third highest contributor. The crowd falls utterly silent as the commoner hero Marcel Harting is officially summoned to the throne. Werner stares in mild disbelief as his legendary friend proudly steps forward to receive his honors. Knowing Marcel actually deserved first place, Werner wisely decides to keep that controversial thought strictly to himself. Watching Marcel's flawless posture, Werner internally praises the game's protagonist for looking like an absolute masterpiece. Werner sighs, recalling how Marcel completely forgot to invite his distant innkeeper parents to this massive event. He rationalizes that a Leah village is too far anyway, fondly remembering how that hometown fully restored game HP. Knowing the loving family would have attended, Werner wonders if the legendary flying shoes could bypass the distance. Realizing those magical shoes are nowhere in the capital, he resolves to deeply investigate if they actually exist. Marcel confidently accepts his grand royal reward with absolute grace and humility before the emperor. The celebrated young hero executes a flawless, sweeping bow that perfectly adheres to strict aristocratic etiquette. The surrounding nobles murmur in genuine awe at the commoner's incredibly refined and majestic movements. Watching the display, Werner smiles in satisfaction that the fated protagonist handled the immense pressure perfectly. The ceremony presses onward as the announcer boldly calls Marquis Danilo Stipe Norpeth for the fourth-place honors. As the Marquis steps forward, Werner mentally checks out and prepares to rest until the exhaustive banquet concludes. Countless other minor nobles and decorated knights are systematically called forward to receive their respective war accolades. The grand ceremony stretches on for hours as the royal family meticulously honors every single contributing fighter. The formal awards finally conclude, transitioning the massive gathering into an opulent and lavishly catered royal banquet. A familiar voice suddenly calls out to Werner, praising him for surviving the grueling and stressful ceremony. Werner turns toward the voice, grimly realizing that his brutal aristocratic trials have actually only just begun. Countless high-ranking nobles completely surround the new Viscount, shooting him intensely calculating glares from every direction. Staring intensely, a surrounding noble glares down in absolute silence. Clutching his stomach, Werner groans that the constant intense glares are making him physically sick. A friend casually asks if gaining sudden recognition as a new viscount is actually a good thing. Werner reluctantly agrees while waving off his friend's complete misunderstanding of noble duties. He seriously notes that immense power always comes with a heavy and crushing responsibility. Being both a student successor and a military noble guarantees an overwhelming workload. His friend laughs, completely understanding why others want a hard worker like Werner around. Glaring darkly, Werner mentally considers this sudden promotion to be the absolute worst outcome. His new duties officially trap him in the capital just as a major attack looms. Worse still, participating in dangerous military affairs drastically increases his actual chances of dying. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes through the hall to call out Werner's full name. An imposing nobleman steps forward to formally congratulate the newly appointed viscount. Werner quickly turns around, instantly recognizing the powerful Marquis Norpeth approaching him. Bowing respectfully, Werner declares he is deeply honored by the Marquis's direct attention. Surprisingly, the veteran commander sincerely apologizes for his absolute rudeness during the previous battle. Werner blinks in genuine surprise as the Marquis stoically awaits his response. Werner graciously accepts the apology, mentioning that His Highness already explained the complex situation. Norpeth admits the prince strictly warned him against being too harsh on a young soldier. Smiling slightly, the Marquis notes that such royal intervention was actually completely unnecessary. He loudly praises Count Seifert for raising such a wonderfully capable and intelligent heir. Turning to leave, Norpeth formally states he eagerly anticipates Werner's future battlefield achievements. Bowing deeply once more, Werner sincerely thanks the powerful Marquis for his high praise. After the Marquis departs, a confused friend desperately asks what that entire interaction meant. Werner calmly explains how he bypassed the official chain of command to warn the prince. His friend nods along, trying hard to process the complex and deadly military politics. Werner notes he technically should have reported directly to Marquis Norpeth first. Gasping in shock, his friend instantly realizes how incredibly dangerous that insubordination truly was. Werner justifies his highly reckless actions by citing an absolute lack of battlefield time. He soberly adds that breaking military rules severely damages army discipline despite achieving victory. His friend looks completely lost, prompting Werner to politely ask what is wrong. Astounded by the political maturity, his friend jokingly questions if they are truly the same age. Werner internalizes that a much deeper political reason actually drove the public apology. Another nobleman quickly approaches to praise the splendid feat, though Werner humbly credits the knights. The noble bows his head deeply, his expression turning solemn and highly apologetic. He formally apologizes for the collective impoliteness shown just before the brutal battle began. Werner calmly watches the humbled aristocrat desperately seek his direct personal forgiveness. Waving a hand dismissively, Werner politely states that a formal apology is completely unnecessary. The noble openly admits he completely underestimated the young lord's actual commanding ability. Werner quietly deduces this proud man just wanted to apologize personally to save face. He realizes the Marquis cleverly shielded his own honor by apologizing directly instead of to Werner's father. Mentally groaning, Werner complains that formal interactions between nobles are a massive pain in the ass. He formally accepts the statement, knowing that omitting the word apology is a modern noble courtesy. Werner rationalizes that in a world of healing magic, Lord Tyrone should easily recover since he avoided the severely wounded list. Despite his intense curiosity, Werner decides it would be incredibly impolite to ask why the eldest son is suspiciously absent. The noble expresses a sincere desire to build a positive relationship despite the lingering tension between their territories. Excusing himself gracefully, Werner politely redirects any further political discussions to his father before wishing them well. The commanding voice of another aristocratic commander suddenly calls out Lord Werner's name across the hall. The veteran commander earnestly requests a future meeting to deeply discuss battlefield strategies. Bowing his head respectfully, Werner readily agrees to the strategic proposition. The imposing nobles finally walk away, leaving the exhausted young lord to his private thoughts. Werner breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the nobles no longer look down on his civilian background. He considers fostering basic peace with neighboring territories to be an absolute victory in itself. A friend notes Werner's visible exhaustion, though Werner quickly deflects the sympathetic comment. Werner quickly points out that his own minor political struggles pale in comparison to the hero's absolute nightmare. Across the hall, a desperate noble practically shoves his daughter at Mizelle while aggressively demanding a marriage arrangement. Mizelle stammers a polite rejection, while someone mockingly points out that Viscount Unga's daughter is literally 3 years old. Chaos erupts as more nobles aggressively swarm Mizelle, fighting fiercely over who gets to speak with him first. Disgusted by the display, Werner notes the aristocrats are completely ignoring age in their desperate grab for power. He watches in horror as ambitious families practically throw toddlers and elderly women at the famous hero. Werner bitterly realizes a commoner's bloodline completely stops mattering the second they awaken an overpowered hero skill. He scans the lavish celebration, feeling a deep and nagging sense of total unease. Recalling the original game scenario, he knows this grand party wouldn't exist if the royal knights had perished. Leaning back, Werner quietly admits that securing peace is definitely a genuinely good outcome. However, his survival has undeniably triggered massive and unpredictable changes to the game's original timeline. Sweating nervously, he desperately prays the next major event strictly follows the established game lore. A dark shadow falls over his face as he realizes a lore-accurate event means many people here will die. Gripping his glass, he selfishly decides it isn't wrong to wish for predictability over saving everyone. Breaking through the crowd, a heavily panting Mizelle thanks Werner for the timely rescue. Werner casually accepts a lunch promise, completely understanding why the exhausted hero looks utterly drained. Teasingly, Werner notes Mizelle's extreme popularity at the academy completely pales compared to this aristocratic mob. Staring ahead, Werner ominously warns his friend that this chaotic lifestyle is merely beginning. Internally, Werner ruthlessly admits he would be in massive trouble if the hero's main trials didn't occur. Selfishly prioritizing his own survival, he quietly hopes Mizelle faces grueling demon subjugation battles ahead. Acknowledging his own ego, Werner accepts that 10 years of pure powerlessness turned him into a selfish survivalist. Before his dark thoughts can spiral any further, a sudden interruption breaks his focus. A sweet, highly refined feminine voice suddenly apologizes for boldly interrupting their pleasant conversation. Stepping forward, the mysterious young woman politely waves away Viscount Seifet's standard aristocratic courtesies. Werner's heart stops in sheer panic as the elegant girl formally introduces herself as Laura Louise Wainsiel. His mind screams in total terror, knowing her character wasn't supposed to appear until much later. Smiling radiantly, the main heroine Princess Laura calmly requests a moment of the stunned boy's time. Following their guide, Werner and Mizelle walk silently down a sprawling, opulent corridor. An elegant maid politely gestures for the two young men to follow her deeper inside. Princess Laura confidently leads the way, her elegant dress swaying gently with each graceful step. The boys quietly observe the royal princess as she navigates the intricate palace architecture. Leaning in close, Mizelle whispers to his friend about how incredibly pretty the young royal is. Werner quietly agrees, internally wondering if having a flawless appearance is a strict requirement for royalty. Glancing around the unfamiliar halls, Werner points out they are going incredibly deep into the castle. He realizes that in the original game, this restricted area remains completely inaccessible until the capital falls. The royal guide finally halts in front of a pair of massive, heavily decorated wooden doors. The grand doors swing wide open to reveal a breathtakingly lavish and expansive audience chamber. Werner stares in awe at the sheer beauty and unimaginable luxury of the royal inner sanctum. He bluntly admits this stunning aesthetic perfection completely overshadows his own modest noble upbringing. A familiar, commanding voice warmly welcomes Viscount Seifet and Mizelle Harting into the grand room. Werner instantly breaks into a nervous sweat as he realizes the Crown Prince is personally waiting. The Crown Prince smiles kindly, apologizing for dragging them all the way to the inner chambers. Panic grips Werner's chest as he struggles to process the overwhelming and unexpected royal presence. The Crown Prince, Princess Laura, the heroic protagonist, and the lowly mob character all stand together. Sweating profusely, Werner intensely feels like he absolutely does not belong in this legendary gathering. He quickly rationalizes that to the aristocratic royals, the commoner Mizelle is technically the actual outsider. Despite the crushing royal pressure, Mizelle stands incredibly tall and looks completely relaxed. Werner mentally applauds his friend's unshakable confidence, noting it perfectly fits a true fated protagonist. The Crown Prince formally bows his head, personally thanking both boys for their crucial battlefield assistance. Mizelle quickly deflects the praise, while Werner awkwardly claims his own tactical success was pure coincidence. Seeing a future monarch humbly lower his head makes Werner's stomach twist in absolute agony. The Crown Prince smoothly changes the subject, gesturing warmly toward Her Highness to step forward. Princess Laura kindly requests they drop strict imperial rules and simply call her by her given name. The prince chuckles and assures the highly nervous boys they absolutely will not be scolded for it. Werner and Mizelle exchange a quick, uncertain glance before hesitantly nodding in silent agreement. Accepting the prince's nod, Werner secretly wonders why Princess Laura is currently at the palace. He calmly mentions hearing from his father that she was originally supposed to be at Finnoy Temple. The prince finds it completely unsurprising that the minister's son knows her highly classified whereabouts. Werner awkwardly smiles, carefully hiding the fact he actually knows her location strictly from game lore. In the original timeline, one of the 3 demon generals viciously attacks that exact remote temple. That violent temple raid was supposed to be the fateful first meeting between Laura and Mizelle. Werner grimaces, deeply unsure if the meeting early like this is a genuinely good or terrible thing. The prince suddenly reveals that Laura returned early to personally report a horrifying divine oracle. He grimly announces the terrifying prophecy stating the ancient demon king has finally been resurrected. Mizelle gasps in pure shock while Werner mentally panics over hearing this incredibly classified military information. The crown prince strictly confirms the oracle itself is genuine, heavily darkening the room's tense mood. However, he cautiously admits they still severely lack concrete information actually proving the demonic revival. The crown prince solemnly admits that is simply how things currently stand. He explains people still consider the demon king a myth despite the ancient ruins proving a kingdom's destruction. Laura clarifies that different levels of oracles exist, but only the chosen can truly comprehend them. She states this specific oracle is of the highest level, compelling her to personally warn His Majesty. Werner realizes the prince likely sensed truth in the oracle after experiencing the brutal stampede battle. However, Werner remains entirely confused as to why the royals summoned both him and Mizelle. The prince reveals the divine oracle explicitly states the hero will play a crucial future role. Staring at Mizelle, Laura kindly admits she deeply hoped to meet the legendary hero at least once. Werner finally understands the hidden political motivations behind this highly secretive meeting. He recalls that society recognizes heroes by their rare skills rather than by actually defeating the demon king. He realizes military strength does not immediately drop to 0 just because the main knights were annihilated. Werner internally dismisses the proud nobles who only value foolish bravery over actual tactics. This explains why the royals urgently issued a subjugation command to a first-year student. Werner deduces this exact oracle likely reached the king in the original game, prompting Mizelle's journey. Acknowledging Mizelle's heroic destiny, Werner perfectly understands why his friend was summoned. Still completely baffled, Werner questions why the royal family also dragged a mere mob character here. Speaking bluntly, the crown prince boldly declares his specific intentions for Lord Werner. The prince pauses momentarily to let the heavy atmosphere settle over the grand room. He firmly requests Werner to serve as a vital bridge and protective wall for the young hero. Werner repeats the strange request as the prince notes the oracle remains completely unannounced to the public. The prince praises Werner's quick wit, noting it would look highly suspicious to constantly summon a commoner. Werner realizes a dead crown prince would have made the demon's revival much more believable to the masses. He guiltily accepts that saving the prince's life actually created this complicated political mess. The crown prince vows they will relentlessly investigate to confirm the terrifying demonic resurrection. He adds that maintaining close, secretive contact with Mizelle is an absolute priority. Werner feels immense relief knowing the royal family still recognizes Mizelle as the ultimate key to victory. The prince smiles knowingly at the young viscount sitting before him. He points out that Viscount Werner visiting the royal castle naturally avoids unwanted aristocratic suspicion. He adds it is perfectly natural for Werner to regularly converse with the prince at the academy. Mizelle suddenly interrupts, asking exactly what the prince meant by acting as a protective wall. Werner calmly explains he must physically shield Mizelle from ambitious nobles trying to exploit the hero. The prince admits the royal family currently lacks the absolute authority to exclusively claim the hero. He warns that getting entangled with selfish nobles forces the crown into tedious emergency negotiations. Werner and the prince exchange a sharp nod of complete mutual understanding. Leaning forward, the prince formally addresses Lord Werner with a heavy proposition. He boldly asks if Werner would mind officially appointing Mizelle as his direct subordinate. Recognizing the political trap, Werner immediately and respectfully refuses the royal proposal. He firmly declares that he and Mizelle are close friends and absolute equals. Werner promises to faithfully follow royal commands and spare no effort in cooperating with Mizelle. However, he strictly refuses to ever reduce their genuine friendship into a rigid superior-subordinate dynamic. Werner logically deduces that acting as the princess's lover's master could easily get him killed in a vicious political conflict. He notes that forming a strict hierarchical relationship purely for formalities remains a highly dangerous option. Realizing the prince is testing his desire to monopolize the hero, Werner finally understands the stubborn political maneuver. Despite grasping the political necessity, the young noble firmly holds his ground and officially refuses the royal proposition. The crown prince slightly narrows his eyes and calmly accepts the outright rejection. A cold chill runs down Werner's spine as he acknowledges the terrifying aura of an incredibly calculating leader. The tense silence suddenly breaks as the prince smoothly pivots the heavy conversation. Conceding the point, the prince formally asks Werner to actively support Mazel's future activities within the royal capital. Knowing Mazel's chaotic future, Werner desperately wants to refuse this heavy and dangerous responsibility as well. Relieved he only has to provide noble support instead of joining adventures, Werner realizes it is far too late to back down. Bowing with absolute grace, Werner formally accepts the duty as the prince sincerely thanks him. Recalling how the game underfunded the hero, Werner schemes to use his noble position to fully finance Mazel's equipment. Stealing his resolve, Mazel eagerly tells the prince he looks forward to their future cooperation. With the serious negotiations concluded, the crown prince abruptly excuses himself and gracefully departs the grand chamber. The heavy wooden doors click shut, leaving the exhausted friends entirely alone with the lingering royal pressure. Werner mentally praises Mazel's kind heart, noting the hero's sacrificed personal training time to worry about their schoolmates. Werner stares thoughtfully at the young protagonist carrying the massive, crushing weight of the entire world. Werner firmly resolves to completely manage Mazel's equipment and social life rather than being a totally useless sidekick. Princess Laura steps forward to softly apologize for her brother's overbearing attitude, though Werner quickly waves it off. Mazel tries to politely reassure the royal princess while awkwardly stumbling over his own clumsy words. Blushing slightly, Laura shyly accepts the clumsy but completely genuine reassurance from the flustered hero. Watching them interact, Werner suddenly focuses on the massive and obvious age gap between the royal siblings. He notes that without knowing their lineage, anyone would easily mistake the royal siblings for parent and child. A brilliant and highly manipulative idea abruptly strikes Werner like a violent bolt of lightning. Glancing between the fated protagonist and the heroine, he immediately realizes this is the perfect romantic setup. Seizing the golden opportunity to play matchmaker, Werner abruptly announces he desperately needs to use the restroom. He practically sprints for the exit, blatantly leaving a panicked Mazel entirely alone with the beautiful princess. Bowing hastily, Werner escapes the room while internally laughing at Mazel's unprecedented shriek of pure terror. Stepping into the lavish hallway, Werner politely asks the waiting royal maids to safely guide him to the restroom. Walking away, he offers a quiet and completely unapologetic apology to his flustered friend left behind. He smirks, deeply invested in forcefully accelerating the crucial romantic progression between the hero and the princess. Knowing the timeline is currently warped, Werner figures it is ultimately better for the couple to bond early. He casually reassures himself that Laura's playful nature will perfectly balance out Mazel's extreme romantic awkwardness. Following the maids through the quiet corridors, Werner lets his mind wander back to the dark future. He nervously wonders if his massive alterations actually broke the main storyline or if fate remains unavoidable. A heavy dread settles over him as he visualizes the capital burning and this exact palace crumbling. Running his hand along the walls, he grimly acknowledges that all this incredible beauty is destined for ruin. The rhythmic, heavy clanking of armored boots suddenly echoes loudly down the pristine marble hallway. Staring at a passing royal guard, Werner realizes that loyal soldier is fated to die horribly. His morbid thoughts are instantly shattered when a mysterious voice formally calls out his new aristocratic title. Two maids suddenly approach Werner, nervously apologizing for their abruptness. They deeply bow, expressing sincere gratitude to the young viscount. Utterly confused, Werner politely admits he cannot recall doing anything to deserve their thanks. The maids silently exchange a meaningful and deeply emotional glance. They explain their knight relatives survived only because Werner exposed the monster trap. Blushing slightly, they reiterate profound thankfulness for his life-saving insight. Bowing deeply once more, they apologize for their impoliteness and prepare to leave. Flustered but gracious, Werner warmly assures them it is absolutely no trouble. The maids politely excuse themselves as they guide him further down the hall. Werner respectfully bows his head to officially part ways with the grateful servants. He finally reaches the lavish restroom, splashing water in the pristine marble sink. Wiping his face, Werner happily notes this fantasy world possesses incredibly solid plumbing systems. As a reincarnated modern Japanese man, he feels immense relief discovering functional medieval toilets. He ponders how infrastructure demands research, wondering if magic can actually create from nothing. Concluding that magic is not omnipotent, he soberly notes that people here still die. Gripping the sink, he admits this harsh reality forced him to fight for survival. Having remembered his past life, he knew exactly how the deadly stampede would end. He mentally celebrates overcoming the first major obstacle and surviving the catastrophic event. A dark thought quickly lingers, making him intensely wonder if he could have done more. He critically recalls dumping the massive responsibility of the students entirely onto Mizell. He bitterly questions if treating this reality like a mere game influenced his detached decisions. Reality sets in as he deeply acknowledges his genuine relationships with Mizell and the locals. Exhausted, he admits neither he nor the hero can realistically handle everything entirely alone. He critically doubts whether his frantic actions actually changed the grand timeline at all. Despite lingering doubts, believing he did his absolute best brings him a strange comfort. He feels guilty receiving pure gratitude since his actions were entirely driven by selfish survival. A sudden, powerful realization instantly cuts through his dark and spiraling introspection. He realizes he should proudly assert that his survival tactics directly saved countless lives. Accepting his combat weakness, he recognizes the immense power of his noble influence and knowledge. Steeling his resolve, he completely rejects the idea of leaving the world's fate to Mizell. Walking out confidently, he decides to actively adopt a new goal beyond merely surviving. Meanwhile, Princess Laura softly notes how deeply Mizell and Werner seem to completely trust one another. A tense but deeply innocent silence stretches between the young hero and the royal princess. Blushing profusely, a highly flustered Mizell nervously admits he is genuinely glad she thinks so. Unable to contain his burning curiosity, Mizell politely asks Laura a seemingly absurd political question. Smiling gently, the princess graciously promises to answer if it falls within her capable knowledge. Mizell directly asks why Werner forcefully refused to officially make him a direct subordinate. He reasons that becoming Werner's knight would easily protect him from greedy nobles and foreigners. Thoroughly confused, he wonders why his closest friend fiercely rejected such an advantageous royal proposal. Laura calmly reveals her calculating brother purposely offered that proposal to test Werner's personal greed. Laura firmly declares her belief that the terrifying revival of the Demon King is absolute truth. She solemnly adds that only Mizell's unique and overwhelming power can withstand the demon's wrath. Laura explains that making Mizell a subordinate knight would grant Werner massive political power. She immediately clarifies she doesn't believe Werner is the type to prioritize his own selfish interests. She warns that dangerous people, including her own calculating brother, will constantly try to exploit Mizell. She admits her royal family ruthlessly believes tying Mizell to the crown is best for the people. Smiling gently, Laura notes that Werner perfectly understood this heavy and dark political reality. Maintaining her gentle smile, she playfully admits her accurate assessment is merely a wild guess. She genuinely believes Werner rejected the power simply to remain true friends with Mizell. Mizell quietly repeats the word friends, as the profound emotional weight finally sinks in. Laura confesses she also has precious friends she absolutely refuses to place in rigid hierarchical relationships. Mizell reacts in pure shock, prompting Laura to playfully pout at his immense surprise. She giggles warmly and admits she only teased him to bring them a little closer together. Leaning in closely, Laura playfully asks a highly flustered Mizell if he disliked her teasing. Mizell frantically shakes his head and blushes deeply as he aggressively denies disliking it. Laura beams with pure, radiant joy as she giggles warmly at his panicked reaction. Watching from the doorway, Werner happily notes the royal princess has finally warmed up to the hero. Werner confidently steps into the room, politely excusing himself for interrupting their deeply pleasant conversation. Laura turns with a gentle and elegant smile to warmly welcome the young noble back. Smoothly shifting the topic, Laura specifically addresses Lord Werner with sudden, sparkling curiosity. She mentions hearing an exciting story from His Highness about the boys fiercely fighting an upperclassman. Mizell nervously tries deflecting the praise, but Laura playfully insists on hearing Werner's unique perspective. She leans forward eagerly, wanting to hear every single detail directly from Werner's mouth. A few days after the grand ceremony, Werner returns to the bustling academy. Accepting his chaotic school life, Werner gets abruptly cornered by a female student requesting a private moment. Calling his name, the noble girl blatantly flirts with the deeply annoyed Werner. She represents just one of the many ambitious noblewomen aggressively pursuing him. Attempting to escape, Werner politely claims he would be honored to speak if another opportunity arises. Knowing the academy mirrors noble society, he realizes ambitious families often use teachers to back their romantic plays. A teacher suspiciously ordered him to the preparation room, setting up this incredibly bold ambush. The desperate girl presses for a specific time, lacking true love and merely following her parents' strict orders. Werner feels a fleeting twinge of pity for her forced political situation. Ignoring his polite deflection, the girl stubbornly demands an exact date as Werner grows sick of the harassment. Trapped in the quiet room, Werner hesitates to answer her relentless demands. She leans in uncomfortably close and begs him to make a firm promise. Werner silently panics upon realizing the aggressive girl boldly locked the room's door. He deduces everyone assumes a teacher is currently scolding him, perfectly isolating him from his classmates. Suddenly, the locked door violently rattles and clicks open from the outside. Drexler barges in carrying a large object, feigning surprise at finding Werner inside. He smoothly apologizes for interrupting upon noticing Lady Nadia standing there. Werner breathes a massive sigh of relief that his earlier emergency precautions actually worked. Drexler innocently claims Professor Leyden asked him to retrieve a specific statue from this exact room. Lady Nadia reels back in pure shock at the ridiculously massive statue Drexler holds. She stammers in frustration, realizing her carefully planned ambush is completely ruined. Ignoring her protests, Drexler cheerfully asks to borrow Werner for some heavy lifting. Defeated by the clever interruption, the flustered noblewoman reluctantly agrees. Bowing stiffly, Lady Nadia hastily excuses herself and storms out of the room. Werner profusely thanks Drexler for the rescue, who mentions Mazel also followed the escape plan. Walking down the hall, Werner quickly asks what Professor Leyden actually said. Drexler reveals Lynn took Mazel to discuss demons and happily allowed them to use his name for cover. Werner notes that Leyden, a commoner appointed by His Highness, is proving to be a highly reliable ally. He realizes the clever prince definitely planted other protective measures in the academy to watch Mazel. Knowing Leyden will rough out the protection, Werner assumes he himself is also under strict royal surveillance. Apologizing for the trouble, Werner jokingly tells Drexler to stop treating him like a future count. Drexler laughs, noting Werner's reputation absolutely skyrocketed after yesterday's incredible royal conferment. Drexler casually suggests finding a committed relationship to ward off suitors, but Werner finds that too troublesome. Werner bitterly complains he entirely lacks the time and survival certainty for standard noble marriage customs. Several female students aggressively stare at Werner from down the hallway. Gesturing toward the glaring girls, Werner firmly proves his point about the overwhelming social pressure. Drexler sighs at the heavy stairs and asks what they should do with the massive statue. Reaching their destination, they drop the heavy burden and let out an exhausted breath. Slumping into a chair, Werner happily mutters that he can finally relax in peace. Drexler completely agrees, noting his deeply exhausted friend desperately needs a real break. Werner watches the clock, silently hoping for the tedious class to finally end. He nervously realizes that merely returning to the dormitory might not actually guarantee his safety. Drexler warns him about the terrifying possibility of an ambush inside his own room. Tossing over a key, Drexler generously offers Werner full access to his personal dormitory room. Werner reacts in absolute shock, questioning if they truly need to go to such extreme lengths. Drexler maintains a deadpan expression, silently confirming the absolute severity of the situation. Accepting the grim reality, Werner nods quietly in grim understanding. Pocketing the spare key, Werner promises to remain extremely cautious in his own quarters. He rationalizes that nobles cannot simply invade a commoner's room without raising massive suspicion. Drexler asks about Werner's plans since the upcoming castle visit will likely just be a brief orientation. Werner firmly states he will return directly home to finalize his extensive preparations. Glancing over, Werner prepares to coordinate his next crucial move with the hero. Mazel suddenly shifts the intense conversation to a completely new topic. The hero earnestly requests Werner to formally meet someone who assisted him during the brutal stampede. Werner blinks in genuine surprise, quickly processing this unexpected social request. Werner realizes this mysteriously helpful adventurer is Rugence Laser, a major game character. Hearing it is only one trustworthy person, Werner safely agrees to the secretive meeting. Knowing Rugence must help defeat the Demon King, Werner accepts his duty as the royal bridge. Mizell promises to finalize the schedule, while Werner notes he also has pressing matters to discuss. Smiling brightly, Mizell deeply entrusts his reliable friend with the complicated logistics. The final academy bell rings loudly, instantly shattering the peaceful classroom atmosphere. Werner sharply orders Drexler to immediately execute their previously established emergency escape procedure. Springing into action, Mizell expertly leaps onto the windowsill with incredible agility. Without a single moment of hesitation, the agile hero violently launches himself directly out the window. The surrounding students gasp in absolute terror as Mizell plummets from the high floor. A panicked classmate desperately rushes to the ledge, screaming in pure disbelief. Watching the chaos unfold, Werner mentally praises the hero for perfectly drawing all the unwanted attention. He calmly rationalizes that only someone with Mizell's overpowered stats could survive such a ridiculous fall. Sprinting fiercely down the corridor, Werner wonders how long it has been since he sprinted so desperately. Arriving safely home, Norbert warmly welcomes the exhausted young lord back from his chaotic day. Werner quickly confirms his dual visits to the royal castle and the academy went surprisingly smoothly. He sighs in pure relief, noting he won't need to visit the stressful castle every single day. He orders Norbert to prepare his room with all necessary paperwork for his incoming duties. Werner cautiously asks about his father, instantly learning the busy count has not returned home yet. Werner completely accepts his father's grueling workload regarding the terrifying demon resurrection rumors. Werner promises to write down a crucial message, asking Norbert to pass it along later. Norbert politely asks what the young master intends to do for the rest of the evening. The butler gently offers him a hot meal, but Werner quickly declines the immediate offer. Werner strictly orders his dinner to be brought up only after he finishes an intense training session. Norbert worriedly begs him not to overwork himself, prompting a tired but highly grateful smile from Werner. Werner tells Norbert he just wants to clear his head and take it easy. Norbert politely bows his head and completely understands the young master's request. Norbert reflects that Werner remains unchanged despite his new peerage and overwhelming workload. He notes with deep concern that Werner pushes himself intensely despite his growing body. A nearby maid clutches her hands together, visibly moved by Norbert's deep loyalty. The fired-up maids vow to prepare nutritious food and a special sleeping tea. Norbert clenches his fists, completely matching their fierce and highly protective energy. He firmly agrees that they must all carefully watch over their hard-working young master. The loyal servants loudly agree in unison, fully dedicated to supporting Werner. Meanwhile, Werner fiercely swings a wooden practice sword in the quiet courtyard. He rationalizes that his new business regarding the royal castle currently poses no problems. He confidently strikes a wooden dummy, feeling that academy life remains perfectly manageable. Werner notes that Mizell's unmatched physical abilities guarantee a safe escape if needed. He pauses his intense training, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. Werner knows Mizell will soon depart on his destined journey to eliminate the Demon King. He accidentally pierces the wooden dummy straight through, admitting their current routine is unsustainable. Thinking about Laura and Rugence, Werner finds interacting with main game characters extremely weird. He recalls Laura's voice perfectly matched his old gaming memories, confirming the world's consistency. Since reincarnating, Werner has fought desperately to retain every single detail of game lore. He constantly writes and burns notes to prevent accidentally creating a dangerous prophecy book. This hidden knowledge remains highly useful as long as the original scenario holds true. Despite his survival, a deep and lingering sense of dissatisfaction severely clouds his mind. Werner acknowledges learning countless new things entirely absent from the original game. He deeply ponders the complex and treacherous existence of the noble class. He remembers visiting fully populated towns that were never featured on the game map. He lists magical storage stones and shockingly functional sewage systems as prime examples. He logically assumes the original game simply lacked the capacity for such mundane details. However, the mysterious black stone dropped by the demon boss completely breaks game lore. Gripping his wooden sword, Werner sighs heavily under the crushing weight of these mysteries. He bitterly admits he understands absolutely nothing about this world's true underlying nature. He desperately wonders how this living reality actually connects to his old gaming memories. Knowing overthinking is useless, he actively tries to suppress his spiraling existential thoughts. Clenching his fist, Werner decides he must completely calm down and accept the unknown. He acknowledges a massive pile of complicated issues remains incredibly difficult to piece together. Realizing problems will only multiply, he accepts that endless worrying changes absolutely nothing. Steeling his resolve, Werner determines to immediately solve the issues currently within his power. He plans to request merchant permissions to supply Moselle and strengthen capital defenses. This crucial logistics plan requires a comprehensive report addressed to his father and His Highness. With his peerage granting expanded document access, his required research shouldn't take long. Since the Demon King's revival remains classified, Werner decides to consult Max regarding group training. Werner prepares for his highly anticipated upcoming meeting with Regents and Moselle. He pauses to consider drawing a fair copy of his map before their crucial gathering in 2 days. Realizing future plans rely entirely on that meeting, he temporarily shelves his other immediate concerns. While he still has free time, Werner decides to quickly write down his pressing worries before he forgets them. Gripping his pen firmly, he deeply immerses himself in a mountain of complex paperwork. Intensely curious about how magic actually functions, he urgently vows to research the topic further. A sudden, sharp voice abruptly shatters his intense concentration. His mother silently appears in the open doorway, staring intently at her overworked son. She sternly reminds him that he explicitly promised to take things easy today. Apologizing for his deep immersion, he listens as she warns him not to worry the loyal servants. She sharply asks if he already forgot being completely unconscious for the past few days. Desperate to finish his scattered thoughts, Werner weakly begs for just a little more time to work. His mother's expression immediately darkens as she calls his name with terrifying, absolute authority. Werner freezes in utter terror, instantly realizing he pushed his luck way too far. Shooting up from his desk, a panicked Werner yells that he will wash up immediately. Fleeing the room, he admits that while he lacks world knowledge, one universal truth remains perfectly clear. No matter the universe you inhabit, making your mother angry is absolutely terrifying. A solitary figure stands quietly in the shadowed hallway. Heavy footsteps echo as the young knight walks with grim determination. A voice calls out, prompting the knight to stop and face his approaching younger brother. Confirming his late-night training, he warns that another deadly stampede could easily happen again. He grips his weapon, swearing they must perfectly fulfill their absolute duties as loyal knights. His eyes burn with fierce devotion as he dedicates his life to protecting Her Highness. The brother mentions hearing Marquis Nab will oversee the crucial reconstruction of Veliza Fortress. Agreeing, he notes their father ordered him to formally greet the Marquis when the reconstruction initiates. The two brothers share a heavy, silent glance as they ponder the looming political assignment. Smiling warmly, the older brother invites his sibling to accompany him on the important mission. The younger brother hesitates, nervously asking if the legitimate heir will also attend the gathering. Confirming Mangold's expected presence, the older brother watches his sibling's expression instantly darken. Brushing off his anxiety, the younger brother promises to join if his knight training allows. They reaffirm their sacred vow to flawlessly execute their knightly duties for the princess. The scene abruptly shifts to a dusty training ground where heavy panting fills the air. Wooden swords clash violently as seasoned warriors push themselves to their absolute physical limits. The lead instructor finally calls a halt, ending the grueling and highly exhausting practice session. Wiping sweat from his brow, Werner notes this structured combat feels entirely different from the chaotic stampede. The commander agrees, stressing they must remain highly flexible and adapt to spur-of-the-moment orders. Werner nods in approval, realizing they desperately need solid countermeasures against massive enemy swarms. Trusting his tactical mind, the commander boldly appoints Werner to lead the squad during his absences. Calling his name, the seasoned knight turns to offer the young noble some crucial advice. He strictly warns Werner to train his horse better and exercise far more caution when attacking. Groaning softly, a humbled Werner sincerely apologizes and promises to improve his reckless mounted combat. The imposing knight suddenly tightens his grip and smoothly shifts into a deadly combat stance. Staring intensely, the veteran warrior boldly declares he will be Werner's direct sparring opponent today. Swallowing his fear, Werner readies his wooden blade and accepts the incredibly daunting challenge. The sharp command to begin violently shatters the tense silence of the sparring courtyard. Werner instantly dashes forward, closing the distance with blinding speed and fierce determination. Their heavy wooden swords collide with a deafening crack that echoes across the training grounds. The seasoned knight effortlessly parries the desperate strike, completely neutralizing Werner's aggressive forward momentum. Spinning gracefully, the veteran launches a lightning-fast counterattack directly at Werner's exposed blind spot. Barely reacting in time, Werner frantically twists his body to narrowly dodge the brutal blow. The wooden blade viciously clips Werner, sending a massive shockwave of pain through his guard. Knocked completely off balance, the young noble stumbles backward and desperately struggles to remain upright. Panting heavily, Werner plants his feet firmly in the dirt to stop his dangerous slide. Gasping for breath, Werner admits he felt a terrifying chill from the knight's lethal intent. Lowering his weapon, the stoic knight calmly acknowledges that Werner's combat skills have noticeably improved. Werner politely accepts the praise, though he internally curses the veteran's painfully obvious sarcasm. Brushing off concerns about injuries, Werner vows to catch up to his incredibly strong family knights. Werner recalls a past desire to flee the royal capital to survive. Though those dreams were quickly shattered pausing his intense training, he notes a fresh scratch on his heavy wooden spear. The sparring knight quickly apologizes for the damage, but Werner politely brushes it off. He proudly states he is glad the knight took the sparring session seriously. Wiping sweat from his brow, Werner mentally acknowledges that Organ truly didn't pull his punches during their brutal bout. Organ steps forward to advise Werner, suggesting that strengthening his left axis would greatly stabilize his spear swings. Werner listens intently to his mentor, silently processing the valuable combat advice. Despite the helpful tips, Werner mentally laments that he can never truly win against a professional knight. He bitterly wonders if his absolute combat limitations stem from just being an ordinary person. A servant urgently shouts that it is time to leave, instantly snapping Werner out of his spiraling thoughts. Werner immediately calls back, confirming he is heading out right away. Changing his clothes, Werner rationalizes that being an ordinary person actually allows him the necessary freedom to handle more diverse tasks. He convinces himself he isn't frustrated by his lack of combat prowess and resolves to simply focus on what he can actually achieve. Steeling his resolve, Werner vows to do his absolute best while internally accepting that his grueling training schedule won't decrease at all. The scene shifts to a bustling tavern where a rugged man confidently introduces himself as Rugence. Rugence extends a massive hand and casually welcomes the young noble to their highly secretive meeting. Werner returns the firm handshake, politely introducing himself in turn to the seasoned adventurer. Rugence pulls his hand back and sizes the young nobleman up with a sharp, heavily calculating gaze. Turning to Mazel, the rugged adventurer happily confirms that Werner completely lacks the typical arrogant pride of a nobleman. Werner mentally breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that approaching this noble-hating character simply as Mazel's friend was the perfect strategy. Rugence leans back, noting that meeting the young lord in person feels entirely different from the wild stories he heard from Goetzke. Werner blinks in genuine surprise, his eyes widening as he quickly recognizes the familiar name. He recalls Goetzke was the excellent mercenary captain during the Stampede battle who received a special reward directly from his father. Realizing the mercenary and adventurer communities heavily overlap, Werner internally notes what an incredibly small world they live in. Rugence breaks the brief silence, revealing that Goetzke specifically praised Werner as an incredibly excellent spearman. Werner stares back wide-eyed, completely caught off guard by the unexpected and incredibly high praise. Flustered by the compliment, the young noble stammers momentarily as he tries to process the mercenary's respect. Bowing his head respectfully, Werner expresses his deep delight and politely asks Rugence to pass on his sincere gratitude. A warm smile spreads across Werner's face as he openly admits he is genuinely happy about the glowing recognition. Staring at his hands, he feels a renewed surge of raw motivation, hoping steady hard work might eventually lead to true victory. Rugence chuckles deeply, noting that Goetzke rarely hands out easy compliments, proving the high praise is entirely genuine. Leaning forward across the table, the rugged adventurer firmly tells the young noble to have more confidence in his own abilities. Werner studies Rugence, recalling the man's game-breaking skill that famously allows him to master absolutely any weapon. He remembers Rugence acts as a protective older brother figure who deals massive physical damage during the early stages of the game. Seeing the man's genuine charisma firsthand, Werner completely understands why Rugence is universally loved by the game's massive player base. Rugence crosses his muscular arms, bluntly admitting that Werner is drastically different from what he originally imagined. He casually waves a hand, openly admitting his harsh preconceptions about the young lord were completely wrong. Werner's sweat drops as he silently wonders what terrible image the adventurer originally had in mind. Pushing the thought aside, he offers to order ale and meat so they can finally eat. Rugence's expression instantly darkens as he cuts directly to the chase, demanding to know Werner's real intentions for calling this meeting. The air grows incredibly tense as the seasoned adventurer locks eyes fiercely with the young noble. Werner matches the serious gaze without flinching, asking if a hardened mercenary and adventurer can truly keep a dangerous secret. Leaning in close to avoid any potential eavesdroppers, Werner grimly reveals that the ancient demon king has officially been revived. Rugence violently chokes on his drink, coughing uncontrollably as the horrifying and apocalyptic news hits him. Recovering his breath, the adventurer accuses Werner of making a terrible joke, questioning why anyone would spill such a terrifying truth in a crowded tavern. Surveying the chaotic tavern, Werner notes that a private meeting in a noisy public place attracts far less attention than an official summons to a noble's estate. Rugence agrees that the overwhelming background noise forces people to strain to hear, making it the perfect cover for their highly classified conversation. Mizell glares suspiciously at the adventurer while Werner nervously swallows, prompting Rugence to clarify that his assessment was genuinely meant as a compliment. Leaning forward through the tavern chatter, Rugence demands to know exactly why Werner trusted him with such incredibly dangerous information. Looking the seasoned mercenary dead in the eye, Werner states simply that he wants Rugence to join forces with Mizell. Werner explains that once the horrifying rumors are officially confirmed, His Majesty will undoubtedly order Mizell to embark on a dangerous subjugation mission. Rugence seriously asks Mizell if he truly grasps the deadly stakes, but the brave young hero firmly vows to do everything in his power. Staring at the determined teenager, the rugged adventurer lets out a quiet sigh of genuine respect. Werner reveals his crucial role as the royal liaison, noting the kingdom remains politically paralyzed until the demonic threat is completely verified. Acknowledging Mizell's total lack of real-world adventuring experience, Werner formally requests the veteran to directly assist the young hero. Bowing his head earnestly, Mizell sincerely begs to learn everything he can from Rugence's vast battlefield experience. The desperate young hero practically shouts his plea, completely eager for the hardened mercenary's expert guidance. Breaking into a confident smirk, Rugence officially accepts the job while eagerly anticipating the young hero's future growth. Mizell beams with pure joy at the partnership while Werner internally geeks out over hearing a famous line straight from the original game. Dropping the rigid formalities, Rugence immediately shifts into a tactical mindset and asks for his very first assignment. Reaching into his jacket, Werner carefully slides a massive, intricately detailed scroll onto the tavern table. Both Mizell and Rugence stare down at the sprawling document in absolute, stunned silence. Rugence's eyes widen in pure shock as he slowly processes the incredibly sensitive geographical information laid out before him. Mizell looks equally bewildered by the document while Werner mentally groans, instantly realizing how highly suspicious this detailed map looks. Raising his hands defensively, Werner begs them to stop glaring at him like a criminal before frantically starting his explanation. Tracing the trade routes, Rugence pieces together Werner's grand logistical plan to dispatch merchant caravans for high-tier equipment gathering. Werner tasks the well-connected veteran with hiring elite escorts to securely transport premium weapons from distant, high-quality markets. Anticipating the obvious financial question, Werner calmly assures them his noble household will initially cover all costs before the state eventually reimburses them. He explains that his influential father readily agreed to the massive funding since the Crown Prince directly requested the logistical operation. Rugence jokes they could easily make a massive fortune just by selling this impossibly accurate map, prompting a frantic refusal from Werner. Chuckling deeply, the mercenary waves off Werner's panic and completely promises to keep the cartography a strict secret. Mizell bluntly calls his brilliant friend completely weird, drawing an annoyed but helpless groan from the young noble. The hero loudly marvels at how Werner flawlessly mapped out every single continental town despite neither of them ever seeing a real map before. Werner quietly rationalizes that this staggering level of detail is merely a tiny fraction of his overarching game knowledge. Acknowledging that actual maps are heavily guarded state secrets, Werner feels entirely justified in drawing his own based on fragmented game lore. He spent countless hours painfully digging through his past life memories to perfectly chart every crucial event location and high-tier equipment shop. Rugence stares intensely at the paper, concluding that such a staggering masterwork completely shatters the illusion of Werner being a normal student. Werner internally brushes off the intense scrutiny, knowing ordinary citizens survive just fine without ever learning these terrifying geopolitical secrets. Drawing the borders forced Werner to confront several glaring and highly suspicious inconsistencies within the original game's lore. He noted how the game completely ignored countless existing towns and entirely skipped the tedious political necessity of greeting influential lords. Realizing demonic infiltration caused those specific political events in the game, Werner aggressively vows to train his own body even harder. Tracing a finger along a specific southern river route, Werner suddenly remembers a crucial early-game grinding location. Pointing to a dark forest on the map, he casually suggests the mercenary and hero test their skills at a monster-infested old shrine. Rugence demands to know how Werner could possibly know such obscure tactical information, forcing the young noble to awkwardly claim an interest in demonic ecology. Sweating nervously, Werner desperately avoids confessing that the shrine was simply his favorite low-level grinding spot from his past gaming life. Rugence admits the monster-infested shrine sounds like a great training spot while playfully noting that Mazel has incredibly strange friends. Agreeing to the plan, Mazel declares they will train there between classes to learn how to properly fight alongside the veteran mercenary. Mentally shifting focus to the Varitsa fortress renovation, Werner realizes the first major game flag has officially been triggered. He rationalizes that the extensive fortress repairs will take significant time before the location fully matches its operational state from the game. Breaking the silence, Rugence abruptly announces that it is time for them to finally get moving. Werner silently accepts that despite his meticulous logistical preparations, he must ultimately leave the actual combat to the heroes so they can gain vital experience. He watches his friends prepare to leave, fully processing the heavy reality of his own physical limitations. Bitterly acknowledging he would only slow them down, he silently mocks the hypocrisy of people who rely on heroes while dodging hard work themselves. Shaking off his lingering doubts, Werner firmly resolves to focus entirely on the logistical support tasks he can actually accomplish. Turning to leave, a cheerful Mazel waves enthusiastically and promises to see his friend back at the academy. Werner offers a warm smile and waves back, officially parting ways with the powerful duo. Clutching his stomach in dread, Werner groans about needing to somehow survive his massive, highly stressful political event tomorrow. The scene abruptly shifts to a grand office where a high-ranking official demands an immediate progress report on the Varitsa fortress. A subordinate swiftly confirms that major renovations will begin smoothly the exact moment Marquis de Nap officially arrives. The official presses for information on the Demon King's revival, learning that neighboring nations Salznak and Triet are making highly suspicious military noise. Expressing relief over low casualties, the superior orders a thorough investigation while confirming the royal knights are successfully reorganizing. The subordinate assures him the militia verification is progressing perfectly, prompting the official to question the young Viscount's recent movements. The informant confidently reports that Werner completely lacks a hidden political agenda and genuinely views the hero as a true friend. He adds that academy teachers detected absolutely zero changes in Werner's behavior before or after the chaotic stampede battle. Noting that several aggressive noble households are already making reckless moves, the official decides Werner can be temporarily trusted. Delegating the minor school incidents to Viscount Zerfeld, the superior expresses relief that they took early preventative action. He concludes that utilizing Werner as a neutral intermediary is incredibly beneficial since the young lord refuses to monopolize the hero. The subordinate smiles knowingly, pointing out his superior seems in remarkably good spirits despite Werner's completely noble lack of ambition. The official highly praises Werner's impeccable background and immense talent, viewing the unambitious youth as a perfect future aide for his own son. Recognizing a golden opportunity, the official plans a direct, supervised meeting with Werner tomorrow while the hero is safely absent from the capital. The noble superior confidently states this upcoming meeting will be the perfect chance to assess Werner's true worth. He smiles with dark anticipation, eagerly wondering what unpredictable strategies the young noble will bring to the table next. Meanwhile, Werner frantically scribbles down a secret map, terrified he will forget crucial game locations if caught. He cleverly decides to write the dangerous information in scattered fragments to make the messy notes look entirely random. Clutching his pen tightly, Werner vows to be extremely careful so absolutely no one discovers his classified game knowledge. His intense concentration is abruptly shattered when a voice suddenly asks the young master if he is drawing. Werner freezes in absolute panic, mentally cursing as his mother stares intently at his highly classified map. Squinting at the messy scribbles, his mother completely misinterprets the fragmented lines as a drawing of a hunter wolf. Sweating profusely, Werner immediately seizes the lucky misunderstanding and frantically confirms her wildly inaccurate guess. His mother proudly praises how fiercely he captured the monster, advising him that art is just about practice. The peaceful moment shatters as heavy, rhythmic footsteps loudly approach the young noble's private room. His mother happily turns around, proudly showing the terrible drawing to Werner's heavily sweating father. Staring blankly at the chaotic scribbles, his father looks utterly confused by the supposed masterpiece. Completely missing the wolf concept, his father awkwardly guesses it is a vase while politely praising the effort. Mortified by the dual misunderstandings, Werner practically shouts his thanks and promises to practice much harder. Grabbing his secret papers, the utterly embarrassed young noble quickly retreats down the quiet hallway. Werner hangs his head in pure defeat, deeply devastated that his drawing skills remain absolutely terrible in this new world. A sudden glint of rationalization hits him as he desperately blames his lack of artistic skill on his clumsy child body. Smirking in the shadows, he realizes his atrocious art provides the absolute perfect camouflage to boldly hide his secret maps. Werner notes that a week in this world also consists of precisely 7 days. He lists the days named after trades like agriculture and smithing, noting that weddings usually occur on the day of prayer. Werner initially assumed the world was polytheistic based on these names, but he soon realized it is actually strictly monotheistic. He points out that today, the Day of Nativity, serves as a recognized public holiday. Reviewing a document, the Crown Prince finds Werner's proposal quite interesting, especially since the royal family also takes this day off. The prince requests to inspect the proposed weapons in person before officially approving them for the knight's equipment. Lowering the paperwork, the Crown Prince praises Werner for dutifully informing him in advance. The prince questions if such high-quality weapons truly exist since all domestic ancient ruins are already fully explored. Werner recalls letting this geographical inconsistency slide while playing the original game since players always started in the capital. He explains that while the capital boasts abundant luxury goods, its available combat equipment remains bizarrely restricted to beginner levels. Werner mentally questions why frontier towns offer vastly superior equipment at much better prices, a fact even the veteran Lugenz confirmed. Werner confirms he thoroughly checked recent excavation records, noting that all valuable artifacts except research items are instantly sold. He reveals that this high-level equipment actually originates from ancient kingdom tombs, making the entire industry essentially legalized tomb robbing. Werner explains that reports on ancient burial sites indicate the dead were buried in massive, fully armed groups. He notes that while rare items sometimes spawn in labyrinths, mass grave excavations supply the vast majority of identical duplicate gear. Werner details how massive frontier villages naturally form around these ancient ruins simply to sell the excavated armor and tools. The Crown Prince thoughtfully agrees, though he admits the exact number of these frontier ruin towns remains completely unknown. Werner theorizes the Wine Kingdom's overwhelming military supremacy made the government stop aggressively stockpiling magic items. He still finds it incredibly suspicious that such powerful, foreign-sold equipment remains virtually unknown to the general public. The Crown Prince grants Werner official permission to execute his merchant plan, prompting Werner to promise a full report on the upcoming smoke signals. The prince gratefully acknowledges the smoke signal strategy, promising to immediately warn Marquis Neep about a potential demon army attack. He emphasizes that knowing about a night attack immediately is a massive tactical advantage since the capital sits so close to Fort Warisa. The prince orders Werner to report any new developments straight away before dismissing him from the Grand Office. Bowing respectfully, Werner formally excuses himself and quietly exits the royal chamber. The heavy wooden door clicks shut, leaving the Crown Prince entirely alone with his silent bodyguard. Staring at the closed door, the Crown Prince calmly asks his hidden guard for an honest assessment of the young Viscount. The guard steps forward, highly praising Werner's remarkable composure and sharply logical suggestions for someone so incredibly young. The guard respectfully adds that it is a genuine shame such a brilliant tactical mind is merely the son of a count. The Crown Prince silently ponders his guard's heavy words, letting the tense atmosphere settle over the royal office. The prince grimly acknowledges that highly valuable excavated items flowing into foreign countries poses a massive national security threat. He vows to aggressively investigate current excavation personnel and immediately seize any newly discovered domestic ruins. The scene shifts to a bustling merchant guild where a receptionist cheerfully welcomes the Viscount inside. She immediately escorts him toward the back rooms, her polite voice cutting through the ringing guild bells. Werner mentally praises the Bierstedt merchant house's incredible efficiency, shocked they instantly recognized his face and new noble title. The polite receptionist asks Werner to wait comfortably, promising that Mr. Bierstedt will join him shortly. Werner steps into the lavish private waiting room, his boots tapping softly against the polished floor. Taking a seat, Werner recalls making unreasonable demands for aromatic oils here previously, though he paid enough to guarantee them a massive profit. He sighs in immense relief, deeply thankful that his recent royal reward easily covers these exorbitant merchant fees. Hearing frantic footsteps approaching the door, Werner steels his mind to negotiate aggressively with a seasoned merchant. Despite the pressure, Werner finds haggling with merchants incredibly relaxing compared to dealing with cutthroat royals who could literally execute him. A man formally apologizes for keeping Viscount Zerfeld waiting. Bowing respectfully, he introduces himself as Bierstedt, the representative of the Bierstedt merchant house. Waving off the apology, Werner explains he was rushing and failed to send prior notice. Bierstedt graciously thanks the young noble for his considerate words. Expressing gratitude for a recent order, the merchant admits he never expected the Viscount in person. Bierstedt highly praises the young lord's truly remarkable efforts during the recent monster stampede. Getting to business, Werner requests a merchant caravan for purchases and promises to supply guards. Werner internally rationalizes that an ordinary academy student rarely proposes such massive logistical deals. Sliding a document forward, Werner presents a comprehensive list of target towns and items. Bierstedt examines the paper as Werner requests him to check available stock in every town. Adjusting his glasses, the seasoned merchant notes how unusually thorough the logistical plan is. Werner mentally admits the meticulous document makes it look like he is starting a business. Leaning forward, Werner darkly notes the recent monster stampede was completely unlike previous historical occurrences. He lowers his voice and explicitly reveals that malicious demons directly caused the chaotic stampede. Werner firmly warns that a second or third apocalyptic stampede is practically guaranteed. Noting the calm reaction, Werner realizes the palace merchant network already leaked this information. He internally suspects the shrewd merchant might even know rumors of the Demon King's revival. Citing his newly acquired military reputation, Werner justifies his urgent need for high-quality equipment. Bierstedt acknowledges Werner as the second most distinguished war hero, understanding the royal family's expectations. A tense silence stretches as the heavy weight of the massive military request settles. Bierstedt scribbles calculations, grimly noting that such a complex logistical operation carries significant costs. Werner promises to cover costs, requesting initial weapon sets for the Count's household first. He explains this private purchase will make higher-ups aware so state funds finance future orders. Bierstedt asks to buy excess inventory, and Werner readily agrees if the household quota is met. Werner generously grants the merchant freedom to buy and sell equipment using their own funds. He points out that circulating advanced gear naturally raises awareness and passively strengthens national defenses. He completely rejects monopolizing profits, noting that wealth is meaningless if humanity is wiped out. Bierstedt marvels at unfamiliar town names while Werner promises a map and royal border permits. The seasoned merchant stares intensely, slowly realizing the sheer scale of Werner's logistical master plan. Greed flashing in his eyes, Bierstedt eagerly asks for a personal copy of the geographical map. Werner stares back calculatingly, silently measuring the merchant's underlying motivations and true political loyalty. Werner internally wonders why Bierstedt doesn't just illicitly hire someone to secretly copy the map. Agreeing to deliver it, Werner deduces Bierstedt is too wise to risk treason against the state. Bierstedt accepts the terms but warns these obscure frontier towns might lack the legendary equipment. Werner admits there is zero definitive proof these video game items actually exist in reality. He rationalizes that remote villages survive powerful monsters solely because they possess high-level gear. Werner reassures him that he will cover all travel expenses even if the expedition fails. The young noble predicts that as demon invasions escalate, the safety of trade routes will plummet. Refusing to be unprepared, Werner emphasizes establishing secure supply tracks before travel becomes impossible. He concludes by warning that hoarding could weaken regional defenses, ending their tense logistical negotiation. Werner confidently assumes that each foreign nation will independently take the necessary countermeasures against the looming demonic threat. He firmly decides to prioritize his own nation's survival since the total number of magical items remains entirely unknown. Acknowledging his harsh reality, Werner realizes he has no choice but to strictly prioritize his immediate plans regarding Fort Warisa. He confidently sets his sights on his next crucial destination and marches directly toward the bustling Adventurers Guild. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, Werner steps into a chaotic room filled with the deafening chatter of seasoned mercenaries. The noisy tavern falls completely silent as countless intimidating adventurers turn to glare at the young noble intruding upon their turf. Werner swallows his fear, internally warning himself that overestimating his own power will brutally ruin everyone around him. A cheerful young receptionist completely ignores the intense tension, warmly welcoming Werner to the Adventurers Guild. Werner blinks in absolute surprise, totally caught off guard by the receptionist's sweet and unfazed demeanor. Recovering his composure, Werner states he wants to hire personnel, prompting the polite girl to guide him deeper inside. Following her lead, Werner desperately wonders how such an incredibly pretty girl handles these notoriously rough and violent adventurers. He quickly rationalizes that her pure and innocent appearance ironically prevents the hardened veterans from daring to cross her. The heavy wooden door abruptly shuts behind them, securing the private meeting room from the noisy tavern outside. Werner instantly deduces that this highly secure VIP room is completely soundproofed for top-secret negotiations. A shadowy guild official steps forward, smoothly greeting Viscount Zerfeld with a highly calculating and knowing smirk. The seasoned official immediately cuts to the chase, demanding to know exactly what kind of business the young noble brings. Werner slides over a classified document, urgently requesting skilled scouts to investigate monster frequencies at highly specific regional locations. He boldly demands 20 elite scouts for the massive operation, instantly shocking the official with the sheer scale of the request. Werner promises generous hazard pay while officially granting the selected scouts the right to decline after hearing the dangerous mission details. The guild master taps his chin, warning that allowing mission refusals makes it impossible to guarantee exact upfront rewards. Werner immediately promises to increase minimum payouts based on difficulty while securing the guild's loyalty with generous extra fees. Leaning forward with intense interest, the official firmly asks Werner to reveal the exact locations of these dangerous investigation sites. Stepping back out into the bustling street, Werner sighs heavily over the incredibly tedious and detailed contract negotiations. He mentally groans about having to forcefully convince the politically neutral guild that his foreign mapping wasn't an active declaration of war. Adjusting his collar, the young noble breathes a massive sigh of relief that his highly crucial initial arrangements are finally complete. He proudly anticipates that returning scouts will naturally share vital monster distribution data with the guild's vast intelligence network. Werner fiercely clenches his fist, knowing that securing highly accurate battlefield intelligence remains absolutely crucial to minimizing future casualties. Pushing through another set of doors, Werner is instantly greeted by the stern receptionist of the neighboring mercenaries guild. He formally requests elite protection for his merchant caravan, prompting the receptionist to guide him into a secure back room. Werner mentally compares the two neighboring guilds, initially finding it incredibly difficult to distinguish between the two violent professions. He realizes adventurers tackle diverse dungeon explorations in small groups while mercenaries strictly operate as brutal hired guns for organized combat. While adventurers prefer quick solo missions, Werner notes that mercenaries actively form highly structured military companies for grueling long-term campaigns. He observes a massive bulletin board where mercenaries efficiently stack multiple dangerous requests to maximize their travel time profits. Werner wrinkles his nose at the overwhelming stench of cheap alcohol, finding the stark atmospheric contrast between the guilds highly fascinating. A scarred mercenary official reviews the escort request, narrowing his eyes as he realizes the true nature of the mission. The veteran mercenary leans back in his chair, completely astounded by the incredibly massive scale of Werner's logistical operation. Werner casually asks to hire roughly 150 armed personnel, promising to pay highly reasonable fees for the army. Werner internally acknowledges the guild operates as a mutual aid society that actively funds funerals and compensates fallen soldiers' grieving families. He realizes these massive guild operations require staggering amounts of money to maintain staff salaries and cover constant troublemaker compensations. Handing over a massive bag of coins, Werner accepts the painful financial hit to guarantee his crucial plans move forward flawlessly. The official inquires about how the specific personnel selection process will be handled. The subordinate confidently reveals that Lugenz Laser and Oliver Goek will personally oversee the careful selection. Nodding in deep approval, the superior admits those two veterans are an incredibly impressive choice. Werner feels genuinely complimented knowing the highly reputable future members of the Heroes Party are involved. With the guild matter temporarily paused, a new voice suddenly calls out to the Viscount regarding a job. A young boy named Feli confidently steps forward and eagerly asks for details about the mysterious job. Werner stares in pure surprise, completely shocked that yet another major character has appeared so early. Sitting down at a table, Werner generously orders fruit juices alongside a large mixed plate of nuts and dried fruits. Feli grins brightly, teasingly thanking the noble Viscount for his surprising generosity. Werner internally recognizes the 14-year-old as Felix Ernert, the legendary Heroes Party scout who guarantees dungeon clears. Feli boasts that every capital adventurer knows Werner's face, while Werner silently notes the boy's incredibly cute appearance. The young scout playfully adds that Werner's long, distinct ponytail makes him incredibly easy to spot anywhere. Gently touching his hair, Werner admits he has been growing his ponytail for roughly 10 years now. He casually agrees with Feli that maintaining such long hair becomes a massive hassle when washing. Feli hums thoughtfully, carefully studying the young noble sitting across from him. When asked about his plans, Werner simply claims he is going on a massive shopping trip across various towns. Feli smirks and immediately accuses the noble of aggressively scooping up and hoarding all the valuable supplies. Werner quickly waves his hands, firmly denying the young scout's completely inaccurate hoarding accusation. Observing the interaction, Werner realizes the friendly boy possesses an incredibly natural talent for getting close to people. Knowing Feli is secretly a highly skilled pickpocket, Werner cautiously asks the boy what he actually wants to do. Leaning back casually, Feli openly admits he desires absolutely nothing in particular as long as it remains interesting. Remembering his past life's difficult employees, Werner directly offers the easily bored boy a highly thrilling job. Feli instantly perks up, a sharp grin forming as he demands to know the exact details of this exciting job. Werner smiles in satisfaction, completely relieved that he successfully managed to grab the elusive scout's full attention. His mind races wildly as he calculates the best possible way to utilize such an incredibly talented hero party scout. He rapidly debates whether to use Feli for domestic capital intelligence or as an elite merchant caravan terrain scout. Realizing the merchant caravan could locate the legendary fast-travel flying boots, Werner decisively finalizes his strategic choice. Leaning forward, Werner firmly requests Feli to immediately join and protect the massive merchant caravan. As Feli happily munches his snacks, Werner explains how the recent terrifying monster stampede drastically altered regional safety. Feli groans about the annoying travel time, until Werner immediately bribes him with daily wages and a massive food stipend. Feli admits the delicious food stipend sounds like an incredibly tempting proposal. Werner considers the massive ripple effect of giving Mazel an advantage, viewing it as a highly worthy investment. Feli hums thoughtfully, munching on his snacks as he weighs the heavy decision. Werner notices the young scout loosening his collar, realizing Feli is stuck despite showing genuine interest. Smiling gently, Werner casually invites the boy to a get-together at his place on the next day of hunting. Werner smoothly tosses a heavy pouch directly across the tavern table. He explains the coin pouch is simply meant to cover Feli's immediate travel costs. Feli asks if it is too much, but Werner insists it is a show of absolute sincerity regardless of his final answer. Werner promises he won't complain whether Feli uses the money to eat his fill or generously gives it away. Remembering Feli's orphanage background, Werner deduces the boy's caring personality makes him the perfect traveling companion for Mazel. Stunned by the generosity, Feli weakly agrees as Werner finally stands up to leave. Werner calmly walks away from the table, leaving the deeply conflicted young scout behind. Feli suddenly jumps up, the loud clattering of his chair echoing across the room as he excitedly calls out to the Viscount. Clenching the heavy coin pouch tightly, Feli loudly shouts his sincere gratitude. Werner simply waves his hand in the air, his coat fluttering as he confidently walks out the door. Grabbing the pouch, Feli wonders if this gamble makes him wary, but he ultimately admits having a very good feeling about Werner. A boy shouts that his mother forgot something while she dismissively tells him to leave Yozak behind since she can handle it herself. Cursing at the suddenly closed bathhouse, a frustrated man angrily argues with his companion about needing a proper cleanse before their long journey. Nervous travelers express deep anxiety about potential monster breakouts while hoping Marquis Knapp and his elite knights will safely protect them. A loud, commanding voice suddenly barks an absolute order for the massive crowd to move forward immediately. The dense crowd of heavily burdened workers slowly shuffles forward under the oppressive weight of their strict marching orders. Shouting aggressively over the chaotic din, supervisors ruthlessly order the trailing workers to quickly fall back to the end of the marching line. Hearing the growing noise outside, Werner realizes Marquis Knapp has finished his royal greetings and is preparing to march toward Fort Verizon. Peeking thoughtfully through the window, the young noble watches the massive military procession carefully assembling in the bustling streets below. Werner mentally complains about the agonizingly tedious noble etiquette that delayed Marquis Knapp's departure for several days after arriving in the capital. Sighing in mild frustration, he acknowledges the harsh political reality that high-ranking nobles simply cannot bypass formalities to start working immediately. He deeply ponders if his previous timeline alterations somehow completely eliminated the crucial game opportunity to successfully recover Fort Verizon. A wave of profound relief washes over Werner as he confirms the essential fortress recovery mission remains perfectly intact. Analyzing the shifting timeline, he grimly realizes unknown trigger factors dictate these events without any predictable range or logical basis. He heavily questions why only Mazel's team miraculously encountered the demon race during the Stampede War despite numerous other active exploration squads. Staring blankly, Werner nervously wonders if the Crown Prince might suddenly lose his life much earlier than his fated death in the original game. He vividly pictures the calculating crown prince facing an unexpected and highly premature doom brought on by these dangerous timeline deviations. Werner rubs his temples, fully acknowledging that such a massive political death would trigger an incredibly troublesome and chaotic disaster. Reassuring his spiraling mind, Werner notes the royal bloodline always receives absolute priority protection from the fiercely impenetrable Knight Orders. Since he himself remains alive despite drastically altering the scenario, he hopefully deduces the main storyline might remain somewhat stable. Frowning deeply, Werner finds it incredibly weird that he never encountered His Highness before the stampede despite being a prominent noble. Gripping his desk, the frustrated young lord heavily admits he completely fails to understand the hidden meaning behind these glaring memory gaps. He bitterly questions why he possesses pre-existing memories of the second princess but absolutely nothing regarding the mysterious first princess. Desperately searching for logic, he wonders if meeting the first princess might instantly resolve the terrifying possibility of royal mind-altering magic. He clenches his jaw, deeply disturbed that the prominent name of Marquis Knapp entirely failed to trigger any prior gaming memories. Werner curses his precarious situation, realizing the game's glaringly incomplete lore places him at a massively dangerous tactical disadvantage. A chilling existential dread washes over him as he theorizes the game itself might be actively suppressing his real-world memories. Staring at a document, he realizes the mysterious Zaverian ring might somehow hold the crucial answers he desperately seeks. Setting the troubling document aside, Werner forcefully pushes his lingering existential dread away to focus entirely on the immediate future. Resolving to aggressively push forward, he fiercely vows never to drop his guard against these terrifying worldly irregularities. Later, Werner officially convenes a high-stakes strategy meeting, politely thanking the assembled group before introducing himself as the mission commander. Bowing respectfully, Franson proudly introduces himself as the Seafort assistant head butler and Werner's official representative for the dangerous expedition. Mizell confidently steps forward, pledging to join the crucial caravan expedition to secure high-quality weapons against future monstrous threats. Crossing his arms, the rugged adventurer Rugans bluntly states his role is strictly limited to conducting vital preliminary investigations. Werner silently acknowledges that aristocratic etiquette completely demands he deliver a formal, highly structured response to the rugged adventurer. Gripping his weapon, the stoic mercenary Oliver briefly introduces himself as the highly seasoned escort hired for the trade caravan. Adjusting his glasses, Asvent smoothly announces his vital role as the official Bierstedt Merchant Company representative managing the expedition's logistics. Flashing a confident and highly energetic grin, the young scout Felix enthusiastically declares his full participation in the upcoming journey. Addressing the eclectic group, Werner respectfully bypasses tedious noble formalities and explicitly grants them permission to speak entirely freely. Mizell stares at his noble friend in pure shock, completely stunned by Werner's sudden and entirely uncharacteristic disregard for strict etiquette. Smirking playfully, Werner warns everyone not to complain about informal tones, prompting a highly flustered Mizell to wonder if he should drop formalities too. Werner kicks off the high-stakes strategy meeting by declaring he will get straight to the point. He explains the bizarrely high monster frequency at the old shrine before asking Rugans for an update. Rugans grimly confirms the strange creatures are absolutely not leftover remnants from the recent Stampede War. He adds that traveling merchants continuously report highly unusual monster sightings surrounding the capital city. Acknowledging the troublesome situation, Werner warns everyone that their upcoming caravan expedition will be extremely dangerous. He notes this violent reality makes the brutal journey practically impossible for ordinary civilian merchants. Unfazed by the massive danger, Gex calmly promises to fiercely guard the caravan's luggage. Werner silently praises the incredibly talented mercenary captain while mentally struggling to act as his employer. Shrugging off the threat, Felix casually notes they simply must remain extremely vigilant against sudden monster ambushes. Despite being warned about the lethal danger, the energetic scout confidently commits to the dangerous mission. Werner stares in genuine surprise, having heavily doubted the unpredictable boy would even attend the meeting. Mizell leans forward nervously, questioning if Werner truly intends to include the young boy. Backing his friend's choice, Mizell quickly assures the group they can absolutely trust Felix's abilities. Werner sweat drops at his friend's blind loyalty, playfully wishing Mizell would question his risky decisions sometimes. Shifting focus, Werner openly expresses his sincere gratitude for the young scout's incredible mission motivation. Felix drops his playful attitude and softly recalls their fateful conversation at the noisy tavern. He reveals a sick orphanage child desperately needed medical funds, forcing him to seek dangerous work. Werner mentally pieces the puzzle together, finally understanding why the scout hesitated regarding long-term quests. Felix smiles warmly, explaining Werner's highly generous upfront payment easily afforded the life-saving medicine. The grateful boy firmly vows to brave any danger strictly to repay his massive debt to Werner. Werner humbly dismisses the life debt, simply stating he is deeply glad the money helped save her. Accepting the sentiment, Felix playfully agrees while bluntly demanding the young noble drop his formal title. Werner internally rejoices, completely thrilled that his calculated financial gamble earned such a highly favorable response. Despite securing the legendary scout, a lingering sense of deep dread clouds Werner's tactical mind. Breaking the brief silence, the confident merchant smoothly confirms he has absolutely no objections. Asvent darkly notes that extreme travel dangers perfectly justify selling their imported goods at exorbitant prices. Werner shudders slightly at the merchant's cheerfully greedy eyes, deeply intimidated by his ruthless profit logic. Pushing his fears aside, Werner officially transitions the tense meeting toward their highly specific travel logistics. He carefully spreads out a massive map outlining their incredibly dangerous expedition route. Pointing at a strategic bridge, he confirms pre-deployed surveillance units are currently monitoring that specific village. The seasoned veterans lean in closely, silently analyzing the complex geographical choke points marked on the map. Werner notices Gex staring at a familiar surveillance commander's name and asks if there is a problem. The veteran mercenary quickly shakes his head and completely dismisses his sudden moment of hesitation. Werner generously offers to alter the logistics if the seasoned mercenary spotted a deadly tactical flaw. He details how advanced scouts will secure safe lodgings and meticulously count surrounding enemy numbers first. Acknowledging the lethal stakes, a team member explicitly asks who holds ultimate route-changing authority. Bypassing his trusted butler Franson, Werner officially grants Gex absolute authority to finalize route changes. Gex proudly accepts the massive responsibility while Franson humbly bows to the mercenary's superior combat experience. With everyone fully aligned, Werner officially documents the finalized chain of command to prevent future disputes. The formidable team officially solidifies their alliance, fully prepared to brave the upcoming monstrous nightmare. Werner transitions to the next topic, noting there are no more questions. He explains his preparations for a potential intensification of the monster invasion and the upcoming merchant caravan departure. Werner internally wishes the Demon King's existence was already known, recalling their previous tavern conversation. He bluntly calls the kingdom's plan to restore Fort Verizon for countermeasures a terrible idea. When asked why, Werner warns that the kingdom's choice could put everyone at a severe disadvantage. He notes the inadequate fort lies half a day away and will house evacuated capital refugees. Werner reasons a demon would simply attack and occupy the repaired fort to bridge their next invasion. The group agrees that demons are smart enough to realize seizing Fort Verizon is easier than striking the capital. Feli playfully calls Werner Big Bro while asking for his countermeasure plan. Werner admits he already submitted precautionary proposals, though he doubts the officials will take them seriously. He heavily emphasizes that completely unexpected disasters could easily happen later. Werner decides to outline his worst-case scenario regarding the inevitable collapse of Fort Verizon. He strictly orders the merchant caravan not to rush back upon hearing of the fort's fall until their objectives are complete. Feli tilts his head and directly asks for the reasoning behind this delay. Werner explains he would struggle immensely if officials confiscated their gathered equipment to reclaim Fort Verizon. A skeptical listener openly expresses doubt regarding Werner's grim tactical prediction. Werner notes the enemy would fiercely defend the fortress, making equipment confiscation a massive hindrance. He reminds everyone that conquering the fortress merely serves as a demonic stepping stone. He grimly reveals the demon's true next target would undoubtedly be the capital city itself. Werner notes confronting an occupied fortress from the outside is easier than defending it from within. He predicts the attacking demons will publicly announce the Demon King's resurrection after capturing the fort. Knowing carefree officials still doubt the hero's role, Werner vows to make them understand Mazel's crucial importance. Werner concludes their acquired weapons will perfectly suit the hero's inevitable counterattack. He specifically asks Mazel and Rugenz to patiently polish their skills until their rampage is truly needed. Mazel hesitates, reluctantly admitting he understands the broader tactical ideas. The young hero desperately asks if their current equipment could help prevent the fort's capture. Werner sighs at Mazel's typical heroic attitude, urging him to exercise restraint. He explains Marquis Knapp would severely restrict Mazel since the hero is currently just an ordinary student. Werner doubts Mazel could utilize his full skills there, though officials will eventually try recruiting him anyway. Intervening at the fort while a commanding noble already oversees the defense would trigger massive political problems. Werner warns the noble commander would instantly make Mazel a scapegoat if the defense fails. Despite his ultimate goal requiring the fort's fall, Werner secretly vows to save Marquis Knapp's workers. He insists building strength for the inevitable crisis is far better than recklessly defending a doomed fortress. Werner assures them he has already given the Crown Prince all possible advice regarding the impending attack. He asks for their understanding, emphasizing his desperate efforts to make the royals accept his warnings. Werner internally dreads the consequences if anyone discovers his actions stem from future knowledge. He fears traumatized people would resent and tear him down instead of showing gratitude. Werner knows paranoid nobles would instantly accuse him of joining the demon army rather than believing his predictions. Acknowledging the grim reality, Mazel thanks Werner and promises to remain prepared for the crisis. Werner humbly reminds them he isn't a god, resolving to simply do whatever is within their power. Werner wraps up the long meeting, deciding to end it for the day since there is nothing left to discuss. Mazel approaches Werner, asking if he has a quick moment to talk. Agreeing to talk, Werner assumes it is about earlier, but Mazel reassures him the explanation was perfectly reasonable. Mazel solemnly acknowledges that not all nobles possess Werner's kind and considerate nature. Appreciating his concern, Mazel vows to work much harder to become even stronger. Werner smiles warmly, confidently assuring his determined friend that he will be just fine. Thanking Werner for his hard work, Mazel tells him to sleep well and attend school tomorrow. Werner notes that Mazel has also become incredibly busy lately precisely because of his actions. Complaining about Drexler struggling with political studies, Werner denies being a pushover. Werner mentally acknowledges that the intricate merchant caravan arrangements are finally complete. Staring thoughtfully, Werner realizes he ultimately caused Mazel unnecessary concern. Sighing heavily, Werner remembers he is still a student who needs to consult his professor about magic tomorrow. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the dark outskirts of Salznachsburg in a neighboring country. Panicked guards scream in absolute terror as an overwhelming horde of monsters suddenly swarms them. Ordering his men not to panic, a desperate commander commands them to contact the city immediately. The massive monstrous horde violently tears through the crumbling defenses with relentless fury. Blood spatters as the horrifying demon army completely overwhelms the helpless human outpost. A reader thanks the creator for the masterpiece, offering appreciation while a confused character asks about yellow coins. A messenger suddenly bursts into the royal meeting chamber, desperately apologizing for the urgent interruption. Startled officials demand an explanation as the messenger announces a catastrophe regarding Salznacher's town of Sprulitz. The messenger breathlessly describes the absolute carnage left in the wake of the sudden, devastating attack. He grimly reveals the entire town was brutally destroyed following a massive demon tribe invasion. Horrifying monsters relentlessly swarmed the terrified populace, slaughtering everyone in their violent path. Shocked officials gasp as the messenger warns that the leading demon explicitly announced the Demon King's revival. Meanwhile, Werner confidently strides through the bustling royal capital on his way to the academy. He quickly boards a carriage, calculating that the brief ride will get him to the academy swiftly. Hoping the professor has an open schedule, Werner expects to comfortably arrive before the third period begins. His peaceful morning shatters when a panicked maid suddenly trips and hurls a massive bucket of water. The freezing water violently crashes over Werner, completely soaking his expensive academy uniform in seconds. The terrified maid frantically apologizes for her clumsiness while a dripping Werner awkwardly assures her he is fine. Trembling in pure fear, the maid bows deeply while Werner gently waves off her panicked apologies. She continues begging for absolute forgiveness, utterly horrified at soaking a powerful noble. A highly condescending voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, mockingly addressing the soaked Viscount Zerfeld. The arrogant noble sneers at Werner's misfortune, loudly mocking his highly embarrassing morning shower. Glancing at the terrified maid, Werner instantly deduces this humiliating accident was a deliberately orchestrated setup. He realizes the helpless maid was forcefully ordered into this petty sabotage by her noble employers. The smirking boy introduces himself as Gunther, Count Ziegelzer, proudly boasting his own Viscount title. Werner mentally curses the frustratingly equal rank that traps him until a new female voice suddenly interrupts. A refined girl steps forward, formally introducing herself as Hermine, the elegant daughter of Bastion Timo Fürst. Gunther visibly stiffens at her sudden arrival, nervously stammering a formal greeting to Lady Hermine. Hermine completely ignores Gunther, informing Werner that her powerful father urgently desires to discuss the demon stampede. Thoroughly intimidated by Count Forst's overwhelming political authority, Gunther quickly abandons his petty harassment and retreats. Werner watches the arrogant noble hastily flee, deeply relieved by Hermine's perfectly timed intervention. Thanking her profusely, Werner learns that Gunther aggressively targets him due to his obsessive admiration for the princess. Werner sighs heavily, admitting he severely struggles with using strict noble honorifics based entirely on rank instead of age. Hermine warmly dismisses his gratitude, proudly stating her intervention barely repays Werner's massive heroism during the stampede. She bows with perfect aristocratic grace, leaving Werner slightly flustered by her highly sincere praise. Grateful for her timely rescue, Werner happily realizes he can still reach the academy without being disastrously late. Hermine elegantly apologizes for delaying him, while Werner quickly excuses himself and rushes toward the academy. Later, Hermine quietly approaches her imposing father in his lavish, heavily guarded political office. She reports her brief encounter with Viscount Zerfeld, apologizing that his strict school schedule prevented further conversation. Her father rubs his chin thoughtfully, admitting he feels incredibly disappointed at missing a proper conversation with the young hero. Hermine stares down silently, her quiet expression hiding a deep well of complex personal emotions. Arriving safely at the academy, an exhausted Werner collapses into his chair as Mazel curiously questions his messy appearance. Noting Werner looks like an absolute disaster, Mazel listens as his friend groans about his highly chaotic morning. Werner heavily laments that the academy finally settled down, only for his terrifying political duties to aggressively multiply. He reflects on Mazel's unprecedented academy invitation, acknowledging the massive shockwaves it originally sent through noble society. Werner notes the intense stalking died down after aggressive aristocratic students voluntarily withdrew upon facing Mazel's fierce academic focus. Werner reflects that while dropping out of school after losing a parent might be normal, it remains incredibly rare for a noble to actually do so. He admits it's difficult to say if the sudden noble withdrawals are directly related to Mazel, since arranged marriages or new governors could also explain them. Despite his doubts, Werner heavily suspects the royal family quietly pulled some strings behind the scenes to eliminate the noble harassment. Regardless of the reason, Werner is deeply relieved that Mazel finally has a peaceful environment to focus entirely on defeating the Demon King. The peaceful reflection is abruptly shattered as Drexler angrily points a finger directly at Werner's face. Drexler smugly lectures Viscount Zerfeld, demanding he pay full attention to his words. Crossing his arms, Drexler pompously declares that Werner should start making the absolute most of his fleeting student life. The arrogant student condescendingly suggests Werner should start helping his fellow students with their complex political studies. Mazel suddenly bursts into the room, loudly apologizing to Werner for the wait before announcing the professor is asking for him immediately. Drexler stammers in absolute shock while a deeply relieved Werner apologizes and uses the perfect excuse to quickly escape the lecture. Pushing past the annoyed student, Mazel loudly declares he will leave Werner to his highly important magical studies. Walking down the hallway, Werner sincerely apologizes to Mazel for contacting him so late last night regarding the crucial professor meeting. Mazel grins brightly, waving off the apology and happily admitting he genuinely loves helping out with these important matters. The young hero curiously asks if Werner actually takes any magic classes outside the strict mandatory ones. Werner sighs, mentally lamenting that despite reincarnating into a magical medieval world, he possesses absolutely zero natural magical aptitude. He explains that while ordinary people can theoretically learn magic with immense effort, what takes them a lifetime only takes a skilled teenager mere months. Acknowledging his severe lack of time, Werner honestly admits he gave up on pursuing offensive magic incredibly early on. Brushing off the limitation, Werner sincerely praises Mazel's unbelievable talent for seamlessly blending brutal physical weapons with holy magic. Mazel frowns slightly, recalling a recent conversation with Lugenz about desperately needing a dedicated healer against future stronger enemies. He notes Lugenz completely lacks magic, meaning a dedicated cleric who specializes strictly in healing and defensive holy magic would be incredibly reassuring. Mentally reviewing their current roster, Werner silently acknowledges that the young scout Feli entirely lacks offensive magic capabilities. Werner internally relaxes, knowing Princess Laura and a powerful monk will soon join the party to perfectly resolve Mazel's current healing concerns. He feels immensely reassured knowing the merchant caravan will soon return with legendary equipment to greatly boost the rapidly leveling party. Despite his immense future knowledge, Werner bites his tongue, deeply frustrated that he absolutely cannot reveal the hero's preordained path. Werner promises to aggressively scout for trustworthy skilled individuals, urging Mazel to stockpile as many recovery items as humanly possible. Werner reasons that with enough magical recovery potions, Mazel could theoretically cast endless recovery magic during massive emergencies. Mazel hesitates, worrying that strict item reliance won't save them if they encounter situations demanding intermediate or advanced offensive spells. Werner stops walking, his eyes widening slightly as Mazel's casual comment suddenly sparks a highly dangerous and highly unconventional tactical idea. He carefully asks Mazel if an absolute unlimited supply of magical recovery potions would genuinely allow a mage to cast spells indefinitely. Mazel looks incredibly confused by the strange question, slowly confirming that massive potion usage technically bypasses normal magical limits. Waving his hands nervously, Werner quickly downplays the massive tactical implication, pretending he was merely curious about potion mechanics. He presses further, asking if magic recovery potions directly nourish the physical body the exact same way consuming food replenishes physical energy. Werner explains his initial assumption was that the highly magical liquids simply revitalize the physical body to allow further magical casting. He dramatically shifts his theory, wondering if throwing a potion directly at an enemy would weaponize the highly concentrated chunk of pure magical energy. Smiling darkly, Werner theorizes that slightly modifying the volatile magical potion could easily turn it into a devastating explosive weapon. The professor suddenly enters the room, politely apologizing for keeping the brilliant young student waiting. Werner bows respectfully, thanking the professor for his valuable time as Mazel proudly introduces his incredibly smart friend. The professor smiles warmly, praising Werner's previously excellent thesis despite his notably lacking practical magical skills. Werner humbly accepts the incredibly high praise, bowing respectfully to the esteemed magical scholar. He confidently shifts the conversation, formally requesting the professor's highly valuable time to discuss another incredibly complex magical matter. Approaching the professor, Werner confirms he came specifically to discuss that matter. The two move into a quiet room as hot tea is poured to ease the tense atmosphere. Offering humble herbal tea, the professor notes that speaking out in the open is far from ideal. Setting his cup down, the professor calmly states he mostly understands what Zerfeld is trying to propose. Leaning forward, he warns that absolutely no concrete evidence exists to support Werner's radical suggestion. Werner explains he consulted the professor strictly to brainstorm countermeasures against deadly restrictive magic. He notes that while this medieval world possesses magic comparable to napalm, its technological advancements remain severely limited. The professor asks him to wait a moment as he carefully processes the grim tactical reality. Werner warns that even low-level dungeon enemies serving the four heavenly kings freely utilize these devastating spells. Emphasizing the impending threat, Werner insists they desperately need restrictive magic countermeasures before invaders attack the capital. He argues that while ordinary beasts are manageable, their defensive options against a massive magical invasion remain terrifyingly limited. Acknowledging existing counterspells, Werner grimly predicts they will suffer a slow defeat against overwhelming enemy numbers. Desperate for survival, Werner reveals he has been actively searching for a clever loophole to manipulate the magic system. Pausing briefly, Werner begins to question the fundamental logic behind the world's established military strategies. He questions why heavily armed nations rely entirely on a tiny elite hero group to defeat the Demon King. Using his past life knowledge, Werner argues that launching a massive continental army makes far more tactical sense. He theorizes there must be a hidden, systemic reason why small elite groups are actually the superior option here. Werner notes his research confirms mana potions exclusively restore mana, lacking any other hidden regenerative properties. He points out that while technical applications are heavily studied, research on how these potions actually function is incredibly scarce. The professor mentions rare, difficult studies attempting to violently repurpose mana potions for offensive combat use. Werner asks about the direct correlation between dense clusters of magic users and sudden changes in individual spell strength. The professor smiles with genuine intrigue, praising the young noble for proposing such fascinating magical theories. Prompted for clarification, the professor admits he has a few concrete ideas regarding Werner's hypothesis. The professor uses a common classroom example of students collectively practicing basic fire magic. He explains that dozens of students casting simultaneously during school practice rarely causes any serious incidents. However, if a few students linger behind casting intensely, sudden injuries often occur requiring immediate healing magic. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, the professor clarifies this observation is based entirely on his own personal teaching experience. He cautiously warns that other unseen environmental factors might be secretly causing these bizarre magical fluctuations. He excitedly notes that heavily researching Werner's theory could unlock a profoundly deeper understanding of magic itself. The professor enthusiastically declares this breakthrough would massively benefit the future of all magical education. He urgently advises Werner to consult elite court magicians and monks for highly classified research findings. Promising to write a recommendation letter, the professor assures Werner that powerful people will eagerly listen to him. Standing up with renewed energy, Werner loudly thanks the professor for his incredibly valuable time. The professor begs Werner to transfer departments, but the young noble simply promises to think about it. Later, Mazel casually reflects on his own magical training experiences. Mazel notes that his solo magic intensity completely dwarfs the weak spells cast during crowded academy practice. Mazel originally assumed he was just getting stronger, entirely missing the hidden systemic reasons behind the power shifts. Werner shares his dangerous hypothesis that environmental magic limits only apply within highly specific geographical ranges. He internally compares the magical limit to overloading a winter apartment's electrical breaker with too many appliances. Frowning deeply, Werner admits the absolute hardest part will be figuring out how to practically confirm this theory. Werner firmly decides he will first go speak to the specific people the professor mentioned. Mazel humbly wishes he could help more, but Werner sincerely thanks him for making the professor meeting go so smoothly. Werner plans to spend tomorrow carefully reviewing the various items the Merchant Guild has gathered so far. If his busy schedule allows, Werner also wants to personally meet the intended recipient of his new recommendation letter. Turning around cheerfully, Mazel enthusiastically tells Werner to let him know if he needs help with absolutely anything else. Werner smiles warmly at his loyal friend and casually promises he will definitely reach out if needed. The two friends peacefully walk side by side down the quiet academy hallway as they ponder their next crucial steps. Werner mentally stresses they must not skip group combat training and anti-magic measures to save the royal capital from destruction. While petty noble confrontations are avoidable, Werner desperately wants to avoid looking foolish by publicly suggesting unconventional group training. He considers involving the Crown Prince, but worries that gathering people might accidentally trigger the formation of dangerous political factions. If the nation leads the charge, the massive funding naturally comes directly from the people's hard-earned taxes. Werner grimly notes it is incredibly difficult to justify spending precious tax money on unfamiliar military tactics possessing less historical merit. Swinging his practice sword in the yard, Werner wonders if he has been severely overthinking these complex magic and tactical issues. Wiping his sweat, he resolves to prioritize preparing the merchant caravan's departure and handling everything related to Fort Warisa. Staring blankly ahead, Werner bitterly wonders when he will ever get the peaceful chance to act like a normal student again. The scene shifts to the bustling city gates as heavily armed caravans prepare for their massive journey. The seasoned mercenary Captain Gex casually raises a hand, signaling his elite squad to prepare for imminent departure. Turning back toward the capital, Felix happily shouts his farewells as the massive expedition finally sets off. The massive merchant caravan slowly rolls forward, embarking on its highly dangerous and unprecedented logistical mission. Watching from a high castle balcony, Werner observes the tiny carriages disappearing into the distant horizon. Down below, an energetic commander excitedly rallies his heavily armored troops to begin marching out as well. Marquis Knapp confidently rides out on horseback, leading a massive detachment of elite royal knights. Werner continues watching in absolute silence, feeling the heavy weight of the world resting squarely on his shoulders. A few days later, devastating official announcements declare the tragic fall of neighboring Salzanak and the terrifying resurrection of the Demon King. A solitary zero marks the beginning of the sequence. The scene transitions without any visible dialogue or text. A sharp clattering noise echoes through the space. Acknowledging their smooth progress, someone notes that all confusion has cleared up thanks to everyone's combined efforts. Brimming with confidence, the knights declare they will give their all and use their high skill level to easily train the other squads. A soft sound effect interrupts the surrounding atmosphere. Another subtle noise shifts the immediate focus of the scene. Someone explains that transparent magic stones, occasionally harvested from dead magical creatures, are used to power various magical tools. Despite being expensive and taxed, these dropped items power a surprising variety of everyday appliances like irons and stoves, functioning exactly like video game loot. Noting that wealthy nobles have plenty of opportunities to use these tools, the speaker suddenly asks Clamroth if he lacks the ability to use magic. Clamroth flatly confirms that he possesses absolutely no magical ability. The speaker muses that using magical tools without magic is like using electrical appliances, since a person cannot naturally discharge electricity to attack or heal. Pondering the mechanics, they realize that while applying real-world physics to magic is absurd, there must still be underlying rules governing its use. They conclude that a magic stone is just a useless rock to a non-magical person, as touching it will not instantly create fire or trigger healing. Recalling information from a professor, they note that magic is a consumable resource that requires dedicated training to actually affect physical phenomena. They deduce that magic can be processed to achieve specific effects, much like the legendary enchanted equipment from ancient kingdoms that holds powerful, lost sustaining magic. Flipping their perspective, they hypothesize that invisible magic might naturally exist all around them in the environment. This environmental hypothesis leads them to question if recovery potions work by processing ambient magic, especially if there is a limit to magical usage within a given area. A sudden gasp escapes as a brilliant realization strikes. Flustered but completely energized by the breakthrough, they urgently announce their departure to draft a new proposal. A cheerful voice enthusiastically wishes them a safe journey as they rush off. A sharp visual cue punctuates the sudden departure. The environment briefly settles in complete silence without any text. An attendant politely welcomes Lord Zerfeld but asks him to wait, explaining that His Highness is currently locked in a meeting. Standing within the imposing Wine Kingdom royal castle, Zerfeld calmly acknowledges the request to wait. A low, muffled hum resonates softly through the opulent castle halls. Zerfeld silently appreciates the delay, using the time to mentally prepare for his upcoming proposal to His Highness regarding Fort Werisa and his magic consultation with the Chancellor. Despite his growing experience with these high-stakes political encounters, a deep sense of nervousness still gnaws at him. He reflects on the steady progress of Fort Werisa's refortification, estimating that the project should be fully completed by next week. He considers how Marquis Neep's personal visits to the construction site have significantly influenced the ongoing project. Fueled by enthusiasm and sheer determination, the laborers are pushing the construction forward at a remarkably rapid pace. A quiet moment of pause lingers with no text displayed on the page. Feeling a wave of relief that everything remains on schedule, he feels deeply grateful for the constant stream of construction reports. A cold chill runs down his spine as he realizes this grueling race against time offers no safety nets like video game checkpoints. Acknowledging that players rely on such features in games, he admits that the harsh, unforgiving nature of reality actually forces his mind to sharply focus. A sudden apology for the wait completely shatters Zerfeld's deep train of thought. Someone formally calls out to Viscount Zerfeld, signaling that his designated time has finally come. Startled from his intense concentration, Zerfeld quickly recovers and offers a polite note of gratitude. The attendant apologizes once more for the delay before preparing to lead him forward. The sequence concludes on a completely silent and empty page. Bowing respectfully, he expresses gratitude for the official's time. Acknowledging the high effectiveness of House Zerfeld's recent stampede strategy, the royal questions the proposed group battle training exercises. He firmly admits that such coordinated tactics would undoubtedly serve as a superior strategy against the Demon King's forces. Questioning the strategic benefit of conducting exercises near the nearly finished Fort Werisa, Zerfeld pauses to ask a prerequisite question. Seeking critical clarification, he asks exactly how seriously Marquis Neep took the earlier warning conveyed to him. A heavy, palpable silence settles over the room as the royal contemplates the gravity of the looming threat. Breaking the thick tension, the official admits that the seasoned Marquis likely only half believes the dire warning. Muttering that such a stubborn reaction figures, Zerfeld braces himself as the royal bluntly asks for their next move. Leaning forward with intense focus, the authority figure directly challenges Zerfeld to propose a viable, immediate solution. Realizing the royal is deliberately steering the conversation, Zerfeld suspects his sharp superior already anticipates his upcoming argument. Sweating under the pressure of this frighteningly quick-witted superior, he feels as though he is undergoing a strict, unrelenting test. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he acknowledges that such intense scrutiny is entirely expected given the man's formidable age and high standing. He plainly states that their survival hinges entirely on both the completion of Fort Werisa and Marquis Neep's thorough preparations for a demon assault. Warning of the desperately fragile balance, he stresses that lacking even one of those critical defense elements will invite total disaster. Without a shred of hesitation, he declares that the kingdom would find it incredibly difficult to endure a full-scale invasion from the demon army. Highlighting a massive vulnerability in their operation, he points out the immense risk of having untrained commoner workers heavily involved in the fort's repairs. Conceding that the seasoned knights and soldiers could hold their ground, he notes that even sufficient precautions by the Marquis might fundamentally fail. Envisioning the sheer chaos of a siege, he explains that common laborers and unarmed non-combatants would inevitably succumb to blinding, uncontrollable panic. Emphasizing the dangerously skewed population ratio, he warns that defending troops might be forced to contain panicking civilians instead of fighting the enemy. Outlining the absolute worst-case scenario, he paints a grim picture where violent civilian panic directly infects and shatters the ranks of the defending soldiers. Deeply frustrated by the kingdom's widespread complacency, he laments that entirely too many people are dangerously underestimating this impending apocalyptic threat. Proposing a brilliant masterstroke, he suggests deploying a strong military force to the Hildia Plains under the convenient guise of training to secure the area. Shifting his focus to desperate fallback plans, he insists their secondary priority must remain organizing swift evacuations and protecting those fleeing the carnage. Surprised by this aggressively defensive stance, the royal sharply questions why a direct rescue operation remains entirely off the strategic table. Admitting his own lack of tactical confidence, Zerfeld explains that the overwhelming internal confusion at the besieged fort would render a coordinated counterattack impossible. Mapping the perilous evacuation route, he warns that fleeing civilians risk being slaughtered by ambushers during the half-day horseback journey back to the capital. Gripping the desk in mounting frustration, he silently curses his complete inability to endure such a hopelessly brutal strategic bottleneck. Weighing the grim survival odds, he reasons that properly drilled fort defenders could hold out independently despite the glaring risk to external support troops. Formulating a strict division of labor, he proposes leaving civilian protection entirely to the exterior forces so the interior garrison can swiftly handle structural breaches. Hoping for desperately needed tactical flexibility, he explains that whichever allied unit secures an advantage first can immediately pivot to reinforce the struggling side. Nodding in profound agreement, his superior acknowledges that such a flexible, mutually supportive defense strategy would be the absolute ideal outcome. Acknowledging a terrifyingly glaring weakness, Zerfeld admits his greatest fear is a simultaneous demon strike simultaneously crushing both the fort and the exposed field forces. Attempting to reassure his racing heart, he quickly dismisses the catastrophic dual attack scenario as highly unlikely. Confessing his absolute helplessness, he admits that an enemy capable of executing a dual strike would simply assault the capital alongside the fort. Recalling the tragic game lore where the capital's legendary monster-repelling barrier ultimately failed, he silently refuses to blindly rely on its supposed divine protection. Analyzing the enemy's sadistic psyche, he deduces the demons will prioritize destroying the fort strictly to physically intimidate and pressure the surrounding human nations. Forecasting the grim aftermath of a siege, he considers the very real possibility of the demon horde hunting them down once the border fort inevitably falls. Setting his unwavering personal baseline, he inwardly resolves to save as many innocent lives as possible before executing his own desperate, narrow escape. Voicing his meticulous tactical read aloud, he uses the detailed reports of Salznaka's fall to argue that the demon army is primarily focused on psychological warfare and intimidation. Concurring deeply with this remarkably dark assessment, the royal thoughtfully muses on the dire, bloody implications of such a brutal intimidation campaign. The royal suggests capturing Fort Warisa after its refortification might prove more tactically effective. Zerfeld argues that securing future advantages ensures their extensive group warfare training won't be wasted. Acknowledging this logic, the royal counters that a fallen fortress will inevitably incite public rebellion. Zerfeld calmly redirects the tense conversation to address that exact political vulnerability. He explains that easing public anxiety requires knights to visibly rescue the common laborers. Admitting his hopes, he stresses framing this rescue attempt remains the most reasonable political outcome. The royal asks if Zerfeld desires to officially document the lack of rescue obligation. Confirming the grim directive, the royal smoothly transitions into selecting personnel for the operation. Praising his suggestions, the royal leaves the young noble terrified by his deep tactical understanding. Seamlessly pivoting, the royal abruptly asks if they should move on to the next proposal. The scene shifts to Chancellor Falkenstein and royal court magician Voigt listening intently. Facing the imposing duo, Zerfeld sweats profusely while feeling completely out of his depth. He theorizes that magical power originates from both the human body and the surrounding environment. As someone concludes his hypothesis, Zerfeld internally panics over the crown prince lingering nearby. The chancellor finds it intriguing while Voight eagerly agrees they must definitively test the theory. Zerfeld reveals that magic encompasses both magically and physically observable phenomena based on expert interviews. He firmly states his hypothesis that two distinct forces interact to successfully activate any spell. Voight excitedly interjects to confirm that this brilliant idea originated directly from Viscount Zerfeld. Zerfeld outlines how simultaneous spellcasting drains both the user's internal power and ambient environmental magic. He deduces that limited environmental magic places a hard cap on simultaneous magic users. Building upon that foundational idea, he prepares to introduce his next critical variable. He proposes verifying allocation rules when casting one massive spell versus multiple smaller simultaneous spells. Driven by his anti-magic goals, he stresses that understanding this allocation rule is absolutely crucial. He admits that if stronger magic monopolizes energy, they must completely scrap their current strategy. To test this theory, they plan to corral people into an area for simultaneous casting. Pushing the experiment further, they intend to activate numerous magical tools within the constrained space. A moment of quiet contemplation settles as the monumental scale of the proposed experiment sinks in. A senior official quietly marvels at the young Viscount's unorthodox brilliance and unique thinking. Speculating on his upbringing, the royal wonders if this genius stems from Count Zerfeld's education. Another official counters that the young man's distinctly different approach likely stems from innate qualities. The council debates task assignments while refusing to endanger a promising young man like Zerfeld. Breaking the deliberation, someone firmly nominates Duke Seifert as the only right choice. Confident that no noble would oppose the seasoned Duke, the council readily agrees. Regretting their inability to consult other veterans, they assure themselves the Duke will gladly help. Turning back to Zerfeld, they acknowledge the young Viscount's remarkable talent in military strategy. Hesitating slightly, one official carefully voices an observation without wanting to step out of line. Searching for words, he points out that Zerfeld's unorthodox approach mirrors the legendary Duke's methods. A silent realization washes over the room as they digest the striking comparison. Nodding in profound agreement, the royal firmly validates the bold comparison. Smiling, they conclude that these two eccentric and fiercely selfless individuals will get along exceptionally well. Slashing wildly at a swarm of jumping monsters, a swordsman questions why vampire hairs are in this area and wonders if the demon lord's resurrection is to blame. Cleaving a hair cleanly in half, he figures the scouting team either missed the pack or the local ecosystem changed drastically over the past few days. Raising his shield in alarm, a heavily armored companion points toward a distant ridge and warns that even more monsters are swarming their position. Stepping up to the front line, a young mage readies his wooden staff with a fierce, unwavering glare. Drawing back her bowstring, Feli spots an incoming messenger bird as a nearby knight quickly acknowledges her situational update. Sensing the escalating danger, the knight urgently commands his subordinates to contact Avant and the rest of their forces. Feli fires her arrow and warns that while these unusual monsters are individually weak, their sheer overwhelming numbers will make this a grueling battle. Shifting the scene to the forest underbrush, a scheming bandit clutches a stolen sack and wonders aloud how much loot is left to salvage. Grinning maliciously at his subordinate, the bandit leader boasts that their strategy of using monsters as bait perfectly makes up for their small numbers. Surveying the barren landscape, the leader explains that with Salzanak stripped clean, they must fiercely hunt new grounds and fresh prey to survive. An excited subordinate agrees, detailing their cowardly plan to let the frenzied monsters butcher the escorts so the bandits can safely loot the corpses. Drawing his serrated blade with a wicked smirk, the bandit boss loudly rallies his men to execute the day's bloody job. Bursting aggressively from the thick foliage, the ambushing bandits demand the travelers drop their valuables in exchange for their pathetic lives. Mid-charge, the confident bandit abruptly freezes in his tracks as his eyes widen in absolute horror at his intended targets. A sudden volley of razor-sharp arrows whistles through the air and pierces the dirt, forcing the startled thieves to skid to a terrified halt. Gripping his weapon with a cold, merciless stare, a knight calmly relays the strict orders to neither kill the bandits nor let them escape. Heavily armored guards eagerly roar their compliance, completely ready to crush the trapped ambushers without hesitation. Charging forward with an earth-shattering battle cry, the elite knights instantly overwhelm the hopelessly outclassed bandits. The intense battle transitions to a serene camp where a merchant happily sighs in relief as an attendant pours him a fresh, steaming cup of tea. Sipping his drink, the merchant notes that tea is a luxury in the capital, prompting the cheerful attendant to offer unlimited refills thanks to the abundant local water. The attendant credits Sir Feli for noticing the ambush early, which allowed them to safely send the handover notice well in advance. Expressing deep, heartfelt gratitude, the merchant genuinely appreciates how this early warning bought them a precious moment of peaceful respite. Smiling brightly, the attendant notes that without her big brother's helpful gift, gathering local rumors and assessing the territory's reputation would have taken agonizingly longer. Glancing sideways with a knowing smirk, the merchant chuckles and observes that the gifted necklace must have perfectly suited their refined tastes. Praising Lord Werner's incredibly thorough preparations, the attendant expresses relief that no one was hurt while admitting her sheer surprise that even Lord Avant fought. Gripping his teacup with seething rage, the merchant firmly declares his absolute hatred for lazy parasites who leech off others' hard work and stall the economy. Chuckling nervously at his intense outburst, the attendant realizes the merchant deliberately used the skirmish to personally field test their new weapons and armor. Boasting that their armor easily deflects mere bandits, the merchant suggests skipping escorts next time, prompting a horrified plea from the attendant to drop that reckless idea. Staring grimly into his cup, the merchant imagines the sheer chaos engulfing Triad if the Wine Kingdom's borders are already this overwhelmingly dangerous. Conflicted by the merchant's shifting demeanor, the attendant quietly wonders if he is genuinely level-headed or just dangerously carefree. Shrugging off the rising tension, the merchant cheerfully notes that finishing their job early guarantees massive profits since high-grade equipment prices will inevitably skyrocket. The attendant smiles in sheer relief, completely satisfied that they secured highly valuable equipment performance data to please Lord Werner. Gazing thoughtfully at the bright sky, the attendant quietly wonders what Lord Werner is currently doing. Slipping silently from the shadows, Feli casually bets that the incredibly busy Lord Werner is currently drowning in a sea of paperwork. Refusing the bet with a nervous sweat drop, the cautious merchant smartly admits that he wouldn't dare gamble against such an obvious, undisputed fact. Staring off into the serene distance, the merchant sincerely hopes the hardworking lord is actually getting some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, on the Hildia plains south of the royal capital, a heavily armed soldier approaches Sir Werner to express his deep gratitude for a past encounter. Removing his knightly helmet, the stern soldier formally introduces himself as Rheinisch. Another man named Dejan Kolb apologizes for his informal gear and explains his individual participation as Werner warmly welcomes them both. Stepping forward with a powerful, commanding presence, Viscount Avon Simon Crank formally introduces himself face-to-face for the very first time. Werner realizes the new head is older, remembering the former head died during the stampede. Bowing deeply, the young knight vows to endure any hardship to avenge his father's name. Startled by the pressure, Werner returns the bow while internally panicking over the escalating situation. An official warmly congratulates the student on his remarkable appointment as captain of a 100-man unit. The man praises Count Chandel and finds Werner's involvement with magical experiments truly impressive. Count Chandel expresses delight at having incredible stories for his wife while Werner acts humble. Werner quietly contemplates the rumor that Count first personally requested his direct participation. Overwhelmed, Werner genuinely wonders why the nobles would go to such extreme lengths for him. Shaking his head, Werner decides there is no point overthinking their mysterious intentions right now. Raising his hand, the commander orders the first wave of the Mage Corps into position. A tense silence falls over the heavily armed battlefield just before the execution command. Slashing his hand down, the commander roars to fire and unleashes a massive magical bombardment. Watching the blast, Werner wonders if the magical power difference reflects the game's inherent randomness. Applauding the display, an official praises the magnificent destructive power and the mage's diligent training. Smiling politely, Werner silently notes this firepower would be completely useless against late-game enemies. With the first test complete, the commander boldly announces the start of the second experiment. Barking orders, the commander commands the second unit to prepare and ready their magic items. A soldier quickly salutes to confirm that all units are perfectly in position. Raising his hand again, the commander orders all personnel to activate their magic tools immediately. Echoing the command across the field, officers order the activation before shouting to fire. A massive chaotic explosion of magic rocks the testing ground, marking a definitive success. An official calmly asks Viscount Werner and Lord Voigt to step forward and explain. Werner nervously explains his hypothesis that magic requires mana from both humans and the environment. Glancing at the nodding officials, Werner decides to proceed since the commander seems perfectly fine. Werner suspects they are purposely leaking information to gauge reactions or genuinely trust this group. Conceding both motives might be true, Werner swiftly returns to explaining his complex hypothesis. He explains that consuming massive environmental mana all at once drastically affects subsequent magic activation. Elaborating further, Werner states the experiment confirms if environmental mana exhibits any inherent distribution preference. He notes they activated numerous magic items to see if the limited mana preferred them. He contrasts this by noting they also cast highly demanding offensive spells for comparison. Werner reveals preliminary testing already confirmed exactly how many mages could cast without dropping power. Acknowledging remaining variables, Werner admits they haven't finished testing location differences or weather conditions. Assuring test integrity, Werner confirms he brought just enough mages to guarantee full-strength casting. Steering toward real-world application, an official points out that goblins rarely used magic recently. A skeptic quickly argues that goblins simply abandoned magic because they were completely berserk. Countering tradition, the official explains Werner's theory that goblins simply could not use magic. The official realizes a massive goblin horde simultaneously casting spells would instantly drain ambient mana. This perfectly explains why the heavily deployed mage corps struggled during the royal grandson's battle. Amazed by the connections, Werner realizes the right catalyst causes brilliant ideas to chain naturally. While officials praise his insight, Werner silently wonders why no one realized this truth earlier. An official confidently declares this new magic understanding will revolutionize stampede defense and heavily favor them in future wars. Urging immediate action, another official promises to expedite developing disposable magic tools that rapidly consume massive amounts of mana. Sweating nervously, Werner silently hopes they hurry the development, frustrated they are plotting national conflicts instead of fighting the Demon King. He acknowledges this mana-draining technique remains absolutely vital for neutralizing wide-scale area of effect magic during the capital's impending defense. Questioning past oversight, Werner asks about historical firepower drops, prompting officials to shamefully admit they wrongfully blamed enemy resistance. Nodding in understanding, Werner realizes nobody considered magical obstruction since the military focused solely on raw offensive and defensive upgrades. Rationalizing this systemic flaw, he concludes that a world obsessed with individual prowess naturally focuses on boosting personal attack and defense. Acknowledging local magicians are muscle brains, Werner listens as a curious subordinate asks how His Excellency conceived such a revolutionary idea. Deflecting praise, Werner claims the stampede forced him to adapt while the commander loudly orders result verification and transitions topics. Werner analyzes the kingdom's reliance on small elite units, wondering if they instinctively prioritize overwhelming individual power as their most valuable asset. Realizing this will amplify the kingdom's reliance on heroes, he offers a silent, deeply guilty apology to Mazel for increasing his burden. Shifting far away to a secluded village in the Wine Kingdom territory, a cautious young girl nervously glances from behind a wooden structure. Hearing her name softly called out from the shadows, Lily Harding tenses up as a familiar voice reaches out to her. Stepping into the open, Hannah cheerfully presents a gift, expressing sheer relief that Lily actually came out to meet her face to face. Beaming with joy over her drawing's impact, Hannah smiles brightly while Lily nervously warns her friend against visiting this location too often. Ignoring the dire warning, Hannah excitedly reveals she brought back the art supplies from Mazel, leaving Lily completely stunned. Pushing the supplies firmly into Lily's hands, Hannah insists keeping them is pointless and demands the young artist use the valuable materials. Struck by sudden inspiration, Hannah enthusiastically suggests that Lily use the new canvas to draw a beautiful family portrait for Mazel. Hannah mentions hearing passing pilgrims praise the hero's incredible achievements, framing this new art project as her own personal celebration. Confidently assuring Lily that Mazel would cherish the heartfelt gift, Hannah successfully convinces her friend to finally accept the returned supplies. Clutching the items tightly, Lily fondly recalls Mazel confessing that carrying her drawing always gave him the bravery needed to face struggles. Pondering the idea, Lily smiles as Hannah loudly guarantees that Mazel will be absolutely thrilled to receive a cure for his loneliness. Expressing profound gratitude for the conversation and food, Lily suddenly adopts a panicked expression and aggressively urges Hannah to flee immediately. Turning to run back towards the safety of the village, Hannah waves wildly over her shoulder and promises to visit again soon. Relaying her father's secret apologies, Hannah tells Lily not to push herself too hard, assuring the exiled girl she has done enough. Creeping stealthily along a stone wall, Hannah peers around the corner and urgently whispers for her companion to hurry quickly. A chaotic scene erupts as an angry, aggressive mob of villagers surrounds a modest home and violently pounds on the wooden door. Screaming with furious entitlement, the villagers demand the family recall Mazel. Outraged, their prized asset is away fighting the Demon King. Sitting alone in quiet isolation far from the chaotic mob, Lily peacefully drags a piece of charcoal across her fresh canvas. Staring down at the blank surface, she whispers softly to herself about the daunting prospect of drawing a picture of her fractured family. Entrusting the magic experiment verification to the mage core, Werner quickly departs early with his retainers. He notes they have simultaneously been conducting intense group tactics training on the Hildia Plains. An overhead view displays the vast, sprawling expanse of the Hildia Plains under a bright, clear sky. Observing the exercise, an official remarks that magically moving straw bundles effectively train soldiers for real combat. Gesturing toward the chaotic field, he notes the soldiers' coordination is quickly breaking down despite the brilliant simulation. Werner explains warriors used to fighting alone naturally struggle to coordinate in simple 5-man teams against harmless targets. Amidst the confusing melee, uncoordinated soldiers angrily yell at each other for stepping on feet and cutting ropes. Werner explains their current struggle is unsurprising since knights rarely use group tactics against other knights. He elaborates that training professional soldiers demands immense time in a world deeply valuing individual skill and noble birth. Reaffirming the standard, he notes noble knights raised with elite training remain extremely valuable military assets. Outlining the traditional economy, he explains commoner knights primarily make their living by ransoming defeated opponents. He contrasts this by noting warriors fighting mindless monsters can focus entirely on dealing efficient damage without capturing them. Highlighting chivalry, he explains a knight's reputation depends entirely on capturing opponents in fair, one-on-one duels. Looking down, he sincerely hopes more people will eventually understand that adapting group tactics makes practical sense against monsters. Observing the current trainees, he notes many of them recently experienced the horrific realities of the stampede. He accepts some attend due to orders while others participate realizing the world has fundamentally changed. He strongly believes demonstrating group tactics effectively in upcoming battles might persuade stubborn nobles to abandon outdated ways. To prove this point, he confidently declares his own elite knight corps will aggressively set the standard. Raising his arm high, the commander forcefully shouts the order to begin the next grueling training exercise. A fierce, flawlessly coordinated cavalry charge completely tramples the straw targets to demonstrate perfect military synchronization. Werner notes commanding proud nobles requires showing them by doing, explaining, letting them try, and offering sincere praise. Accepting praise from the official, Werner warmly assures him that holding on to that fundamental understanding is perfectly sufficient. Considering future developments, he predicts each noble house will naturally develop distinct combat styles and weapon setups. Announcing another round, Werner admits his limited modern military knowledge means he can only teach simple basics. The commander abruptly dismisses the tired troops to rest while confirming the location and time for tomorrow's training. Reading a list, the commander assigns Viscount Zerfeld and Lady Hermine the task of securing water supplies tomorrow. After the commander dismisses everyone, Werner groans internally and questions why he was chosen for this specific assignment. Rationalizing the pairing, he figures it makes political sense to assign minor errands to young nobles from neighboring territories. Exchanging formal pleasantries, Werner and Hermine politely agree to start their water mission early the next morning. Early the next morning at the first encampment, a cheerful knight formally wishes Lady Hermine a good morning. Startled by the sudden greeting, Hermine quickly collects herself and politely returns the good morning wish. Fixing Hermine with a sharp glare, Sophie quietly addresses her lady to immediately shatter the false calm. Sophie boldly asks what is wrong, bluntly cutting through Hermine's confused deflections. Dismissing Hermine's weak denial, Sophie sternly asks if her lady actually thought she would not notice her distress. A tense silence lingers as Hermine nervously breaks eye contact while struggling to hide her inner turmoil. Defeated, Hermine softly apologizes to Sophie and laments her own weakness for causing her loyal servant unnecessary worry. Pressing the issue, Sophie directly demands to know exactly what happened between Hermine and Viscount Werner. Shocked by the accurate question, Hermine realizes Sophie figured it out simply by staying by her side constantly. Sophie closes her eyes in solemn confirmation, quietly acknowledging the deep, painful truth hiding within her lady's silence. Staring grimly at the ground, Hermine painfully confesses that her actions bring deep shame to House First. Breaking the tense silence, Hermine explains that she finally heard from her father about the dark history between their family and House Surfeld. Nodding solemnly, Sophie asks if she means the tragic accident involving Lady Judith and Viscount Werner's late older brother that they learned about as students. Recalling the widespread rumors, Sophie notes that everyone always praised the truly admirable elder brother who died valiantly protecting young Werner. Staring solemnly ahead, Hermine confirms that she also knew the story up to that tragic point. She admits she originally assumed the subsequent failure of the engagement with House Surfeld simply stemmed from the steep age difference between her sister and the Viscount. Recalling her father's grim warning, she reveals that the actual reason for the broken engagement was far more sinister and complicated than she ever imagined. A somber flashback shows a lone flower resting on a grave, marking the devastating aftermath of the Viscount's older brother passing away. Hermine reveals the shocking truth that it was actually her own family who callously requested to call off the engagement following the tragedy. A dark memory surfaces of a secret investigation revealing that the sudden cancellation had absolutely nothing to do with a mere age gap. Her older sister laughs mockingly in the memory, cruelly celebrating the fact that the death meant she no longer had to marry a lowly civil servant. Completely stunned by this heartless revelation, Sophie trails off in absolute disbelief. Gripping her hands tightly, Hermine admits she wanted to doubt the cruel story, but knowing her sister's character made the vicious truth undeniable. Looking down in deep shame, Hermine realizes that Viscount Werner must have somehow discovered this ugly truth. Connecting the dots, she concludes that Werner's consistently distant and cold behavior towards her now makes perfect, heartbreaking sense. Despite her family's unforgivable insult, she marvels that Viscount Werner still heroically saved their lives and freely offered them invaluable tactical advice. Sophie softly acknowledges the painful irony that the Count recently ordered Hermine to deliberately become closer with the Viscount. Overwhelmed by agonizing guilt, Hermine covers her face and confesses she feels nothing but profound, suffocating shame. Steeling her fragile resolve, she acknowledges the sheer unreasonableness of her father's demand but grimly accepts she has no choice but to try. She painfully questions how Werner could ever possibly get along with the little sister of the very woman who cruelly insulted his heroic savior. Staring helplessly at the ground, she sadly concludes that he probably despises her entire bloodline and never wants to see her again. Attempting to offer a shred of comfort, Sophie urgently reminds her that she is fundamentally different from Lady Judith. Rejecting the naive comfort, Hermine firmly states that to the Viscount, she will forever remain just another despicable member of the treacherous First family. A heavy silence falls over the encampment, mirroring the crushing weight of Hermine's dark family legacy. Meanwhile, pushing aside their heavy personal tension, Werner and Hermine march purposefully toward a remote village to execute their assigned water mission. Greeted by a tired village chief, they explain their military exercises and secure his reluctant permission to utilize the local water sources. Bowing respectfully, Werner expresses his sincere gratitude for the village's invaluable understanding and cooperation. As Werner asks about nearby rivers or springs, the apologetic chief warns that the village's shallow wells cannot offer much water, prompting Werner to assure him they will only take the minimum. Requesting clear directions, Werner listens intently as the chief points out a small stream to the southwest and a lake to the east. Gesturing broadly, the chief explains that the main river lies straight ahead but requires a grueling 3-hour journey to reach. The seasoned chief pauses, deeply analyzing the logistics of supplying water to such a massive military encampment. Offering a generous compromise, the chief volunteers his villagers to physically carry the water from the harder-to-reach springs, drawing immense relief from Werner. Mentally calculating the camp's massive logistical needs, Werner notes that locally procuring supplies is absolutely essential for a multi-day deployment. He calculates that the intense physical activity demands at least 3 liters of drinking water per person, completely ignoring the extra required for cooking and laundry. Facing the staggering math, he realizes that a 300-man force will consume a massive 900 liters every single day of the exercise. Acknowledging the severe limitations of magical water creation and magic bags, he firmly concludes that physically hauling supplies from the distant capital is completely impossible. Turning strictly to business, Werner straightens up and asks the village chief exactly how he would prefer to be compensated for their labor. Sweating nervously, the chief hesitantly requests to be paid entirely in highly valuable gold coins. Slightly startled by the surprisingly steep demand, Werner watches as the surrounding villagers anxiously echo their chief's bold request. Desperately justifying the steep price, the chief explains that their wells are running dangerously low every year and begs for a little extra compensation for their exhausting trouble. Processing the desperate plea, Werner calmly accepts the harsh reality of their situation and promises to take their struggles into full account. Eagerly accepting the gleaming gold coins, the village chief bows deeply and asks if the payment will suffice. Observing the exchange, Werner notes that delegating such tricky negotiations provides excellent land management practice for young nobles. Despite acknowledging the undeniable value of the training, a creeping sense of dread washes over him regarding their current situation. Pushing the heavy burden aside, he reminds himself that they still have plenty of time before Fort Verizza inevitably falls. A quiet moment of reflection settles over the young nobles as they silently walk away from the rural village. Breaking the silence, Hermine turns to Werner and respectfully thanks the Viscount for his hard work during the tense negotiations. She expresses immense relief that everything went smoothly while admitting she still harbors lingering concerns about their water supply. Reassuring her, Werner points out that the local villagers are fully prepared to deliver the necessary water directly from the eastern lake. Readily agreeing with the plan, Hermine offers to personally scout the nearby river to ensure their logistical safety. Werner quickly accepts her offer but halts her, urgently requesting a specific favor from Lady Hermine before she departs. Frowning deeply, he confesses that something about the village fundamentally bothers him even if he is simply being paranoid. Confused by his suspicion, Hermine glances back at the settlement and states that it simply looks like a quiet, peaceful place to her. Werner sharply points out the unnatural silence, highlighting the complete and utter absence of curious children running around the streets. He argues that even if strictly ordered to stay inside, curious children would inevitably peek out their windows at the military commotion. He adds that the youth should at least be fooling around outside during their well-deserved breaks from exhausting farm work. Scanning the sparse skyline, he deduces that the glaring lack of a church or meeting hall means the children are not gathered for indoor lessons. Further fueling his deep suspicions, he points out how incredibly strange it is for such a remote village to explicitly demand payment in gold coins. Drawing upon his past life's historical knowledge, he recalls how rural villages situated along major roads naturally transitioned to actively using currency. However, he firmly argues that isolated settlements of this tiny size almost always prefer bartering for necessary goods rather than hoarding raw cash. He finds it highly abnormal that the chief eagerly volunteered to pull valuable laborers away from crucial farm work just to haul water. The glaring contradiction deepens as he realizes the villagers offered this massive labor sacrifice while simultaneously demanding a steeper payment for the water. He admits that while wanting a little extra profit makes sense, their extreme demands strongly point to a much darker hidden motive. Trying to find a logical explanation, Hermine suggests that the paranoid villagers simply might not trust the towering military presence enough to tell them everything. Werner quickly counters that he strongly believes the terrified locals are actively hiding something incredibly dangerous. Staring back at the quiet buildings, he concludes with absolute certainty that something highly suspicious is definitely going on in the shadows. Hermine agrees they must immediately report to the Count to avoid stumbling into a mess, prompting Werner to hand her a crude map of the settlement. Startled by the messy drawing, Hermine obediently accepts his strict orders to keep a close eye on the village and accurately fill in the map's missing details. Sighing softly into the wind, Werner sincerely hopes that if nothing is actually wrong, his excessive caution will at least serve as good tactical practice. Arriving back at the bustling military camp, a loyal retainer relieves Werner of his duties by offering him a hot meal and praising his hard work. Deeply grateful for the food, Werner admits this unexpected extra job is incredibly stressful and sincerely hopes his growing paranoia is just needless worrying. The massive military encampment bustles with quiet, highly disciplined activity under the slowly fading light of the afternoon sun. Armored soldiers diligently sharpen their weapons and organize heavy supplies, completely unaware of the looming shadow hanging over the nearby village. Gathering his trusted officers, Werner confirms that Count Chandel officially received their disturbing report and immediately approved dispatching covert surveillance troops. Praising the Count's vast military experience, Werner notes how the seasoned veteran swiftly and flawlessly corrected the glaring weak spots in his proposed deployment plan. He sternly reminds his men that Count Chandel rightfully shares the Crown Prince's absolute trust alongside the legendary military genius, Marquis Norpoth. Breaking the tactical silence, a concerned officer steps forward and bluntly asks Lord Werner what terrifying possibilities he is currently considering. Werner theorizes the village might be hiding illegal farmland, though he admits the settlement's strange layout makes even that mundane explanation feel dangerously off. Anticipating an imminent threat, Werner strictly orders his men to prepare for heavy combat, accurately predicting the hidden enemy will make their move by tomorrow night. An officer confidently agrees with the grim assessment, declaring that if the volatile situation explodes within the next day, their elite unit is best equipped to handle it. Werner expresses immense relief that Baron Kufelnargel firmly secured the water arrangements while Lady Hermine quickly offered her troops to secure the village. Outlining the absolute worst-case scenario, Werner grimly predicts that violent bandits are actively exploiting the villagers, making bloody combat entirely unavoidable. He notes that having Hermine's mostly female unit on the front lines will be a massive tactical help in calming and safely managing the village's terrified female population. Smirking at the impending battle, a seasoned officer eagerly cracks his knuckles and jokes about finally getting some intense after-dinner exercise. Suddenly, a breathless royal messenger violently bursts into the command tent and loudly calls out for Viscount Werner von Zerfeld. Bowing deeply to the startled officers, the breathless messenger urgently announces that Count Chandel demands Werner's immediate presence at the main command center. A soldier reports the first knights will protect the villagers while Werner targets the bandit ruins. The commander wipes his blade and quietly praises the scout for his good job. Stopping his cleaning, he asks his silent companion if something about the Viscount is bothering him. The companion admits the flexible Viscount's dreadful lack of combat experience makes him a risky liability. The commander agrees, noting the Viscount's troop deployment strategy was noticeably lax. Sheathing his sword, he concludes that gaining actual combat experience is absolutely paramount. He mentions that a few mages even volunteered to accompany the Viscount on his risky mission. The commander notes the citadel's size implies around 20 bandits requiring serious action to defeat. The companion feels forcing a young student to handle dangerous outskirt matters seems unnecessarily harsh. The commander asks Grolman if he seriously doubts the boy or is secretly mocking his expectations. Grolman notes the son of Count Zerfeld was strictly trained to manage such high-stakes matters. The commander nods, trusting that the Viscount's seasoned lieutenants will easily handle unexpected threats. Grolman admits his real fear is the crushing weight of everyone's massive expectations breaking the noble. Reassuring his companion, the commander confidently expects the boy to rise to the occasion. Grolman chuckles, recalling the master of ceremonies was exactly the same way when he was older. The commander observes people will always rush to help if they believe they can exploit you. Far away, Werner marvels that the foolish bandits failed to post lookouts at their home base. Feeling the need to scout firsthand, Werner orders Unit 2 to ready their crossbows. He reassures himself that his veteran lieutenant looks used to intense, dangerous battles. Rationalizing his decision, Werner notes being the lightest person makes him the best reconnaissance candidate. Sensing hesitation, Werner stops and orders a nearby soldier to speak up. The nervous soldier boldly points out the tactical situation could have easily changed. The soldier bravely requests permission to personally scope out the scene first. Werner graciously accepts the sensible offer, prompting the relieved soldier to thank him. Zipping silently through dense foliage, the nimble scout swiftly scales the ruined fort stone wall. Gripping the cold stone ledge, the scout cautiously peeks over to survey the guarded stronghold. Dropping back down to the anxious group, the scout confirms the immediate perimeter is clear. Werner notes the heavy wooden gate is only bolted and orders his men to force it. Using crude tools and sheer muscle, the soldiers slowly pry the thick wooden doors apart. Slipping through the gap, the strike force silently infiltrates the compound to scan the buildings. Werner deduces the nicest windowless building at the back must house the bandit boss. Confirming the layout, Werner immediately spots a newly built door on the right-hand storage shed. Pointing decisively, he orders 2 men from Unit 1 to remain strictly on standby. Suspecting trapped hostages, he orders them to ruthlessly strike down anyone stepping outside. He instructs the team to quickly secure the building to prevent lookouts from rushing in. He orders them to apprehend anyone they cannot definitively identify as a hostile bandit. Turning to Unit 2, he assigns them to the left-hand building to await his signal. Pointing at a specific window, he instructs the squad to throw something inside upon his signal. A soldier catches the heavy sack Werner tosses as a putrid smell instantly assaults his nose. Werner explains throwing raw manure inside will perfectly disorient the bandits during the ambush. Werner explains the layout, noting the sleeping bandits will rush out the door if a commotion breaks out. He silently laments that while fire would be effective, there is no guarantee it wouldn't harm innocents. Pointing at the central building, he deduces the captured village women are likely being held alongside the boss. He orders his crossbowmen to shoot the fleeing bandits before joining the manure throwers in close-quarters combat. Gesturing to his right, he instructs 2 specific men to remain on standby with him near the adjacent building. Preparing for the worst, Werner declares he will personally intercept anyone fleeing the center building while his men handle stragglers. He notes that since there is only one gate, unassigned personnel should guard the exterior to catch escaping survivors. Werner continues his precise tactical briefing by assigning 3 men to wait in the shadow of the left-hand building. He commands Orjan to move in at the right moment, reminding him to strike down bandits while fiercely protecting villagers. Gesturing to the remaining duo, he orders them to block the entrance and prevent anyone from retreating inside. Concluding the flawless briefing, he commands everyone to immediately take their positions. The heavily armed soldiers silently scatter into the darkness to execute their assigned roles. Flickering torches cast eerie silhouettes against the decaying walls as the ambushers lie in wait. Footsteps echo as a bandit violently rips open a door, gagging on the horrific stench just before the ambush begins. Crossbow bolts whistle through the air and expertly pierce the confused bandits before they can draw their weapons. The courtyard erupts into chaotic violence as armored soldiers ruthlessly bash and slash the disoriented bandits into submission. Kicking his door open with a furious roar, the bandit boss steps out and aggressively demands to know who is attacking his turf. Werner steps forward, silently relieved that the boss emerged without hostages despite still barking orders at his men. Smirking coldly, Werner casually dismisses the boss as a third-rate hack but offers to introduce himself later if the brute insists on fighting. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the massive boss draws his heavy weapon and curses the young noble. Taunting the brute, Werner dodges a lethal swing and mocks the boss for struggling against a mere brat. The furious bandit wildly swings his heavy weapon, forcing Werner to tightly grip his sword and strain against the crushing blow. Shifting his weight flawlessly, Werner deflects the massive blade and brutally slams his hilt into the staggered bandit's face. Watching the unconscious boss being dragged away, Werner humbly notes that the hero Mazel would have parried the strike with effortless ease. A soldier approaches to confirm the area is fully secured, prompting Werner to realize how luxurious his one-on-one training with the hero truly is. Werner asks for an update from the village, but the soldier reports they haven't heard back yet. Squatting beside the captured boss, Werner demands to know how many guards were left at the village, only to be met with stubborn insults. Stomping his boot down with bone-crushing force, Werner reminds the groaning bandit of his helpless position and extracts the number 8. Werner quickly calculates that even if the bandit is lying, the true number wouldn't be 10 times as many, making the odds manageable. Reasoning that the village guards are preoccupied with hostages, Werner decides to remain on standby for cleanup while trusting the other squad. Back in the village, a bandit aggressively opens a door and demands to know who is knocking so late. Smiling warmly, an undercover operative casually introduces herself as a simple traveling performer. Before the bandit can react to the strange late-night visitor, a massive fist violently smashes into his face. Grabbing the stunned bandit by the collar, the operative seamlessly drags him outside into the silent darkness. Pressing a cold blade against the trembling bandit's neck, the operative sweetly whispers for him to freeze and be quiet. With a deadly, unwavering smile, the operative fully secures the neutralized guard without alerting the rest of the village. Reporting back, an officer confirms that, just as the Count predicted, they successfully identified the bandits holding the village hostage. The officer explains that 6 bandits dispersed to sleep in various homes while watching the hostages, validating their tactical assumptions. When asked if the village elder might be secretly aligned with the gang, the operative confidently calls the chances small while displaying an annotated map. She notes the elder's scant rations and hovel-like home proved his innocence, especially since he tearfully revealed all the bandits' locations. Hermine thanked the villagers for sharing their story while privately wondering if their tragic tale was merely a fabricated act. A masked operative carefully briefed her team in the shadows, ordering them to form pairs, station personnel at every door and window, and wait for her direct cue. She instructed her operatives to apprehend fleeing bandits, shelter panicking villagers, and secure the village exits, prompting a sharp, immediate salute from her team. A bandit chuckled maliciously inside a dim house, completely unaware of the ambush closing in. A dark-haired knight stood beside a young noblewoman in the shadows, lamenting that Annette would have been pleased to witness their upcoming victory. The operative gave the signal to begin, and heavily armed knights sprinted toward the occupied houses. A bandit arrogantly demanded to know who was interrupting his fun right before a knight violently smashed open the door. The knight ruthlessly impaled the startled bandit with his lance, instantly silencing the thug. Inside a ruined house, a female operative gently comforted a terrified village woman while another operative knocked a bandit unconscious. A female knight apologized sincerely to a terrified villager as multiple bound bandits were unceremoniously tossed into a growing pile in the courtyard. Hermine received the confirmation that every house was secured and immediately ordered a messenger to report the success to Count Chanderl and the Viscount. The surviving bandits kneeled helplessly in the dirt, their hands bound behind their backs as the victorious troops surrounded them. Werner drew his sword and explicitly warned his men not to kill any of the bound prisoners, grimly declaring that execution was his personal responsibility. Ignoring the begging bandits, Werner pressed his blade against a prisoner's neck, staring downward with absolute cold resolve. Count Zerfeld's booming voice echoed in a memory, ordering a young Werner not to avert his eyes from the brutal reality of execution. The Count sternly reminded his son that he must witness these harsh duties firsthand, as he would one day inherit the Zerfeld territory and rule in his place. He explained that protecting their virtuous subjects ensured the safety and richness of their own lives, warning that failing this duty would ruin their noble society. Drawing his massive sword in the memory, the Count prepared to execute a bound criminal to demonstrate the grim burden of true leadership. Snapping back to the present, Werner firmly announced that the bandits' pitiful excuses were enough. A desperate bandit begged for his life, hypocritically asking how their thievery was any different from the aristocracy's actions. Werner flatly replied that their crimes were completely different before plunging his blade down without hesitation. As blood splattered across the dirt, Werner ruthlessly slaughtered another bandit while callously dismissing their pathetic claims of innocence. Ripping his blade free, Werner coldly reminded the dying men that they chose to abandon the straight and narrow path. A bleeding bandit accused the aristocrats of exploiting commoners with heavy taxes while greedily stealing everything else they could get their hands on. Shoving another bandit to his knees, Werner calmly admitted that such corrupt aristocrats undeniably existed in their world. Werner raised his bloody sword and lectured the doomed bandit, stating that they should not have turned their violent blades against the innocent villagers. He swung his sword down with lethal force, declaring that the bandits should have targeted the corrupt aristocrats who treated them with injustice instead. Werner stared at the bloody aftermath, internally admitting that slaughtering defenseless people always filled him with deep aversion and fear. Sheathing his sword, he steeled his nerves, knowing that as a ruling aristocrat, he could never allow his people to witness his inner weakness. He accepted the harsh reality that he had already indirectly killed many people and would inevitably continue to do so. A heavy silence settled over the bloody courtyard as Werner resigned himself to the brutal necessity of his noble position. Turning away from the carnage, Werner decided that his internal thoughts were becoming a bit too heartless. He loudly ordered his men to distribute the bandits' stolen belongings directly to the grateful villagers. He instructed the village leaders to submit official reports if nearby settlements suffered damages, promising to share his own records for corroboration. The terrified village chief thanked him profusely as Werner casually ordered his men to bury the bodies deeply to prevent a plague outbreak. Werner silently lamented that farmers in this harsh world lacked basic security systems and were forced to suffer damages without any hope of compensation. Watching the villagers gather the reclaimed goods, Werner hoped his small act of redistribution was at least better than leaving them with absolutely nothing. He realized that deprived commoners were often forced to rely on brutal private punishment because the system consistently failed to protect them. Werner muttered Shakespeare's famous quote about the world being a stage, completely confusing his nearby lieutenant. Dismissing his strange comment, Werner ordered his lieutenant to prepare the men to rejoin the main forces, silently accepting that he lived in a brutal, play-like world. Hermine stood silently over a fresh grave as a heavily armored knight approached her from behind. Startled from her deep thoughts, Hermine apologized to her lieutenant and ordered everyone to get ready to move out. Her lieutenant praised the Viscount's careful execution of menial tasks, noting that his incredible work ethic completely shattered the image of a mere student. Hermine agreed, believing that Werner's humble, dedicated attitude was the true secret behind his consistent, remarkable success. She expressed deep admiration for Werner's ability to take decisive action in both combat and complex administrative situations. Her lieutenant agreed entirely, admitting that he constantly learned valuable lessons simply by observing the Viscount's conduct as a knight. Hermine noted that despite the complex political considerations, the Viscount readily agreed to offer his vital assistance during their operation. Glancing at her lieutenant, Hermine acknowledged that while her father's political orders were absolute, her desire to follow Werner stemmed from genuine knightly respect. She firmly stated that she truly wanted to learn more from him as a knight, not just as a political pawn. Grateful for his trust, Hermine vowed to act with boldness and rely on his generosity while trying her best not to be a nuisance. Her lieutenant smiled warmly and agreed that adopting such a proactive, respectful attitude was an excellent idea. Staring at the horizon, Hermine whispered Lord Tyrone's name and lamented that her older brother should have been there to witness the operation. She sincerely believed that seeing a noble like Viscount Werner in action would have fundamentally changed her brother's stubborn mindset. A soldier interrupted to report that preparations were complete, prompting Hermine to order their immediate return to the main camp. Riding out with her troops, Hermine felt that this entire operation was a perfect opportunity to finally understand what fighting as a unified team truly meant.